for Kikuyu constituency. And the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is just walking into the House, where the second session of the afternoon sitting is expected to begin at 2:30, with members of Parliament today expected to discuss on numerous bills and consider numerous motions. I hand over to the plenary.
Ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie na tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, you can continue ringing the division bell. Yeah? Yes.
Having not achieved the requisite number of 50 members of Parliament in the National Assembly for the session to begin, and therefore the bell for lack of quorum has been rung to allow members of Parliament to come to the House so that the afternoon session, the second session of the afternoon sitting of Wednesday, August 16 at 2:30, will begin when we acquire the number. And among the bills that are expected to be debated today is the bill in its first reading, the Marriage Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, the Bill number 32 of 2023. The principal objective of this bill is to amend the provincials of the Marriage Act of 2014, to provide for divorce by mutual consent. Divorce in Kenya has always been and is still fault-based, meaning that a person would only get a divorce when they prove a matrimonial fault on the part of their spouse. This means that for a divorce, proceedings have been acrimonious, lengthy, tedious, expensive due to the time taken to prove such faults in the court of law, and owing to the significant amount of time taken to finalize the divorce proceedings, spouses whose marriages have been broken down are forced to continue staying in unhappy marriages. And the quorum has been achieved in the House, and I hand over you to the plenary. Continue watching the proceedings of the House.
Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, I'll have some communication at order number 2, but will come a little later. Order, Honorable Nyikal, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on passage of 3 Senate bills. Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 41-1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to report to the House that on 15th August 2023, I received 3 messages from the Senate regarding passage of the following Senate bills. Minority Leader, you are out of order. 1, the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023. 2, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022. 3, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022. The Senate now seeks concurrence of the National Assembly on the bills pursuant to Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 46(1) and 161 of the Senate Standing Orders. Honorable members, the first message conveys that the Senate considered and passed the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023 on 1st August 2023 with amendments. The bill was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 9 of 6th February 2023. It seeks to provide for the production, processing, marketing and distribution of cotton in Kenya and its products, to establish the Cotton Industry Development Board, to provide a framework for cotton farming and to ensure value addition to cotton and its related products. The second message conveys that on Tuesday, 1st August 2023, the Senate considered and passed the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022 with amendments. The said bill was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement 188 of 8th November 2022 to establish a system of benefit sharing in natural resource exploitation between resource exploiters and the national government, county governments, and local communities. 5. The third message conveys that on 1st August 2023, the Senate considered and passed the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022, without amendments. The said bill was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 198 of 30th November 2022 to anchor into law the right of employees to disconnect from employers and have their personal time and privacy respected by their employers during out-of-work hours. Honorable members, further to the messages, I received a letter from the Senate on 10th August 2023 notifying that pursuant to Standing Order 162 of the Senate Standing Orders, Senator Beth Siengo MP, being the sponsor of the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023, has nominated Honorable Mary Emase MP to co-sponsor the bill in the National Assembly. The request is well in line with similar provision of Standing Order 1431B of the National Assembly Standing Orders. In this regard, the Honorable Mary Emase MP assumes the role of co-sponsor of the bill in the National Assembly and shall be responsible for marshalling its consideration. Honorable members, in order to have the National Assembly seized of the three bills, I have directed the clerk to list them for first reading tomorrow, Thursday, 17th August 2023. After being read a first time, the bills will stand committed to the following committees for consideration. The Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022, to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. The Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022, to the Departmental Committee on Labor, and the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023, to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. The relevant committees are requested to prioritize the bills in the agenda and report to the House as soon as practicable to enable the House to proceed with the next stage on the bills. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Member for Mwatate, Honorable Peter Shake, you have a petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present this petition to this House. I, Peter Mbowe Shake, on behalf of the retired teachers of Mwatate constituency and other retired teachers across the country, draw the attention of the House to the following. that the government provides retirement benefits to public officers as part of their terms of service with a view to providing them with social security in old age as stipulated in Article 43, 1E of the Constitution. 2, that the provision of retirement benefits to public officers is intended to ensure a smooth transition from active service with employment income to retirement with a certain level of replacement income. This is so that the standard of living for public officers does not change drastically in old age. 3, that the Pensions Act, Cap 189, makes provisions for granting and regulating the payment of pensions, gratuities, and other allowances in the respect of the public service for officers under the government of Kenya. 4, that despite the foregoing provisions, there are retired teachers in the Republic of Kenya who served under the Teacher Service Commission who have never been paid their retirement dues and pension. 5, that in Matate constituency, just like other constituencies in the Republic of Kenya, the said retired teachers serve in different schools and retired in different years. 6, that in Matate constituency, some of the retired teachers have neither been communicated to by their employer, Teachers Service Commission, up to date, nor paid their monthly pension and all the lump sum for the services they offered during the years of service. 7, that the continued non-payment of the retirement benefits and pensions have subjected teachers to live in deplorable state. 8, that the non-paid retired teachers of Matate constituency retired from the period ranging from 2011 and 2022, and some of them are now suffering ailments associated with old age, hence causing them unbearable financial needs. 9, that the issues in respect of which this petition is raised are not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, engages the Teacher Service Commission to establish the circumstances that have occasioned the delayed payment of retired benefits of the retired teachers in Matate constituency and the entire country. Engage the TSC to provide data and statistics of all unpaid retired teachers in the entire country and indicates when they will pay all the retired dues of the said teachers, and makes any other recommendation or action it will deem fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners, and the petitioner will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll take the next petition, then those of you who will want to make any comment as provided under the standing orders, I'll allow you. Honorable Charles Ngusia.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Thank you. To present public petition number 47 of 2023 regarding deployment of classroom teachers as head teachers in schools across the country. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the classroom teachers deployed as head teachers in schools across the country without any salary or allowance increment, draws to the attention of the House to the following. 1, that Article 10 of the Constitution establishes the national values and principles of governance that guide every state organ when making or implementing policy decisions. Similarly, Article 232 of the Constitution sets out the values and principles of public services which bind all state organs. That, number 2, that the values and principles adopted by the Teacher Service Commission provides for identification, selection, appointment, deployment, and performance of institutional administrators. Number 3, that TSC and NAT signed the July 2017 CBA, which, among other things, provided for an increment for remuneration payable to teachers as determined by the provisions of Article 41, 237 and 230 of the Constitution of Kenya. Number 4, that before July 2017 CBA, there were about 1,000 classroom teachers who were promoted to then job group M, but after successful competitive interview for senior graduate teachers, some of the teachers were deployed to become end teachers from 2018, while others remained as senior teachers. Number 5, that despite their additional roles and qualifications, the deployed end teachers remained in the same job group C5, formerly job group M, and their salaries and allowances did not change as per the requirement of the July 2017 CBA. Number 6, that the counterparts who went through the same interview and became head teachers before the July 2017 CBO are now in job group D1 and earning higher salaries and allowances. Number 7, that the categories of teachers have the same qualifications, same job group, are performing the same roles and facing the same challenges, yet they earn different salaries and allowances across, contrary to Section 5, Subarticle 1 of the Labor Relations Act 2007. Number 8, that there exist discrepancies where some senior graduate teachers are head teachers, yet others with the same qualification are still in job group C5 instead of job group D1. Additionally, their monthly salary and allowances differences are about 25,000 at the lowest and Kenya shilling 36,000 at the highest. Number 9, that further this group was neither factored in the recent advertised TSC promotions for 14,738 teachers, nor in the 12,634 tutors slated for promotion. 10, that due to aforementioned concerns, the teachers feel discriminated and demoralized even as they continue to undertake their duties. 11, that teachers have made their best efforts to have their matter addressed and resolved, but there are no satisfactory responses or action. The said efforts include individual teachers' letters to TSC seeking fair remuneration and engagement with Kenya National Union of Teachers to intervene. 12, that the issues in respect of which his petition is raised are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body. Number 13, therefore, your able petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Public Petition Committee, 1, engages the TSC to review the salaries and allowances of the concerned deployed teachers and place them at par with their colleagues who have undergone the same interview and became head teachers before July 2017 CBA. 2, engage the TSC to pay the teachers and arrears for the period between deployment as head teachers till now. And 3, make any other recommendations or actions deemed fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners, and your petitioner will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Nguna. Omboko Milemba. 2 minutes. Give him a mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the two honorable members for those petitions. On the first one, it is true that teachers are suffering in terms of getting their pensions. And one institution that gets its pension on time has been the military, because they have a liaison officer at the pensions. How I wish, and I would want to urge the petitions committee to also look into ways whereby the Teacher Service Commission should have a liaison officer at the pensions department in order to speed up this processing of the pensions. It's a real grave issue, and the members are suffering. On the second pension, I specifically speak on the promotion of the teachers, which has delayed. That the teachers so specified in this petition are actually victims of what we can call the pending bills. that they were promoted to go and stand in as deputies, heads, and senior teachers, but have not been paid anything, and therefore some of them have even retired before being paid anything. And therefore, how I wish then the pension, the committee in charge of this petitions committee to look into how these arrears can be paid, and also these teachers are promoted to be at the same level with all the other teachers that were promoted. So many teachers, over 40,000 teachers have not been promoted, some of them for 20, 15, and 10 years. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do support the two petitions. It's vitally important that when teachers retire, TSC must move the speed to prepare their pension files and forward them to Treasury so that teachers are paid without causing them undue hardship. We know very well that in the villages, teachers, especially retired ones, live miserable lives. They have to make several journeys to Nairobi to try and claim their pensions, and this is attributed to the fact that TSC would sit on their files for ages instead of forwarding those files to Treasury, to Pension Department for processing. As regards teachers' promotions, it has come to our notice that there are teachers, not as senior teachers, who are actually deployed by education officers in the sub-counties. After a long period of service, TSC comes over and tries to say it does not recognize them. That is not acceptable, and the TSC must get its acts right. The same applies to deputy head teachers who act for many, many years. They are deputy head teachers in all capacities, but when the time to actually give them letters of appointment come, you hear TSC saying they do not have the necessary grades. You wonder why they were acting for that long if they didn't have necessary grades. We think these are excuses by TSC so that it does not take care of teachers the way it is supposed to do. Can TSC get its acts right so that teachers are properly served? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree the two petitions are merited, but I'll just speak to the second one, Honorable Charles. In my experience in the last parliament, when I used to chair the Public Accounts Committee, I've got to the understanding that the biggest problem that TSC is facing is money, budget. It behoves this House that TSC is adequately budgeted for it to be able to undertake its mandate. And let me say this again without any prejudice, that of all the commissions, constitutional commissions, that whose audit reports came before me then, TSC is one such commission that had the least number of audit queries. And that, of course, speaks to the fact that the commission is fairly transparent in its dealings with the public resources at its disposal. What I want us to do, even as the committee examines these petitions, is to think carefully how we need to, in future, resource TSC, because TSC is the commission with the largest payroll. In fact, the largest is the only entity. It's one entity with the largest payroll in the Republic of Kenya, and it needs to be supported by way of being resourced, even as the committee responsible continues to oversight it. Otherwise, the issues being raised by my two colleagues are pertinent and they need to be addressed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. To support, and particularly on the second petition, in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, when I compare this house with other sub-counties from Bomet County, Chepalungu constituency, a constituency which I represent, normally leads, meaning that the teachers do their work properly. Surprisingly, in the last interview that they did, 56 of them who are called for interviews, Mr. Speaker, 0 out of 56 got a letter for promotion. Mr. Speaker, as far as we're saying that TSC is independent, in supporting the same petition, I would like to really ask and to really get to understand what really happened. Because if it's about qualification, they qualify. If it's about performance, my schools have been performing. Now, 56 out of 56. How comes none of these 56 teachers were able to get promotions from the acting capacity from deputy to being the head teacher in the various primary schools in my constituency? Mr. Speaker, I supported this petition, and I would really wish to request that this particular petition is taken with speed and proper consideration is taken. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do support the two petitions, but I want to talk on the issue of delay of payment of pension. Mr. Speaker, this is so chronic, is so common that it is actually the norm. It will be unusual if somebody retires and gets their pension immediately on that. That is the unusual thing. And Mr. Speaker, in that way, we are subjecting these retirees to financial burdens and financial hardships at the time that is very critical in their lives. When they are actually adjusting to the new lives, at the time when actually they are faced with a lot of ailments, some have been on treatments, regular treatments, and delaying these pensions actually, in my view, have caused some people to die early. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the date of retirement is known the day you are employed. Why is it not possible to actually process the retirement payment so that the day you go, as they are saying goodbye to you, you start with your new retirement payment? Maybe the petitioner should actually go ahead and propose that people should stay on employment, being paid until their pension arrangements are ready and they start on that. Mr. Speaker, this is important. I support.
Justice Kamei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to also raise my voice on the issue of teachers' promotion and pension for teachers. Mr. Speaker, I come from a teaching family. My parents were teachers, my eldest brothers were teachers, and the suffering of teachers is known to all of us. On a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, if there is an intervention that public servants seek from us as members of parliament, it is intervention on services provided by teachers. On a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, teachers call us on issues of promotion, teachers call us on issues of transfers, teachers call us on issues of pension. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of promotion in TSC, we must say, is skewed. How happens, Mr. Speaker, teachers with better qualifications, teachers with better performance in various schools are not promoted. And when we look at those who are promoted, Mr. Speaker, they are not as performing as those who are not promoted. There must be something wrong. Mr. Speaker, we get teachers also asking us to chase their files in Treasury as regards pension. I want to join my colleagues to say it is a known fact that teachers were employed on a specific date, and the date of retirement is known to TSC. We want to call upon TSC to rise at the occasion and fulfill its responsibility. If there is any ministry that has the highest budget, is the Ministry of Education. And I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, TSC gets a chunk of that budget from the Ministry of Education, and we ask it to perform its role as per the constitutional mandate it's given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rep. Kericho. Beatrice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to the petition concerning the pensions and promotion of teachers. Honorable Speaker, I've been a teacher for 20 years, and I understand and I can feel with the teachers. And Honorable Speaker, pension is something that is very, very important. I'm seeing the leader of minority looking at me. I was a teacher for 20 years, and teachers make the best leaders, and especially in this house. Honorable Speaker, pension, we have been called every now and then by the teachers who retired, yet in the real sense, it takes more than 1 year or even 2 years or so for them to attain their pension. Some even die. I know one case, the late Ezekiah Rotich. He passed on, but up to now, the family have not gotten the benefit. Going to the TSC, the way other members have said, they are given letters that to wait, but that waiting has never come to an end. Honorable Speaker, TSC has the capacity and they should fast track the payment of the pension. When it comes to promotion, Honorable Speaker, one thing that is very clear is that teachers in the growing schools don't get promoted like the teachers in well-established schools. This one demoralizes teachers who are actually teaching in the sub-county schools. Yet in the real sense, all teachers are qualified. But I don't understand how those in established schools are promoted and those not in the those in the growing schools are not promoted. Knowing that the entry results or the entry behavior of the learners, those in growing schools get less than 250 or even 250 marks. But in the well-established schools like the national and the county schools and the like, get students with high marks. But the teachers are the same. So I plead and I pray that the TSC should take action and give the teachers the required support and promotion as expected. The deputy principals who have worked and acted for long, they are not promoted in the sense that they have been there and maybe they lack the required qualifications. Yet in the real sense, they have been there. So I believe, Honorable Speaker, that teachers should actually be promoted as expected and TSC should act promptly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Posing. Honorable Posing. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on the two petitions. And by coincidence, both of them are touching on education. Speaker, we want to make the following comments to the committee. Honorable Speaker, one of the biggest problems that we encounter as MPs here, Honorable Speaker, is to help these retirees in chasing their pensions in TSC, in National Treasury, and other speakers. So we spend a lot of time as MPs in helping these people. So we feel it, and I thank Honorable Member who brought this petition. My advice, Speaker, to the petition committee are two. One, why don't they look at it from a point of view of proposing a law that will make, Honorable Speaker, that if a teacher retires, rather than this teacher going to wait for pension, Honorable Speaker, that they get half paid until when they get that pension, Honorable Speaker, then now TSC can be able to win that teacher to pension. That is one possibility, Speaker, that I want to ask the committee to be able to look at. Number two, Speaker, is also to make a law making it mandatory that, for example, if a teacher retires, within 6 months, Honorable Speaker, that TSC and National Treasury should have paid these people their dues. And if they don't, then we recommend, Speaker, some punishment, Honorable Speaker, so that they can fast track. Many teachers, Honorable Speaker, as you know from your place and my place, have died before receiving this pension, Honorable Speaker. So maybe we need to think about something like that, something radical, Speaker. Finally, Speaker, this issue of also landing petitions in one committee, Honorable Speaker, we might need to review. Like, for example, Speaker, if this petition was going to the Committee on Education, you would have even engaged the TSC, National Treasury, early enough without waiting. For example, when they are engaging in other issues, Honorable Speaker, without waiting too much until when they appear before the Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, we need to think about a radical move or approach that I propose. Maybe we make a law and make it punishable if they don't pay teachers within 6 months. I thank the Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think we'll end there. We refer the two petitions to the Committee on Public Petitions. Chairman, I can see you here. And you report back to the petitioners and to the House in 60 days. Next order. Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
if you allow me.
Mheshimiwa Chonga.
Yeah, I want to rise on standing order number 1. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House that as I stand here, I'm a very threatened man.
Why?
I have never been given back my security guard. That is one. Last week on Thursday, when I went to renew the license for my gun, it was confiscated without any reason. When I inquired why they were confiscating my gun, they told me that I was late in renewing my license. Mr. Speaker, there are so many members, gun holders there, who are late in renewing. They paid the fine. I had equally paid the fine. It's not that I refused to pay the fine. I paid a fine of 63,000, but notwithstanding that, at the end of it, Mr. Speaker, the chief licensing officer told me that he is under instruction to withhold my gun. I feel threatened. I feel my life is in danger. As a public servant, Mr. Speaker, I have never misused that item since when I got it in 2014, when I was not a member of parliament. There is nowhere I've ever even created a scene implying that I'm a gun holder. But look at the station the way it is right now, Mr. Speaker. I don't know when I go home. I cannot traverse my constituency. Wherever I go, I feel that I'm insecure. I pray for the indulgence of this house. In fact, I bought that gun as a personal protective property. I don't know under which section of the law the chief licensing officer withdrew both the license and the gun which I legally owned. Mr. Speaker, I need the intervention of the officers.
Thank you, Honorable Chonga. I would advise you to write to Mr. Speaker outlining those challenges. Then I'll be able to assist you. For those who may have similar issues, as a word of caution, if you bear a firearm and is quietly taken away, it's in your interest to keep it silent so that your enemies don't get to know that now you are unarmed and do mischief against you. But I don't want to escalate debate. Honorable Chonga, I hear you. Please drop me a note and I'll take up your matter and assist you. And any other member who has a similar challenge, that will be a better channel to follow than to tell the public that you are armed and now you are unarmed. It may not help too much. Yes, Honorable Andai.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to escalate the debate on this matter because it is straightforward. I just want to report again that on that fateful Thursday, Honorable Chonga actually called me whilst at the firearms licensing board offices in that whole area. And he was actually crying, literally. And the Speaker, it's a very serious issue. It may look small, but until it gets to you as a person. The Speaker, ordinarily I don't talk about security of members or personal security, but I think it behoves public officers that whenever they take any action, be it administrative or otherwise, that they cite the particular law under which they are acting. The Speaker, under the Firearms Act, the chief licensing officer, chief firearms licensing officer cannot just wake up one morning and withdraw somebody's license. Leave alone a gun, because the gun belongs to the person who holds it anyway. Okay? The chief licensing officer has got a duty under the law, under the Firearms Act, and indeed under the Constitution, to give reasons why he is cancelling a license for a gun holder. Even as you make the constitutional ruling, as Speaker, which I really pray that you do as soon as possible, this should go out to public officers, that they cannot be a law unto themselves. We are all governed by the law. We all operate under the rule of law. If you feel that somebody has violated the terms under which the license was issued, please cite those violations. In any case, you need to go to court. to get a court order for you to draw somebody's license and indeed a gun, which is personal property, under Article 40 of the Constitution. You cannot just take somebody's property, and a gun is such property, without justification. Mr. Speaker, I really pray that you give a considered ruling and also give a caution, issue caution to these public officers who seem to be drunk with power. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have heard what Honorable Chonga there raised. I think we must differentiate an entitlement and a privilege. I think carrying an arm when you are not uniformed, not gazetted, is a privilege. But that privilege should also not be abused by any of us, because I believe most of us are licensed firearm holders. Secondly, and more importantly, I think the important thing is about the bodyguard of members of this House, particularly those of us who come from rural constituencies. I think more than the petition he has raised with you, as members of the Committee of Security, we have also taken note. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Nimro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add on the same matter where our colleagues lamenting the issue that they have been, their firearms have been confiscated. Mr. Speaker, for those of us or for those members who own firearms or private citizens who own firearms, there are regulations you sign against before you are issued with the firearm. And one time you get to violate the regulations, the board is at liberty to confiscate the firearm. One of the things I would want to point into, Mr. Speaker, is the recent demonstrations by the members of the opposition. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is no way you can be having a firearm and the police, you at the same time, you are fighting with the police. So the first thing they will do to maintain peace and to avoid misuse of firearm is to have the firearm confiscated. Then, Mr. Speaker, after you settle down, it can be returned back to you. So I want to ask the firearm licensing board, if they find that our friend has already settled, they can now return his firearm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order, honorable members. I'm not opening an escalation of debate on this. Honorable Chonga has raised a personal matter to which no considered ruling will be delivered. I'll be dealing with it in the manner that I said. And like I did say, I encourage any member who has similar challenges. The office of Speaker, who also is the chair of your Parliamentary Service Commission, is open to each one of you to come and present your issue, and I'll deal with it. You must be cognizant of the fact that there are criminals out there who also confiscate guns from gun owners, licensed gun owners, in robberies and use them for criminal activities. So I wouldn't encourage any one of you. I have never carried a firearm in my life. I would want to encourage those of you who bear firearms to know that you are licensed individually. It is your secret and the licensing officer, and keep it that way, so that it can be safe for you, safe for the public. But I've assured the Honorable Chonga that I'll take up his matter and I'll assist him. He has said he's even afraid of going across his own constituency without a firearm. I want you to go back to your constituency and serve your people in the manner that you know best. Next order. Before the next order, honorable members, I want to acknowledge the following schools. In the public gallery, we have Gorgor High School from Sotik, Bomet, Abundant Hope Academy from Soy, Uasin Gishu, Laboso Vision Academy from Kipkelion West, Kericho, Itiero Girls School from Bonchari, Kisii, Kariati Primary from Igembe North, Meru, Kiu River Primary from Kiambu Town, Kiambu, Salaba Academy from Keio North, Elgeyo Marakwet, and the Speaker's Gallery of Golden Elite Schools, Kisumu Central, Kisumu, Kenya University Debate Championship Team from Roysambu, Nairobi. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the schools, the students, their teachers to the House of Parliament. Yes, Ngalechei? You want to join me in welcoming?
Yes, sir.
Speak for all of us then. Welcome all of them.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me welcome all the learners to this house. A special mention to Salaba Academy from Keio North, Elgeyo Marakwet County. That is a school of excellency in Elgeyo Marakwet County, and it has a record to have been performing well for the past 20 years. Mr. Speaker, many a times in these house learners come and they carry home a memory that inspires them even in future to be members of Parliament. I therefore welcome them all to this honorable house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. The mic is on for you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, the 16th August, report on the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on the benchmarking visit and attendance of the 21st International Conference of African and African American Culture held from 12th to 16th April 2023 in Santiago de Cuba, Cuba. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Leader of Majority. Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I was consulting with a member for Bomet East and asking him whether he's the Mulmulwas that was at one time referred to. Honorable Speaker, I would like to give notice to the following motion that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28.4, this House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session, regular session, as adopted on Wednesday, 15 February 2023, by varying the period for the long recess with respect to the second part of the session, so that the long recess commences on Friday, 25th August 2023, and ends on Monday, 25th September 2023. And B, the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday, 26 September 2023, to commence the third part of the session. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, the calendar that we had already approved at the beginning of the year, we were to proceed on recess next week on 25th of August and to resume on the 19th of August. That would have given us a very short recess, and usually we will schedule recesses for about 4 or 5 weeks. And therefore, we just want to increase that by a week so that you have more time
Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, we have just begun the new financial year at the time we are resuming this session. And with that, members, after the short 2 weeks recess, were able to use that time to deploy the resources that were sent to their constituencies for CDF and our women reps for NGAF, and ensure there is a public participation in the implementation of those projects, and also offer meaningful oversight on the projects that are to be implemented from the last financial year. Honorable Speaker, members are also aware that disbursements have begun for government exchequer, and we do hope that in due course we will be getting disbursements for the new financial year, both from GAF and NGCDF, sorry, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, as is the norm, members are required to begin submitting their CDF proposals for the next financial year. And I think the National Board, if they haven't, they're about to send you, they have. For this financial year, thank you, Mheshimiwa. If the NGCDF board has not, they are supposed to be issuing in due course. And I was hoping the chair of NGCDF was here. I'm asking you now to submit your proposals for this financial year, and you ought to have done public participation on those proposals. So we want to ensure that members have adequate time during that recess to ensure that they are able to go around all your wards, be able to engage with wananchi in your constituencies, to be able to review the proposals that wananchi and communities have submitted to your CDF offices in line with your mandates as members of parliament, to ensure that there is actual and proper public participation of NGCDF projects, so that you are able to also offer meaningful oversight. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it was in the view of the House Business Committee, the House Business Committee opted to change the calendar by that extra 1 week. That 1 week will also allow members a little bit more time to spend time with their families besides their constituencies, both families as in your families and your families in the constituencies, as the father and mother figures in your own constituencies. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to beg that we do support this. I want to ask the leader of minority, the Honorable Pio Wandai, who is also a member of the House Business Committee that approved this particular alteration, to second. Thank you.
The Honorable Speaker. Order, honorable members, you are jumping the gun. You gave notice of motion. I will allocate you time tomorrow afternoon so that the actual motion can be on the order paper. So I think since the two of you are put in bipartisan talks, have become too cozy with each other.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I spoke about it as if I forgot I was not to move the motion. I was only giving
notice of motion.
So I had actually jumped the gun to tomorrow afternoon.
I will allocate you time tomorrow.
So I will also ensure that the leader of minority seconds tomorrow.
Excellent. Honorable members, will jump order 7 and go to order number 8. Call out 8, 9, and 10. Remember, today is question time. The minister is already in the chamber.
Order number 8, the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I put the question at order number 8, that the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2022 be now read the second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Pensions Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, that the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the coordination of the public institutions in the control of food and feed safety, to establish the office of the food safety controller, to provide for the role of county governments in food and feed safety, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Marriage Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2023, first reading.
Jane Kagiri.
Honorable Speaker, I stand on a point of order on the constitutionality of the Marriage Amendment Bill 2023. And Honorable Speaker, I stand on the rostrum of Standing Order 83, read together with 47. And previously, Honorable Speaker, you have ruled that it is in order for us to challenge a bill at any point or at any stage of that bill. Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance on 3 issues in regards to this bill. The first one, Honorable Speaker, we go to Article 45 of the Constitution, where it provides that the family is the social fabric and the social unit of our country. Honorable Speaker, when we have a marriage amendment bill that is going to allow for dissolution of marriage after 1 year, or dissolution of marriage based on mutual consent, Honorable Speaker, I think that's an affront to our Constitution and something that we should not allow. Honorable Speaker, the second issue is Section 66 of the Marriage Act, which again provides that for a civil marriage, for them to seek for separation or divorce, it can only be done after 3 years lapse. Again, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member has not amended this act for him to present this to the House. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, we have the Kenyan Citizenship and Immigration Act 2011. Honorable Speaker, if we allow for such an amendment, we are allowing for fictitious marriages in this country, where foreigners walk in, cheat our young and beautiful ladies, allow for marriage, and eventually exit after they've achieved the citizenship that they're seeking for. Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking for your guidance on whether this is contrary to the Constitution, contrary to the Marriage Act, and again contrary to the Citizenship Act of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kagiri. Let's do the ritual of first reading first. But I hear you.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Marriage Act 2014 to provide for the dissolution of marriage by mutual consent and for connected purposes.
Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, we seem to be in a very unique situation here. Because for the first time since my coming to this House, I have seen an issue being raised over a bill at the first reading stage. It is indeed unprecedented. But of course, difficult times call for sometimes extraordinary measures. Mr. Speaker, if I got Honorable Kagiri well, she seems to imply that the bill offends the Constitution, okay, which would be a very serious matter. I have had chance to look at the report of JLAC that forwarded this bill for further processing. And I've also had a chance to discuss with Honorable Masara, because he came to my office upon the publication of this bill to not only seek my support, but also to urge me to rally members to support it. But I've since read the report of the JLAC committee, and I've only noted that there's only one opposing view, that of the Honorable Tienda Mole, if I'm not wrong. Okay? Mr. Speaker, under the circumstances, it may call that instead of us throwing away the bill outrightly in the manner suggested by Honorable Kagiri, and without having given Honorable Masara a chance to speak on this, it may call for you to give a considered ruling on this matter, especially bearing in mind the issues being raised by Honorable Kagiri, the past practice in this House, the practice of this House, and indeed the fact that it takes quite a long time for a bill to mature. Sometimes even 2 years, 3 years. So you need to take into consideration all these factors as you make your ruling. If you asked me, and I may be wrong, I would have wanted this bill to be subjected to public participation so that the public can also air their views on it. Bearing in mind, of course, that if this House passes a bill which is contrary to the Constitution, courts can still annul it. Okay? But I think, Mr. Speaker, the onus is on you, and I'm sure you'll give us a ruling. Thank you.
Senior Counsel Otiende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Short comments.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I agree with the interjection.
Oh.
I was a member of JLAC and I still am. I duly considered the bill, and the Honorable Masara is my very good friend. We've even discussed this matter. But I'm afraid that for reasons stated on the face of the report, I would agree that the bill would be unconstitutional. But the Honorable Speaker, I would suggest that this is an area where you might exercise your discretion. Because if you give a considered ruling, then that's the end of the matter. It is possible that the Honorable Masara might reconsider the bill in certain respects. And I'd have suggested that rather than kill it in its current form, you refer it back to the committee to re-engage with the Honorable Masara, and I'm personally happy to point out, and I've done it to him, to what extent it is, so that if it can be salvaged, it could be salvaged. But if it cannot, then it dies its natural death.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Majority Leader, I will limit debate on this. He will be the last.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank the Honorable Jane Kagiri for raising that constitutional matter. And from the face of it, Honorable Speaker, it's clear that this bill will go contrary to the provisions of Article 45 of the Constitution. And Honorable Speaker, the other issue I would have, and probably this may not be the forum, we should do this in the liaison committee, is how this bill even found its way to plenary. Because in my considered view, Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that should never have gone through the committee, past the committee. But Honorable Speaker, I also want to join Senior Counsel Otiende, and I was hoping the Honorable Masara would have been here to prevail on the Honorable Masara either to withdraw this bill or to seek your indulgence to amend it to be able to even align it to the provisions of the Constitution, and also probably even seek to amend Section 66 of the Marriage Act. And Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Kagiri has said, it is probable and possible that tomorrow very vulnerable young ladies in our country will be taken advantage of by foreigners. And Honorable Speaker, it is not a new phenomenon around the world. We have seen people, especially of African descent, in the US and other Western countries, going to marry women that are much older than them so that they can gain citizenship in those countries. We have also seen it here, Honorable Speaker, and we have seen it around the city, especially from West Africans, taking advantage of very young college girls. And this will become now a norm if such a bill was to pass, because all you need is to marry a Kenyan girl at 18 years of age. You don't even need to live with a girl after 1 year. Actually, you don't even need to live with them. Just officiate a function, a wedding, and after 1 year claim the separation, and by consent dissolve that marriage. Honorable Speaker, that by consent alone is completely ultra-vires to the provisions of Article 45 of the Constitution. And I would beg, Honorable Speaker, if the Honorable Masara does not exercise his known wisdom to withdraw this bill, I would beg that you do the necessary and do justice to the House. Otherwise, we have daughters, Honorable Speaker, and I believe you also have daughters, young ones for that matter. And as a father with young girls, Honorable Speaker, I would never want it to pass that such a bill was passed in this Parliament at a time I served in this House, Honorable Speaker. Protect our daughters, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. and sons.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Murugara, you are the chair of the committee.
Can I say something?
No, you will not.
But
order, honorable. You are functus official on this matter, and the matter will then meet its fate along the way. Honorable members, order Guna, order CNN, order honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, the matter raised by the women rep for Laikipia is indeed a very serious constitutional issue. I have, as your speaker, read through Honorable Masara's bill, and this bill has also found some time and been discussed in the House Business Committee. And indeed, the Senior Counsel, Otienda Molo, descended in the committee on very cogent constitutional and legal grounds. And this House, as a House of Representatives of the people of Kenya, has a fundamental duty to protect society, particularly the institution of marriage. The moment you turn a marriage into an instant coffee affair, then we'll have no society. So I will recess for 2 weeks and bring you a reasoned ruling. And Honorable Wandai, to the extent that Honorable Masara has not taken the opportunity to find his way to discuss the matter with the Speaker, then the bill must meet its Waterloo on the floor. Thank you. Honorable members, I have a communication to make, a short one, on the demise of the Honorable James Charles Nahwanga Osogo, former Member of Parliament and Cabinet Minister. Honorable members, it is with profound sorrow that I report to the House the passing on of one of Kenya's founding national leaders, who was also a long-serving member of the National Assembly, the Honorable James Charles Nahwanga Osogo. The late Honorable Osogo passed away on 15 August 2023 at the age of 91 years at the Aga Khan Hospital, Kisumu, where he has been receiving treatment after a series of illness. Honorable members, the late Honorable Osogo was a second born in a family of 10 and was born on 10 October 1932 in Bukani village in then Bunyala district. He attended Port Victoria Primary School from 1941 to 1943 before proceeding to St. Mary's Secondary School, Yala, from 1944 to 1949. He later attended Railways Training School, Nairobi, from 1950 to 51, and thereafter proceeded to Kagumo Teachers College, where he trained as a teacher. His insatiable thirst for education pushed him to pursue a Bachelor of Commerce degree at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. The late Honorable Osogo's political consciousness was aroused when he was a student at St. Mary's School, Yala, and later at the East African Railways and Harbours Institute. He developed passion in trade union activities that were spearheaded by one of Kenya's fiery trade union activists against brutal and repressive imperialist treatment of Africans. Honorable members, the Honorable Osogo joined Kagumo Teachers College, where he honed his leadership skills and developed a deeper appreciation of national leadership, including awareness of the activities of the Mau Mau movement in the struggle for Kenya's independence. After graduating from Kagumo, the late Osogo continued the political agitation. At a youthful age of 24 years, while serving as a teacher at Sigalame Intermediate School, he was a councillor in the Nyanza African District Council. Honorable members, his national political career started in 1963 when he was elected member of House of Representatives for Ruambwa constituency, now part of Budalangi and Funyula constituencies. The late Osogo was among the members who were appointed to Kenya's first cabinet in 1964 at independence. He first served as Assistant Minister for Agriculture until 1966, when he was elevated to become the Minister for Information and Broadcasting from 66 to 69. He later held various ministerial portfolios, including as Minister for Commerce and Industry from 69 to 73, Minister for Agriculture 1970, Minister for Local Government 73 to 74, Minister for Health 1974. The late Osogo was also the deputy leader of government business in 1978. He was the last surviving member of the cabinet of the founding president, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Honorable members, the late Honorable Osogo will be remembered. That fact is not true. There is Nathan Munoko, who is still living and who was also in that cabinet. Honorable members, Honorable Osogo will be remembered for his leadership standards and promoting ethics. He was a respected and visionary public servant, uncompromising and an astute thinker whose service to the community was unmatched. His ascent to national politics and stellar political career will forever serve as an inspiration to many current and future leaders. On your behalf and that of the entire parliamentary fraternity, and indeed on behalf of the people of Kenya, I convey our heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Honorable James Osogo, the people of Busia, all his relatives and friends for losing such a gallant national leader. Finally, in honor of the dedicated service rendered by the late Honorable Osogo to the nation, the National Assembly and the people of Busia South constituency, I request that we all stand to observe a moment of silence. I thank you. And for the record, honorable members, I served with Honorable Osogo in this House in the 7th Parliament. May God rest the soul of our departed colleague, the late Honorable James Nahwanga Osogo, in eternal peace. Rafael Wanjala, I'll give you 2 minutes. I've also been requested by Oundo to give him 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know I'm bereaved, so you'll give me at least 3 minutes.
Use 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I joined you, Mr. Speaker, in condoling with the people of Budalangi and people of Busia and Kenyans and the Parliament at large. Mr. Speaker, I received news of the passing on of Honorable James Charles Nahwanga Osogo, EGH, our first member of Parliament for House of Representatives, as you have said, for Ruambwa constituency, currently Budalangi constituency that I represent. Mr. Speaker, that was in 1963, before I was born, and the last surviving member of the late President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta's cabinet, having served both as an assistant minister and as minister. The late James died yesterday, the 15th August 2023, at Aga Khan Hospital, Kisumu, at 4 p.m. at the age of 91 years, as we have said. The late James Osogo positively, Mr. Speaker, impacted our community, putting Budalangi on a positive development trajectory, which motivated people like myself to take up the challenge and help champion for more change by combining his philosophies with those of the late Peter Hanenga Okondo to guide my leadership. The late James Osogo worked in various ministries, Mr. Speaker, as you have indicated. I may not want to repeat
because you have already enumerated them, or the ministries he served.
Yes.
But the ministries he also impacted positively in Kenya was when he was in commerce and industry, where he oversaw the industrialization of this country, where we got Pan-African paper mill, Firestone Tire, today is called Yana Company, Munywa Sugar Company, Zoya Sugar Company, Somi Sugar Company, and Raymond Company. May 1970, he concurrently headed the Ministry for Agriculture also, and he served as Minister for Local Government from 1973 to 1974. When he was the Minister for Health, Mr. Speaker, James Osogo came in when Kenyatta Hospital was almost to collapse. And he made sure Kenyatta National Hospital was properly constructed and built many hospitals in the current counties or districts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last time when he was in this house, as you served with him, you know very well he co-chaired the IPPG with Achieng' Oneko, which resulted in various constitutional amendments that made some of people who came in at that time in 1998 to have won an election because of those changes. Over the years, even as we differed on political ideologies, our relationship, friendship, and respect for one another was never affected in any way, for our families have continued to coexist as brothers and sisters and have continued to support my political endeavors.
Thank you.
Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, we will communicate when the burial dates will be due.
Thank you, Angela. Oundo, 1 minute.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, let me also join the people of Funila constituency and Bilan constituency in mourning the demise of Honorable James Osogo. James Osogo is the first MP of Funila constituency, by then known as Ruambua, together with Budalangi. When the Senate was abolished in 1966, he ceased to be an MP for Funila constituency, and the MP then became the Senator, James Macho. Over the years, whatever decisions were made, political decisions, Honorable Speaker, it has been in conjunction with the people of Budalangi, because people of Budalangi are tied together with people of Funila constituency. Honorable Speaker, it's indeed an end of an era for such a colossal to exit the scene. I do believe, Honorable Speaker, all the young politicians, the older politicians, and those aspiring politicians will always look at Honorable James Osogo and look at his legacy, his selflessness, and his way of doing things, and ensure we take this country to a higher level. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We'll end there. Majority Leader, we have the Minister CS for Tourism, the Honorable, call the order then. Call order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members who are caucusing around Jane Kagiri. Can you take your seats? Are you still caucusing on marriage? Honorable members, we have the CS for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, and I want to give you direction as follows. Going through the questions, question number 076 of 23 by Gideon Mulyungi MP, question by 1 Taitumu Munaiba MP for Igembe, number 119 of 2023, If you follow your order paper, question number 228 of 2023 by Honorable Kenneth Kazungu of Ganze. Question number 322 of 2023 by Honorable Abdi Haro, Mandera South. Question number 323 of 23 by Honorable Pauline Lenguris, Samburu County. Question number 324 of 23 by Honorable Faith Gitau, Nyandarua County. And question number 325 of Honorable Rael Kasiwai, West Pokot County, are all questions about wildlife-human conflicts. So, Minister, if you are prepared to answer them properly, it is more policy than facts, because they relate to human-wildlife conflicts and what your ministry and the government is doing to mitigate these conflicts, compensate the aggrieved families and individuals, and prevent future conflicts of the same type. So, honorable members, I'll allow those members to flag your questions in a row and invite the minister to answer them as I have listed them. In the interest of time, and more importantly, the minister to elucidate what policy she has in preventing human-wildlife conflicts, in compensating the aggrieved families and individuals, and in preventing such conflicts. Minister, I hope we are together. Now we'll start by calling out Honorable Gideon Muriungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 076 of 2023.
Thank you.
Could the CS, number 1, state the steps the ministry is taking to resolve cases of human-wildlife conflict in the country? Number 2, outline the steps the ministry is taking to resolve cases of human-wildlife conflict in Mwingi Central constituency, particularly those resulting from attacks by elephants that have continued to endanger lives of residents and cause destruction of crops and other properties in Ukasi, Musovo, Kiwanza, Miuni, and Sosoma areas. Number 3, clarify whether the ministry has carried out audits and investigations on the magnitude of losses incurred by the residents of the constituency as a result of destruction caused by the elephants since 2017, and if not, when does the ministry intend to undertake the investigations into the menace? Number 4, indicate when the ministry will compensate the victims of human-wildlife conflicts in Mwingi Central constituency, particularly in Ukasi, Musovo, Kiwanza, Miuni, Sosoma, and the Ngoni areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister, I hope we are at the same level of thinking. If your flow of thought was to answer one by one, I don't want to disorganize you. But if you are able to compose your answers, all these questions I've mentioned have just one streak: human-wildlife conflict. So are you comfortable with answering all of them together, or you want to deal with one by one? You're more comfortable with one by one. Then take the shortest time possible on each. We have already passed our time. Okay, Minister, go ahead and answer. And all these questions being the same, I will limit joy riders.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I'll go straight to responding to question number 1, Roman 1. The following are the measures put in place by the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, Heritage through Kenya Wildlife Services to minimize human-wildlife conflict in the country. We have short-term measures that run through problem animal control. The Ministry of Tourism through Kenya Wildlife Service has staff in all the protected areas and over 156 stations and substations outside parks and reserves. Staff in these areas are responsible for coordinating management of wildlife coexistence and outside the designated parks and reserves. Considering that the country is very expansive, areas that are out of reach by the established stations and outposts are served by what we call mobile problem animal control teams deployed to deal with upsurge in conflict in specific areas. Number 2, we are collaborating with stakeholders to control in problem animal control operations such as wildlife drives to ensure limit wildlife encroachment into human settlement areas is managed. Number 3, we are carrying out what we call wildlife drive operations within the affected areas. And number 4, we are installing what you're calling wildlife barriers. These include fences and also solar-powered fences and lighting. Number 4, we are carrying out education and awareness creation. And so we're doing this continuously with the public and communities, assisted also by the Ministry of Interior, working together with the chiefs and the assistant chiefs and the village elders. Number 5, we have established, we are in the process of establishing community conservancies. KWS has collaborated with conservation partners in the establishment of 215 conservancies in the country. These conservancies have a staff establishment that also assist us in managing wildlife outside the designated protected areas. Some of the partners also collaborate with us in driving out the animals from the people spaces. Number 6, we are providing water as a mitigation measure in the parks and in the reserves. Number 7, we have the problematic wildlife capture entrance location. Kenya Wildlife has a fully fledged veterinary and capture unit that provides veterinary interventions for wildlife in distress as well as aid in the management of problematic animal species through capture and translocation, among other strategies. We also use of technology. The ministry and its sagas, specifically KWS and Wildlife Research Training Institute, has embraced technology in the management of wildlife. The latest satellite-linked GPRS collars are fitted on identified animals to monitor movement and activities. And finally, we are also carrying out payment of compensation claims. The ministry has been paying out compensation, and during this during financial year 2022-2023, we have already received 958 million to pay compensation from affected communities and individuals. This year we've also budgeted 1.1 billion that we will be compensating the families and the communities affected. We are also pursuing to pilot an insurance scheme that will see our claims paid in due time or real time without delays. But we are also coming up with long-term measures, specifically asking ourselves what are the root causes of this human-wildlife conflict, And therefore, to address the problem of human-wildlife conflict, the ministry has formed a working group based on the four thematic areas identified as root causes of human-wildlife conflicts. And these are in the area of land registration and titling to correct the land use issues causing human-wildlife conflict. Number two, we are also carrying out the restoration and regeneration of degraded habitats to restore wildlife corridors and dispersal areas. Number three, we want to improve community livelihoods through benefit sharing and anchor wildlife sector economy. And finally, we're pursuing carbon and biodiversity credit and financing to support financing of conservation initiatives. Honorable Speaker, on question Roman number 2, I would love to respond as follows. The ministry through Kenya Wildlife is committed to significantly reducing the cases of human-wildlife conflicts in Mwingi Central constituency, and has been working together with other stakeholders to manage conflicts. So far, the following measures have been undertaken to minimize conflicts in this area. One, Kenya Wildlife Services as a problem management outpost at Mwingi that is fully equipped with well-trained staff to respond to conflicts within the area, covering Ukasi, Musovo, Kiwansa, Miyuni, and Sosoma areas. The mobile team from Mwingi Station covering these villages has 6 staff and 1 land cruiser designated for problem animal management. And number 2, to beef up the team in the area, the Mwingi problem animal management team is currently deployed within the region to handle all the racing conflicts from Ukasi, Musovo, Kiwansa, Miyuni, Sosoma, and other areas in that region. And number 3, in addition, KWS has activated other stations close to Mwingi and in environs that work together in the affected areas to control the human-wildlife conflict cases within this region. These are Garissa Station, Mutomo Station, Meru Station, and as well as staff at Kora National Park. Finally, in the last few months, the Service Rabbit Response Team, dubbed as Problem Animal Management Unit, was deployed and pitched tents in the region from December 2022 up to the end of January 2023, when the team was withdrawn after the elephant threats were managed. Fourthly, the frequent sightings of elephants in the area prompted KWS within the month of December 2022 to undertake what we call aerial rescue that resulted to identification of areas affected and the corralling of elephants for monitoring. Also continuous awareness creation in collaboration with stakeholders. I personally visited the area of Musofo together with the member of parliament of this area and also Whiter area twice in this year in March and May. On the question Roman number 3, my response is like as follows, Honorable Speaker. The ministry has not undertaken a definite audit or investigation of the human-wildlife conflict, particularly those resulting from elephant damages. However, the ministry does a replica of the audit by recording various all instances and updates in its KWS database, and the data is kept by the ministry at KWS as CTREP, what we call situational reports. Honorable Speaker, just to finalize on that question, I would also want to inform you, Honorable Speaker, that I have a summary of human-wildlife conflicts in the entire county of Kitui from 2017 to 2023 as asked by the Honorable Member. And in total, we have 7 deaths and 103 human injury, 58 human threat, 155 crop destruction, predation of 155, and property damage of 2. On Roman 4, and the final question, Section 25 of Wildlife Conservation Management Act of 2013 and the miscellaneous amendment to the Wildlife Conservation Management 2013 of January 2019 provides for compensation for personal injury or death or damage of property. The ministry will pay victims of human-wildlife conflict from Mwingi Central, especially Ukasi, Musovo, Kiwansa, Miuni, Sosoma, and Goane areas in Kitui County, alongside other areas in that county from July this year. And Your Excellency, we have allocated 52 million to be paid, and the payment started yesterday and today for this particular county. We'll have a small balance. Of 69 million, which will be paid for the years running from 2017 to 2023, with the 1.1 billion allocated for this year. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the CS for that answer, and also thank her for visiting my area. She is very conversant with that area. But Mr. Speaker, sir, there are areas which I require further clarifications. Number one is she has talked about fencing so that she separates the human settlements from the animals, from the wildlife. What are the timelines for that fencing, and is there a budget? That's number one. Number two, she has also spoken about they have compensated some people, and the compensation is also ongoing. Is it possible, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the CS to provide me with a list of those who have been paid, and those who will be paid, and those who will be remaining, so that we are in the loop of what is going on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will respond quickly. As per the fencing, we have allocated 50 million from the Tourism Promotion Fund last month, and this money had not been dispensed because we needed to sit down with the county government. As you are aware, we are in charge of the national parks. However, the county governments are in charge of the national resource. And therefore, we had a sitting last 3 weeks with the deputy governor of the county, and we have agreed that this fencing should commence immediately. On the timelines, of course, we are waiting for the county government, and we've already finalized, so any time from now, we will be commencing the fencing in Kitui South and Mwingi North National Reserves. On the compensation list, I will be glad to furnish you with the compensation list that we are already progressing with paying, but also I'll be glad to also furnish you with the list of all the cases in Kitui County that we will be paying in the next 1 year. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Kiborek. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is, I have 2 sets of questions to the CS.
One, a joyrider, you ask only one.
One, but it's a joint question. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have elephants which has been terrorizing our people inside of Kabuswa, Kiribot, from Ochongoi Forest. We have tried to erect fence with KWS, but in between they stop without finishing the fence. What plan do they have in finishing the fencing so that my people can go back to farming? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, with due respect, Lake Bogoria National Reserve, Our people are evicted from the land for the National Reserve. Do they have any plan of compensating our people who are evicted? And Mr. Speaker, Kawanjiko should not laugh because the only wildlife he has is bedbugs and other small animals in his place, as we have serious problem of wildlife conflicts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Minister. There are so many questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will respond quickly and say that we are compiling a list of all the areas within the national parks and also within the corridors where the wildlife are encroaching into people's space, so that we can finalize on the fencing. And so we have a priority list that will be settled in September. And so I will give a definite answer on this particular phase. On compensation, Honorable Speaker, I would ask that you allow me time to go and evaluate and sit down and see where we are in terms of progressing in this agenda. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Igembe North. Honorable members, I know all those hands are about conflict between humans, Goja, Igembe North, and wildlife. So, as the Minister continues answering the questions, one or two of you will be joyriding and asking, but we can't give all of you on one question. Yes, Kareke, what is it? Hold on, member for Igembe North. Give the mic to Kareke Mbuki.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with you that most of all these questions are to do with the human-wildlife conflict. They are almost 10 in number. Although they are area-specific, Mr. Speaker, I would really request that the Cabinet Secretary, we can be able to, all the questions can be asked at the same time, they can be consolidated, then the Cabinet Secretary can be able to respond to the same. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the committee is coming up with an inquiry on matters to do with human-wildlife conflict, whereby we are going to engage all the members who have issues to do with human-wildlife conflict, so that we can now be able to have a joint session with the Cabinet Secretary, together with all the area members of Parliament who are from the affected areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's see how far we can go. Yes, Minister. Member for Igembe North, can you ask your question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to ask the question number 11 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the details on the measures being taken by the government to restrain the marauding elephants in Igembe North from attacking locals and destroying crops and property? The state-owned residents who have incurred losses arising from the destruction of property and the crops caused by elephants between January and February 2023 will be compensated, particularly residents of Malaene, Ginyo, Ndomi Barikoi, Kuka, and the lower villages of Ndoleli and Amwadi ones in Mutuati sub-county, the Igembe North constituency. 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the long-term measures the government is taking to address the recurring menace of human-wildlife conflict in the Igembe North constituency?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will just summarize, because some of the strategies that we are taking I have already alluded to in the first question. But my ministry has undertaken the following measures to ensure that the people of Igembe North are safe from elephants. 1, sensitizing meetings have been carried in Lieni, Mutuati, Ginyo, and Kabachi. 2, we are also collaborating with stakeholders, as I have said before, and we are driving using both patrols and also helicopters. Number 3, we have worked closely with the county government and the county administration in the area to ensure that within the months of January 2023 to date, KWS has responded to 182 instances of human-wildlife conflict in Igebe North. And finally, the ministry has upgraded the 6-kilometer of Meru Park fence along the west side bordering Mutuati sub-county to a double fence which elephants cannot easily cross, hence minimizing the interactions between people and wildlife. I have given all the cases, the 82 cases, and I will be glad to provide to the Member of Parliament. On question 2, the ministry will pay for the loss of lives and injuries caused by elephants, particularly from Malieni and Guinea areas between January 2023 and February. As you've heard, in the compensation that is ongoing, that we have just released in this month of 958, we're covering from 2014 to 2018, and therefore this particular compensation we will be compensated with our allocation that is in our budget for financial year 2023-2024. On that agenda, I would love to say that Meru, from the 958, will be receiving 50 million, and a balance of 57 million to date will be cleared also within the 1.1 billion that is budgeted. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Toitumu, you are satisfied? Move to
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not satisfied because the answers provided by the Cabinet Secretary with a lot of humility and respect, they are a bit shallow and superficial. Because if I look at the answers provided, the minister is saying that he has worked out with his officers to provide the sensitization meetings for the community and also to teach them on wildlife behaviors and advise them on appropriate mitigation measures. I would like to say that the people of Igebe are farmers. They are not wandens. What have they to do with wildlife behavior? If a raw animal goes into their farm, destroys crops, if you teach them about the behavior of elephants, how would they benefit out of it? That's a question provided by the minister. 2, I've seen that they have been using shoppers and other things to drive away the animals. And she has provided a comprehensive list, and I want to thank her for that, of 182 families whereby their land was destroyed. She has not provided the amount. For example, already they have given the acreage, the type of crops that were grown, but out of the report, you cannot tell what amount they will be paid. Again, we have heard that Meru has been given 57 million, of which 6 million has already been allocated and a balance of 57 million. I'm not asking this question on behalf of Meru, but the residents of Igebe North whose farms were destroyed. Could the Cabinet Secretary scale it down and tell me how much money will be given the residents of Igebe whose crops were destroyed? 2, the county government of Meru. I've seen that the Cabinet Secretary has said that the ministry is working with the county government, particularly the administrators, the chiefs, and the assistant chiefs. These are not part of the county government, but under now in the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. How is the county government coming in here? So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that I should be provided with a lot.
Yes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On awareness, Honorable Speaker, I would say that why we are teaching on wildlife behavior is because the agenda we are talking here is destruction of crops and more so of wildlife, of life. And therefore, it is very important for the community, because they are coexisting, because of the proximity to the national park, for them to be aware when this wildlife break out, how do they need to behave so that they do not cause more deaths. On January, on the compensation, there is a process that is taken. Immediately there's destruction of either the farm crops or even death. There is a process that has to start at the county level with our county compensation management team. And therefore, the first step is to fill the compensation form, which is then taken to the compensation committee, and from there it is upscaled to the ministry. And therefore, we are waiting for these particular claims for them to proceed to our office. On the allocation of the money I have just mentioned for Ikembe specific, in our calculation we had picked on the counties as overall, and therefore I will be willing to go into detail and get this information for Igembe so that you can be aware. I'll also be willing to give you the whole full report on the Meru County of all the cases from 2014 to 2022 that are being paid within this period of August 2023. Thank you, Your Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Wakili Mureo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. For me, I want to ask the Honorable Cabinet Secretary in charge of Wildlife and Tourism on whether, number one, she's aware whether the monkeys are part of the wildlife which for purposes of consideration in terms of human-wildlife conflict. Because in Gatanga constituency, monkeys, and we call them velvet monkeys, canadero, they are the cause of poverty and starvation, where those animals eat the food crops from maize to bananas, they eat the cash crops from coffee to avocados to macadamia, leaving the public in Gatanga constituency with devastation, starvation, and lack of income. What plans do you have as a ministry, number one, to eradicate those animals which are really destructive, and secondly, what plans does the ministry have for purposes of compensating those farmers who cannot be able to feed their children and they have been deprived of their incomes? Thank you very much.
Yes, Ruku.
Is a member of Gatanga Inonda, Mr. Speaker, to use a name which is a language which is unknown to this House. I don't know that language, whether it's a botanical name of the monkeys is describing. Is he known that to use unknown language in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Wakili.
Mr. Speaker, this House allows the use of even Latin words to describe the specific animal, or to make sure that they can be able to specify the animal. I use the word there because that's the word which this House will be able to understand that those animals are the ones who are causing devastation in Gatanga constituency. Therefore, the word was purely meant to make sure that my members can be able to know exactly which animal is that, because in the family of monkeys, there are so many. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Nganga Alice. Minister, you'll answer after that.
Give the mic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mine is also to add, the question is to add on what Honorable Muleu has talked about the monkeys. Because of Oldonyo Sabuk National Park, the monkeys, the women cannot even go to farm. They are too big for women. They even threaten them. When they carry their firewood on the back, they jump on their firewood because they want to intimidate the women. We are asking the minister, what do we do about it, the Oldonyo Sabuk National Park? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Waziri.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On monkeys and they are called favorites, you did. That's a language that to separate a number of them. I would love to say that I'm aware of the menace that the monkeys are causing, and one of the strategies that we have is to relocate. And we are working on a strategy currently because we have Nairobi National Park that has two ecosystems of environment, the forest and the savanna. We are rethinking of relocating this, not particularly to Nairobi, but that is one of the pointers of the parks that we might relocate. And number three, whether they will be compensated according to the World Wildlife Conservation Management Act and the particular schedule on compensation. These particular monkeys are not in the schedule for compensation, and therefore it is one of the roles of this house. If you will find it worthy to review, we will be willing to compensate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, are you sure you are going to relocate monkeys from Katanga to Nairobi? What mechanism are you going to employ?
Honorable Speaker, one of the mandates is to relocate problematic wildlife species from whichever corner of the country. And therefore, it is the duty of my ministry and KWS to rethink and think widely as we work with our donors and also partners to see where to relocate them. That is a discussion that we have already started, and we are working on a strategy.
Yes, member for Dagoret South.
Mr. Speaker, now we are a bit concerned as members of parliament representing Nairobi. First, these animals are being described as problematic. Then they are being offloaded to Nairobi city, a city that is already suffering from problems of neighboring parks. The parks that we have already are not very well fenced. Mr. Speaker, you know of situations where lions have been straying into South Sea Estate. Lions have been straying onto Mombasa Road. Already dealing with the lions is an issue. Now the Veros coming from Gatanga and being relocated to Nairobi is now complexing the matter even worse. I am yet to understand how these Veros will be dealt with by being transferred to Nairobi. Nairobi is not ready to receive problematic Veros.
Yes, Elisha. Minister. Elisha Odhiambo.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Just an advisory. We have the issue of monkeys in game because we have our forest cover is very high, about 85%. My advice to my constituents and to recruit one individual, just paint it red, all the monkeys will run away. You paint one monkey red, the other monkeys will think that's a shutter and they run away. They go to a town where there is no forest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Alice Nganga, what is the problem?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought the minister would tell us that they are going to add more wardeners to take care of those monkeys, rather than saying we are going to relocate the monkeys to Nairobi, because monkeys are all over. By the time we are saying we are relocating them, and I don't know how we are going to relocate them because they jump from one tree to the other. So it will be very hard and weird to relocate them to Nairobi, but they can add more wardeners who can help the monkeys from now invading where farmers are or where there is human the virus, yeah, where humans live. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Elachi, Minister, you are inviting a lot of...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to echo that one, even as we speak of relocating monkeys, don't forget they're already on the houses of people within Nairobi, within Lavington, within Karen, all over. So the best we can be saying is how do we create awareness to the people, to the neighborhoods that live with these monkeys, be able to understand where there is any sickness, be able to understand how to live with the children around there, and if anything happens, will the ministry be there to support those neighborhoods, or will we end up again finding ourselves with challenges? So I think the most important thing is how do you create awareness to live with humans and animals together? Minister, because we've also encroached in their space.
Minister, you can see Nairobi people don't want you to bring monkeys to Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to start by saying all wildlife in Kenya is an inheritance of the people of Kenya, and the government of Kenya manages on behalf of the people. With that, I would love to say also the KWS is trained in this agenda, and that's why they spend a lot of years in Manyani in terms of dirty of these animals. They use different techniques. But also allow me to say that it is true that the people of Nairobi do not want monkeys around. However, we are not saying, and in my statement I said, we are only trying to see where we can relocate these. But there are so many underlying things that we check. One of it being, when we call them problematic animals, it is not because they are problematic in the space of the farms and the maize and everything else. But when they come to an ecosystem that we will have done survey with Wildlife Research Training Institute, which the government of Kenya pays a lot of money. For that they can do research to know, because Honorable Speaker, a time is coming when we have a lot of probably not monkeys but even elephants. So we need to come up with a strategy, and this is exactly what we are doing to make sure that the numbers are balanced in terms of the ecosystem carrying capacity. But I hear, and I will be also pursuing public participation so that I don't go against the will of the people of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Mogaka.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like the debate about monkeys, and they are also equally a menace in Kisii, which in Gusii region, which is a tea growing area. But I want to add to the minister's menu the menace of squirrels. Squirrels, the botanical name of squirrels is Evirongo, and the botanical name. And even the English people in that region, Gusii, there is a region actually which has been called Virongo in Kisii County to forewarn the Gusii farmers that these Virongo are a menace. And I'm asking the minister, is these squirrels part of the wildlife? And if so, because they have made our farmers stop growing potatoes, they are destroying maize. Are they among the animals that are supposed to be under wildlife? And therefore, I have not seen Gusii region included in the list of compensation, and therefore, is this a clear discrimination? When are we going to see Gusii people being compensated for the destruction by these squirrels? Otherwise, again, we will be protesting, saying the ministry is discriminating against us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In the third schedule, squirrels are not in the third schedule for compensation. and therefore it will not be possible for compensation unless this House refuse with the need to see it worthy to be in the schedule. However, it is the duty of my ministry to ensure that there is a good coexistence between the wildlife and the people. And therefore, we are coming up with what we are calling the wildlife economy, where we are pursuing matters of looking at some of the wildlife that are not in these schedules and they are causing menace, to see how we can come up with strategies that we can develop wildlife economy from them, and probably extending to tourism, attraction bit of it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We'll go to Minister. Will jump question 218 and 226. There's a special request from Honorable Martin Owino. He has something to attend to. So you can answer question 227 of 2023. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. CS, I rise to ask question number 227. Can the CS state the amount of money that the ministry allocated to the Kenya Wildlife Service towards the maintenance of Kadio, Kodumba, Mirogi Road? Question number 2, can the CS provide information related to the tender and the eventual contractor who was awarded the tender to maintain the said road? Number 3, very important, can the CS explain why contractor was fully paid despite carrying out poor maintenance work on the same road?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On my response, the budget allocated for maintenance of this particular road was 37,783,637.65. The road is being maintained under the 1% road maintenance levy fund, and savings accrued after the procurement of the roads works under 2021-2022 financial year. I have also attached a copy of approved work plan for 2021-2022 and the budget for the particular road. On question number 2, the tender for maintenance of this road was procured under competitive national open national tender, and the tender was advertised on 24th May 2021, and after evaluation of the same submitted bids, Miss Hedge Limited emerged successful and was awarded the tender on 27th July 2022. KWS entered into the contract with the bidder at a sum of 27,468,790 shillings and 20 cents against the budgeted amount of 37,783,637 shillings and 67 cents. The contractor agreement was signed on 7th September 2022 with the works commencing on 23rd September 2022. A copy is also attached. On the final question, the contractor has not been fully paid. Kenya shillings 16,499,059 shillings and 20 cents has been paid for satisfactory works done, inspected and also accepted. The contract has an outstanding amount of 10,969,731 shillings. For the pending works, the contractor is yet to finish. I have also attached Annex 3 showing the payment voucher and also the certificate number 1 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, Speaker. The reason why I asked this, Speaker, which I need clarity from the CS, is that our fiduciary responsibility is to make sure the value of money is done and also wastages are prevented. Mr. Speaker, this is a 19 kilometers road. It's a security road for Ruma National Park. And immediately the contractor finished the work, the Constituency Roads Committee, which is my committee, went around and found 5 culverts, slight grading done, and spot maraming, which is dirt, muddy. And Mr. Speaker, we had to redo this again with Kera money. So what I want the CS to clarify, which did not come through answers, number 1, what was the scope of work done? Because I've gone through the annexes, I could not see anything on certificate of payment. Number 2, you are talking about the remaining work done on the allocation done on 21-22 fiscal year. What type of work is that to be paid again 10 million on top of 16 million? The last one, I asked Kera, does not know anything and have nothing to do with this road and the work which was done. My constituency roads committee is not involved in this. Who is it that inspected, and where is the inspection report that influenced the certificate of payment and the payment out? So those are missing completely in this, and I think there is a lot of wastages, and unless the CS comes clear with how this money is paid and where is this money which is still remaining outstanding to be paid to the contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On preventing wastages, we will be, as you see, this particular tenor was given some time back, 2021 to 2022, and therefore I'll be carrying out an inspection so that I can provide this particular document that the honorable member is asking, especially the scope of work that is missing, and also the inspection report. But as I have said, in terms of the retention money, we still have 10 million that was not paid. So I will be providing this House, Honorable Speaker, with extra information that has been requested on the floor of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That question is very simple. We'll leave it there. Next, we'll go to 218. Richard Clell, Bomet Central.
Thank you so much.
Paul Richard Makalimul, what is it?
Clarification, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. What I wanted to find out, you know, we have very many roads in the national parks and the national reserves. Does the ministry have done our capacity, or do they rely on the public works and roads for purposes of supervision and awarding the roads?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, the ministry has internal capacities. We have engineers and we have internal capacity. Thank you.
Richard Clell. Yes, member for Igembe North. Didn't we finish with your question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Answers provided to this House, Honorable Speaker, should be well thought out answers and comprehensive.
Of course.
One of the answers, and I'm seeking your indulgence, was that KWS has facilitated 182 claims from Igembe North and is submitted to the Tharaka-Nithi Community Wildlife Conservation and the compensation for fulfillment consideration within month of January and February. My question is, why was the compensation or maybe consideration taken to the Tharaka-Nithi when Igembe North is an independent entity?
Is that so, Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My apologies, it was Meru. Actually, I think it was typing error. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead and ask a question, Richard Clell. Just hold on, Clell again. Dr. Nyekal, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Honorable Minister is, are all constituencies with parks entitled to funds for road maintenance? Mr. Speaker, Seme has an island, Dere Island, which is a designated park with a road that leads there and is managed by KWS. I've never seen in the last 10 years any work done on that road. So has any money been allocated to Seme in the last 10 years? And if so, how was it managed?
Have you allocated any money?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We've not allocated any money to Seme in the last 10 years. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kilel.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time to ask the CS the following 3 questions. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the total amount of money received by the Tourism Promotion Fund as the proceeds realized under Section 3 of the Air Service Charge Act, Cap 475? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a comprehensive list of all the beneficiaries of the fund from the Tourism Promotion Fund, as well as the proportion of funds allocated to each beneficiary since its inception? Number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the manner in which the funds are managed by the board, including its evaluation?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On this particular fund, $33,932,506 equivalent to $4,411,225,078.05 was the collection from the International Departure Task. Also, $1,856,170,140 shillings and 61 cents was the collection from the domestic departure. And therefore, in total, 6,267,395,920 shillings and 66 cents was the total collection. On question number 2, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, the list of the beneficiaries of Tourism Promotion Fund from inception and the amounts allocated during the various financial years is as follows. In 2019 to 2020, all the way to 2020 and 2021 financial years, we allocated 300 million for revitalization and refurbishing of Nairobi National Park rehabilitation and upgrading of roads in the Nairobi National Park by Kenya Wildlife Service. Number 2, development of new tourism vision strategy 2021 by Tourism Research Institute costed 35 million. Number 3 was construction of Ronald Gala Utalii College by Tourism Fund allocated at 1.5 billion. And number 4 was mitigation and restoration of Safo National Park by Kenya Wildlife Service allocated at 30 million. In total, for the 2 financial years, we allocated 1.865 billion. In the financial year 2021-2022, we allocated 100 million for domestic tourism programs by Kenya Tourism Board. And number 2, we allocated establishment of tourism portal by State Department of Tourism at 25 million. Number 3, we allocated establishment of water farms, drilling of bores and dams, and provision of water in Safo by State Department of Wildlife at 199 million. Number 4 was the feasibility research on tourism crisis and resilient by Global Tourism Crisis and Resilience Center based at Kenyatta University at 9.2 million. And number 5 was development of wildlife research strategy 2021 by Wildlife Research and Training Institute allocated at 36 million. And finally, in that financial year, it was the extension development of Ukunda Airstrip Runway and apron extension works in Diani, Kwale County by Kenya Airports Authority at 173 million. In total, the financial year 2021 and 2022, we spent 542 million. In the financial year 2022 and 2023, classification and grading of Class A and B enterprises, these are hotels, by Tourism Regulatory Authority, we allocated 48 million, which have seen 9 counties star rated. Number 2 was the ongoing construction of the Ronald Gala Utalii College, where we've allocated 500 million. The refurbishment and renovation of WRTI, which is Wildlife Research Training Institute Sanctuary and Conference Facilities by WRTI at 59 million. We also allocated 43 million for evaluation and impact assessment of climate change on tourism in the country and design of appropriate climate response sustainable practices with minimum standards by the Tourism Research Institute. We also allocated rehabilitation of KICC our fountain, water fountain, and also SAFO Convention, SAFO all at 54 million. We also allocated refurbishment of KIC SAFO boardroom by Kenyatta International Convention Center at 245 million. And we also allocated equipment of the new international training kitchen at Utalii College that we will see the uptake of the students go up by 65% to a tune of 250 million. We also allocated Utamaduni Restaurant by Bomas of Kenya at 36 million. But I would want to report that this project will be reverted. The money will be reverted because that project has been stopped by a presidential directive on another building that is coming up. Digitization of cultural tourism products by Bomas of Kenya at 48 million. Construction of Kasala Gate East National Park by Kenya Wildlife at 41 million. Destination of PR and digital communication by Kenya Tourism Board at 100 million. Refurbishment of 10 guest houses and bandas at KWS Parks by Kenya Wildlife at 20 million. Automation, signage and construction of laboratories, PDW compliant toilets at Fort Jesus Heritage Site by National Museums of Kenya at 50 million. Construction of 5 PWDs compliant toilets at the national parks by Kenya Wildlife Service at 15 million. Provision of 5 permanent water source in the SAFO area, State Department at 100 million. Restoration of renovation of Nairobi Safari Walk by Kenya Wildlife at 50 million. Construction of perimeter wall around Wajir Museum, Obelition Block, Educational and Site Interpretation Center, as well as the exhibition development by the National Museum at 50 million. Establishment of Eros Museum in Nyandarua County as a result of presidential directive at 50 million. Establishment of Ushanga Mega Hall and its facilities in Narok County by the State Department of Culture at 41 million. Establishment of the safety and security fences in Safo National Park at the border of Kitui, the one that I alluded to in the Honorable Mulungi's presentation at 50 million. Establishment of safety and security fences in Abadeas National Park at the border of Raliak in Laikipia County by Kenya Wildlife Services at 50 million. The funding, the total funding for financial year 2022 and 2023 amounted to 2.009 billion. The grant total funding allocated in the project since inception is 4 billion and is 4.23 billion. And I have given a table, that table 3, that is showing all these projects and more details. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Tourism Promotion Regulations 2019 Section 14 Sabbatical 1 provides the establishment of an oversight board to oversee the management and administration of the funds. The Tourism Promotion Fund Oversight Board is comprised of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to tourism, who shall be the chairperson of the board, and in his or her absence, the Principal Secretary responsible for matters relating to tourism. We also have the Principal Secretary responsible for matters relating to tourism, the Principal Secretary responsible for matters relating to finance, the Principal Secretary responsible for matters related to culture and heritage, the Principal Secretary responsible for matters relating to wildlife, the Principal Secretary responsible for matters relating to internal security, the Principal Secretary responsible for matters relating to transport, and 2 persons of opposite gender appointed by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to tourism in accordance to Article 27 of our Constitution. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the Chief Executive Officer as the Secretary to the Board. Honorable Speaker, the functions of the Oversight Board are to advise the Cabinet Secretary, and in this matter, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, on the funding requirements of the fund. And number 2, to review and adopt the estimates of the annual revenue and expenditure of the fund and recommend them to the Cabinet Secretary, for the time being responsible for the matters relating to tourism, for concurrence in the allocation of the financial resources from the fund required by the tourism implementing agencies for the development, promotion, and branding to ensure that the annual estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fund include retention funds for the preceding financial year, which shall be reformed. Implementing agency annual programs are promoted for funding under this regulation, and to advise the Cabinet Secretary into the fund, and also to approve and review the investment of surplus funds from the fund, and also to advise the Cabinet Secretary, and for this matter, National Treasury, on any additional sources of the fund for the fund, and also to approve the financial statement prepared by the administrator of the fund before submission to Auditor General. And finally, Honorable Speaker, to approve the non-financial reports of the fund before submitting them to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for tourism onward transmission to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, you are satisfied? We got the next. Yes, Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Yes. Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the CS. She has elaborated on the allocations of funds from the ministry, and I have not had anything, any allocation to Mount Elgon National Park, which is very, very important park, Mr. Speaker. I just want to draw her attention on the same, because it has been one of the best area and area of attraction for both tourism, local tourism, and foreign tourism, Mount Elgon. She has not said anything about it, and I think maybe by omission. But let me just tell her that it has been one of the biggest attractions.
Ask her a question.
So the question is, do you have any allocation to Mount Elgon National Park, which is actually been destroyed by the locals clearing the forest, what have you. And, you know, it's now being forgotten. Can I get an answer on that? If there's nothing, I'll make an effort even to come to the office or the same. Right? Can I know that, please?
Irene Mayaka. Take the next question, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would also just like to ask the Cabinet Secretary to please explain to us the criteria that she uses to select an area that becomes a beneficiary. Because, Honorable Speaker, for us who come from the Omogusi community, we have one site that was declared a protected site and a national monument in the year 2020, which is the Manga Hills, and which has 3 very outstanding sites, historical sites for the people of Omogusi. But this site, since it was declared a national monument and gazetted subsequently, it has never received any funding, not even to fence the site, so that the people of Gusii can begin to enjoy the benefits that come with having a historical site in their land. So I'd just like to know the criteria that is used, and if they can take into consideration having the only historical site in the land of Omogusi to be declared and to be assisted to have the same benefit. I thank you.
Mama Zamzam. Yes.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi namuuliza waziri wa utalii, pale Mama Ngina Waterfront ni mahali ambapo wana Mombasa tumekuwa ni sehemu yetu ya kubarizi, ya kufanya mambo yetu ya culture, ya kukaribisha wageni. Kuna mwaka mlichukua mkaweza kutengeza sehemu ile, ikawa mmeka ile bodi ya kusimamia, na ikawa kuwa ikimalizika muiregeshe kwa county government na hata ile Fort Jesus. Lakini mpaka leo Mheshimiwa Waziri, watu wetu wanatozwa pesa nyingi sana pale kwenda kukutana, kwenda kufanya zile program zetu kama tamaduni, na uliandikiwa na governor barua kuwa yapasa uregeshe katika county government. Je, umepanga vipi kuhakikisha kuwa county ya Mombasa inaregeshewa ile Fort Jesus, sehemu ya watoto wa kuchezea mpira na kila kitu, na huku Mama Ngina Waterfront? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Mama Roeda.
Ingine. Asante. Asante Bwana Spika. Tumeona TPF zile pesa zilivyoelekezwa hii rasilimali kwa sehemu mbalimbali. Bwana Spika, nitakuwa na makosa nikisema Ministry of Tourism ndio imechangia pakubwa vita vya Al-Shabaab, inasaidia Al-Shabaab ili watupige Lamu na wapige Kenya nzima. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, ukiangalia hizo pesa nyingi zimepelekwa, ukiangalia barabara za Lamu ambayo Lamu East, Lamu Mashariki, kuna Dodori National Reserve, kuna Kiunga National Marine, kuna na Boni National Reserve. Hiyo yote imechukua karibu Lamu Mashariki yote. Na barabara mwisho ilivyotengenezwa ya KWS ni 1979. Kwa hivyo mimi nitakuwa na makosa nikisema hii Ministry of Tourism inasaidia Al-Shabaab ili ndio tupate utovu wa salama uendelee Lamu.
Yes, Honorable. Honorable Nyakundi. Yes, Nyakundi. Kitutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, the Cabinet Secretary, for the good presentation. But I wanted to ask, on the Tourism Promotion Fund, how is the board constituted? Secondly, I understand you're the chairman of the board and the PS is the secretary to the board. Who oversights the two of you? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not all those questions.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, the CS. There is an area called B2, and I did not hear you mentioning the fencing of B2, or do you intend to deploy wardens to protect animal-human conflicts? Thank you.
Nicholas? Let's have a lunch first before we come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the CS. In that spirit, I just want to ask about Kakamega Forest. I didn't hear exactly how much, but more importantly, how do we ensure we fence it now? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of promotion and tourism fund and facilities, can the CS just give us a few names of those counties that she said have benefited, those 3-star facilities that have been supported?
Thank you, Speaker.
Give the mic to Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to know and to ask the CS on the plans our ministry has for the Turkana South Game Reserve, which it has become hideout of the bandits who are terrorizing travelers from along Kitale-Lodwar Highway, and also affecting the life of the people living along that road at the place centers like Kainuk, Kakongu, Kalemurok, Kaftir, and the other centers along that area in my constituency. That is Lukwamozin, Lopi, Nakwakan, Karuko, Katamanak, Lokosmehori, Wilmwaikener, Nakukulas. All those areas have been affected by the bandits who are hailing from this national game reserve. So which plans does the ministry has for this game reserve, for these bandits to be moved out so that these people will not continue losing life, and also people losing their livestock, and people also become being displaced? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mama Kwale.
Basi asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nimuulize Mheshimiwa Waziri, nimesikia amesema kumetengwa pesa ya kukarabati uwanja wa ndege wa Ukunda, sehemu ambayo ina watalii wengi sana. Lakini nimuulize Mheshimiwa Waziri, unafahamu kuwa bado wananchi wale wanaotoka katika sehemu ile ambayo wamenyang'anywa uwanja ule bado hawajapata fidia yao, wananchi wa sehemu ya Mkwakwani, Ukunda. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Waziri. Let me take, all these are about equitable allocation of public resources.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll answer. I think I skipped one session. Probably I would have started by stating clearly what this fund is meant for, so that we can actually be aware what it can do and what it can't do. And I will just state very quickly on the purpose of the fund, so that we can clearly get what it funds. Number one, the objective and purposes of the fund shall be to provide funds to support development, promotion, and branding of tourism sector. Number two, without prejudice to the generality of paragraph 1 of this regulation, the fund shall provide for 1, financing development, promotion, and branding programs and initiatives in relation to tourism products, including tourism niche products and tourism events. Bar, financing, marketing, promotion, and branding of Kenya in specific local, regional, and international markets segments. C, financing tourism data capture, analysis, dissemination of the same and any other related research, which may include deployment of technology-based applications. And D, financing development of tourism facilities and establishments in areas where the private sector is unable and unwilling to develop, but with a high potential for tourism promotion and branding. And finally, co-financing of tourism development and promotion projects with the county governments on the basis of the agreed ratio of matching grants. And so I just wanted to elaborate that so that we can also answer the question of the criteria, because it came. This is the criteria that guides us, which project, which county to get, based on what the fund funds. On the question on the Elgon National Park, I want to say that I have good news on this one, that already we are considering, because there's a request from the Uganda side. They have already cleared all their trees, and Kenya is really doing well on our side. And so we are working with the government of Uganda, and we have agreed to begin projects in this Mount Elgon area. Criteria used, I think I've answered on that. Mama Ngina, according to Executive Order number 1, 2022, I think it was...
Minister, you say you have good news for Mount Elgon and you end up saying nothing about the news. What is the good news?
Honorable Speaker, I thought by stating that you are going to work together with the government of Uganda to put revenues, especially in the area of the restoration of that mountain. And number two, the good news from Uganda is that they brought it because they have already done a sanctuary in Uganda in the name and honor of our president for the climate summit. And that's why we had to take that project urgently for that honor. And number three, we've already been given a feasibility study for that area, and it is in our waiting list that will be discussed in September. On Mama Ngina Drive.
Yes, Mama Roida. Hold on, Waziri. What is your point of order? Give the mic to member for Lamu East. Lamu East. Yes, there you are.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister, I'm sure the minister is out of order by insinuating that Lamu East is not a tourism destination. When you mention about swimming lions, the swimming lions, you get them from the Dori National Park. If you maintain the roads from 1979, by today, so many tourists have wangekuwa wameenda huko.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to say that I have not even touched on the Lamu question. Kindly be patient, I'll be getting into that question. But then respond on Mama Ngina waterfront.
Yes, Honorable Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Give the mic to Mboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. The matter of Mount Elgon, which was quite expectant, the minister ended up talking about Uganda. Could the Honorable Speaker, Minister, indicate clearly what she has for Mount Elgon area, the good news, without Ugandan budgets? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To respond to that question, I've just stated what we have already discussed, but also I've finalized by saying that we've received a visibility study for that area that is waiting discussion in September. But also to put some light on this, also we are aware that forests are under the Ministry of Environment, and so we are working together. So there are matters that we may not go deeper as a Ministry of Tourism, but we are considering the feasibility study for the touristic attractions in that area. On Mama Ngina waterfront, it is true that I received a letter from the governor of the county government of Mombasa on this agenda, and I want to confirm that on the executive order number 1 of 2021, Mama Ngina was part of the executive mandate of my ministry. But on the revision of executive order number 1 of 2023, Mama Ngina was nowhere. And I have already written these 2 letters to the agency that generates the executive order, so that by the time I respond to the governor's letter, I already know whether it's under me or not. And so I have the 2 executive orders here, and I can furnish the member of parliament. So we are actually on top gear on that, as long as I will be answered from the side where it is rests today. On the Lamu Road, indeed, Lamu is is one of the potential attractive counties in terms of tourism, and I want to confirm that we are not the ministry that is contributing to Al-Shabaab in this area, and I want to comment that we will be considering this road here as long as it is within the national park, but any other road that is outside, we may not consider. But also remember, the roads in our national parks are not necessarily funded from this fund, because it doesn't do that. We fund our national roads, our roads in the national parks and reserves from the levy amount that comes from the Ministry of Transport. And so we will be considering this, and I want to assure Honorable Speaker, we are really working on this, and this week, actually this weekend, we are sending a team of all journalists to go and investigate the whole agenda of the attraction areas in Lamu, which we know is very rich, and I will be communicating to the House on that. How is the board?
Minister, why would you want to send journalists to Lamu when you have ministry officials? Or did we get you wrong? You said you are sending a team of journalists to Lamu. Why can't you send your own officers? I think that's what members...
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. We are sending the Kenya Tourism Board,
not
which is mandated, with marketing the destination Kenya to Africa and also to international, to the globe.
Yes, go ahead. Let her finish, then I'll give you.
On how the board is constituted and the oversight, I had already talked about that. I don't know whether, Honorable Speaker, I need to repeat on that. Maybe.
One member asked that there is a board where you, Minister, is the chair and your PS is the secretary. Who oversights you? Who was the member who
the minister?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, the regulation stipulates that I am the chairperson, but the PS is not the secretary. The secretary is the chief executive officer. However, when I am away, the principal secretary for matters regarding tourism sits on my behalf.
Okay. Have you answered all of those?
There's also a question on Kakamega Forest.
Yes.
We are working with the Ministry of Environment. As we are aware, forests are under Ministry of Environment. But from where I sit, I understand they are in progress of starting fencing of that forestry. And probably I can provide the information. I'm very aware because I was in Kakamega and I know that is happening. Counties star rated in the last we started with Embu County because it was earmarked for the celebration of Madaraka. And of course, we did Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Nakuru. We've done in total 9 counties. Probably I can check and I had written somewhere, but these are the ones that I can get for now. Embu, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Nakuru, Nyandarua is one of them. So I'll check for the other 3.
Ukunda Street?
Yes, that's where I'm coming, Ukunda Street. And Ukunda Street is before the Turkana game reserves. Probably if you will allow me to answer that. Plans?
Waluke, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the CS is a bit confused because she's mixing the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Roads and Tourism by saying that the levies will be gotten from the Ministry of Transport, which is wrong. She is misleading the House, Honorable Speaker, because it is from the Ministry of Roads. That is where the levies, fuel levies found.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kuuliza waziri, unasema kuwa Mama Ngina haiko chini yako na barua ulipewa mwezi wa 11 mwaka jana. Tumemaliza miezi 10 mpaka sasa. Haujajibu barua, bado unatafuta executive order. Nataka unaambie hii Mama Ngina wewe unavyoiona iko chini ya docket ya nani kama si ya tourism?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As I said before, my ministry is not mandated in terms of issuing executive order, and that's why I sought solution with the office that is mandated. I have written 2 letters and I've made an inquiry with the head of public service personally 3 times, and I'm still waiting for the response.
Okay. Yes, Bwana Simba, Bunge wa Changamwe. Give him the mic. You can't get him? You're giving to a wrong person. Clerk. What is happening? Can you put the nearest mic to where the member is? Because you are completely off the mark.
Okay, the close the side. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to request the CS to conduct a study about the 2 areas. One is Lamu and the other one is Mama Ngina. Mr. Speaker, you are aware when you travel, in areas like Germany, beaches like Mama Ngina would have actually provided a very important tourist attraction. So I think it is important for the CS to try to give the priority to areas where we can generate revenues for the ministry and even for the county. So for Lamu, Mr. Speaker, you can't say you're going to build only roads to the national parks. How do we access the national parks if we do not have better roads from the other side? So I think
Madam Waziri, we would like you to make thorough studies so that when you come to give answers here, you give answers which are satisfactory, to everybody. Otherwise, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just to finalize on the Mama Ngina agenda and probably what has been mentioned, we are already carrying a mapping of the touristic products in this country in the 47 counties. And therefore, this is a priority area, and so Mama Ngina is part of it, and Lamu. And so we are already doing this in connection and also in collaboration with the county governments, simply because tourism sector is devolved between the two levels of government, and therefore we have to work together. Again, if you look at the tourism attractions, they are either happening in a county or they are happening in a big one called Kenya. So there's no Kenya without the 47 counties, and so this will be considered. On the game, on the Turkana is also in the forefront of our mapping. And indeed, I want to say under this particular county, we've gotten a directive because there is a rebranding of this country to a home of human origins, which is found in Turkana. And therefore, we are doing a research in this area, and one of the earmarked projects and big projects indeed that will be taking place in this area is the Cradle of Man Science.
Minister, did you get the question that the member asked?
Yes.
You are saying totally different things, Minister. The member was asking you about a forest that he alleges is a hideout of bandits, and he wants to know whether you have any plan as a ministry to protect the forest, the wildlife from interfering with the residents of the area. Now you are talking of the Cradle of Man, which was not asked.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that correction. We're working together with the Minister of Environment as we know the forests are under environment. We are also working with the Ministry of Interior in this area. But again, under that agenda, where my ministry is directly working is in the areas of, as I had responded, in the preventive measures that involves driveways, that involves also provision of water, and that involves also collaboration with other development partners to ensure that we promote livelihoods in this area.
Next, Waluke. Yes, Mayaka, also a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I've been listening to the Cabinet CS answering the questions of all the other members except mine. I don't understand why.
Have you answered her question?
Sorry, my apologies, Honorable Speaker. I was actually progressing to answer all the questions. There are quite a number that are still remaining, and Fort Jesus is one of them. Fort Jesus is a national monument, and of course, in the time that we have the IGRTC intergovernmental committee that is working together in terms of the transfer of both museums and monuments, and therefore it cannot be transferred at this point to the county government of Mombasa. It's also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. On Ukunda community not compensated, as I said, we only indulged in funding this project because it promotes tourism, and therefore it is in the whole agenda. Ours was funding, and so the ministry that is mandated with the entire program is actually the Ministry of roads and transport, and therefore I will be talking to my colleague Murkomen just to find out where we are. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I've covered all the questions.
Irene Mayaka is alleging you haven't answered her question about some monument, was it? Yes. And Basil? Member for Yatta?
Yes.
Yes. There's a wildlife menace in Yatta. He's asking whether you are ready to fence off animals from the public.
Honorable Speaker, we will...
There's an area called B2.
We will be considering this and evaluating whether it falls within the criteria, and I will advise accordingly. Thank you.
Okay. Jen Kihara, what is it? You've kept on raising your hand. Give Jen the mic.
My question is similar, Mr. Speaker. I have not seen this yet, and I fought so hard to get her reinstated into the nomination list of CSs. I'm happy she's here. There are buffaloes who are menace in Hell's Gate Ward and Makwiny. And even taking kids to school, they have to be taken by their parents because of those animals. Does she consider fencing where these animals are in Naivasha? Naivasha is a tourist destination, so all the way from Hell's Gate up to Makwiny, we have a problem with the farmers, but, Mr. Speaker.
And Kajiado South? There you are.
Okay, thank you,
Speaker. You gave him and then snatched it. There you are.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. My question is very simple and very unique in nature. When we talk about the ministry itself, that is tourism, wildlife and culture, my constituency, or my constituents, that is Kajiado South, happen to have the three of them. We have tourism, in terms of Amboseli, game reserve, Savo National Park.
Question.
So the question is, there have been increase of human-wildlife conflict in all even the TVs in the country. Every weekend, or maybe in a span of 2 weeks, there have been people who have been killed by the wildlife, and the wildlife also have been killed also. So the question is, what is the government plan or the ministry plan in ensuring that this issue cannot continue again? Because of my community, if at all the government doesn't respond, they will respond by themselves. We have been talking positive, trying to convince them every time, but there is a perception, Mr. Speaker, that when an wildlife is killed or a lion is killed, we see 5 choppers coming to save a wildlife. But today, I have a lady, a mama, who has been destroyed from here down to her leg. She's in the ICU.
The Hansard will not be able to record.
The question is, she is in the ICU now, and I have not seen KWS, I have not seen the ministry. Any person going there to visit, I have been forced to go and do a visit. When it comes, Mr. Speaker, when you come to the fund, what is called emergency fund, there is no money at all to pick our people. There is no car like ambulance to pick our people. My people are asking this house, how can the minister go to respond today and be genuine to us that there is a plan of saving the Kenyan life, not only saving our wildlife. We contribute to tourism. We contribute to the economy of this country as the Maasai, as the way other people are also contributing in the issue to do with the... My question is, for how long our people are going to lose their life and we are not getting anything? Our people are not being protected. For how long, Mr. Speaker, sir? Please, for how long?
Minister, for how long?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to believe that it will not be long because as a cabinet secretary, I've gone into checking what is the root cause. Because I am not happy when we lose life. I am not happy when our farms are destroyed, and we have to look at the root cause. And that's why we formed, under the directive of the president, the 4 thematic areas, where we are looking at the titling and looking at the corridors that are blocked and working with the communities so that we can resolve this matter once and for all. And so I want to assure that this is an agenda that is on top gear in my ministry. Again, Honorable Speaker, I visited the area and I think we had a commitment as a ministry with the community on the way forward, and I will make sure that we fulfill that. For Kajiado County, they will be benefiting, and indeed, I must say this is the most top county that is going to receive more compensation because of the many claims that have come from that county. 68,991,130. On manga question, we have already a proposal because it is an heritage site. We have a proposal that we have developed with the State Department of Heritage and Culture, and we will make sure that this is accomplished. On the buffaloes at Hell's Gate, we are using, and I think your specific question is on whether we are fencing. We will be evaluating Hell's Gate in terms of fencing. Not every national park can be fenced, but one of the good news that I have is that the Ministry of Tourism, especially the Kenya Wildlife, had very few rangers. We had a deficit of 1,500 and also I think 300 of cadets. And we have good news. We have been allowed by His Excellency to employ 1,500 rangers. And this will see some of these areas that we have had manis will actually beef up the manpower that is actually containing the elephants. But I want to commit, that is an area I will evaluate whether we can fence, because again, if it is connected to a corridor, you cannot fence.
Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Members, we must make progress. We have an important motion coming shortly.
Thank you.
I'm given to Aluke to ask question 226.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 226, 2023, to the Cabinet Secretary. Elaborate to the plans by the government to revamp the tourism sector within the Western Kenya tourism circuit, and explain the strategies aimed at promotion of growth advantage, culture and sports tourism in the circuit starting from this year. Especially, Madam CS, I don't know whether you remember that there are two crying stones. Two crying stones in...
Just read out your question.
Okay.
As it's framed on the order paper.
Okay, Honorable Speaker. State the amount of money that has been used in the promotion of the Western Kenya circuit as a tourist destination, and what incentive the ministry provides to encourage the local investors to venture into tourism related activities that the sector accounts to 10.4% of the country's gross domestic, that is GDP, and 5.5 formal employment, outline the measures that the government is undertaking to provide both sectors and accessible movement of tourism across the country and affordable accommodation and hotels, restaurants, and other social amenities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you very
Minister.
much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Western Kenya Tourism Circuit comprises of Kisii, Nyamira, Migori, Homa Bay, Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, Busia, Vihiga, and Bungoma counties. The plans that I have for this particular circuit is that we are already mapping of the touristic products and experiences in collaboration with the county government to identify and also document and package iconic and signature tourism products and experiences that will be marketed as a must-visit attraction. Number two, we are retraining and carrying out what we call refresher courses for hospitality services, specifically the hoteliers, providers in that region. And in particular, we trained 147 service providers in April 2023 at Kakamega Golf Club Hotel. Also, the ministry partnered with China Media Group to promote the circuit when I visited Rusinga Highlands and also the Fish Fiesta in Kisumu. To promote and develop also authentic cultural tourism products found in Western Circuit, the ministry is partnering with the county government and local communities for cultural festivals and events, and particularly, as I've mentioned, the Rusinga Kakamega Cultural Festival and also Fish Fiesta, I attended in person. And in the same agenda, we are also relooking into mapping of the bullfighting in the Western region. And number five, we are collaborating with the county governments in bidding and organizing for maize. Number six, to encourage more frequent travel, especially to underserved areas, by building youth-oriented travel operator incentive to develop and market a year-round and youth offering affordable, which we are saying including adventurous activities, affordable bus service, and budget accommodation. Number seven, we are increasing average spending per trip by launching dedicated marketing campaign to showcase bespoke low-season experiences and educating high-end travel agencies on the new experiences in the Western Circuit. And also, in the partnership with the respective counties, we are looking forward to developing waterfronts and cruise ship terminals in Kisumu, Homa Bay, and Busia to promote lake, beach, and cruise tourism within the circuit, and to counties bordering Lake Victoria, namely to the counties bordering Lake Victoria. On question number two, Honorable Speaker, as provided by the Tourism Act 2011, the government established the Tourism Police Unit in April 2007 as a law enforcement agency and to be deployed in popular tourist areas to ensure the safety and security of visitors. And Western Circuit, by the circuit of Ruma National Park, is one of the areas where we've deployed. The ministry, in collaboration also with the stakeholders, has continuously partnered with the National Police Service and the Tourism Police Unit to heighten and increase patrols and surveillance to all tourist destinations and attraction areas in the county to ensure safety and security of our visitors at all times. And number three, we're improving on the road infrastructure, including the major highways and access road, in collaboration with the Ministry of Roads to ensure smooth and safe transportation for tourists. We also partnering with county government also in this area of roads. The government has also invested in modernization and the expansion of airports such as Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi and Moi International Airport in Mombasa to enhance international domestic air connectivity. This alone opens every part of the country to be visited by the tourists that enter through these major airports. The ministry is in the process also of finalizing a memorandum with the National Police Service for establishment and operationalization of the Tourism Protection Service Agency, which has seen itself in the Executive Order number 1 of 2023 in my ministry. The ministry is also engaging the private tourism operators through structured roundtables, meetings to review their pricing, develop affordable tourism accommodation, and offer affordable packages, including investing in budget hotels, A&Bs, self-catering apartments, villas, homestead, and also local dishes, especially restaurants to serve tourists. The ministry finally, in this question, the ministry through tourism regulatory authorities undertaking the national classification and accreditation of all hotels, restaurants, and other social amenities to ensure all hospitality facilities are aligned with international standards, and this give a catalog of our tourists to choose. On question number 3, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, the following are some of the government initiatives lobbied by the ministry in consultation with the industry stakeholders to encourage local investors to venture into tourism-related businesses across the country. One is the duty exemption to all hoteliers and restaurants on imported items under the East Africa Community Customs Management Act 2004. And 2 is the duty exemption for tour funds for tourism transportation for tour operators, such as sighting buses, overland trucks, and 4x4 vehicles. 3 is the ministry offers tourism business investment advisory services, local investors on where to invest in resorts, ecologies, and other establishments in the county, including the protected areas cutting across all counties, including Western region. Concessionally loans are also given at a lower interest with longer repayment period of between 10 to 20 years, offered by the Kenya Development Corporation for development and renovations of the hotels, lodges, and restaurants related tourist facilities. Duty exemptions for tourism boats imported by licensed tour operators and ferry boats, parts and accessories, but not including batteries and sparkling plugs. Also, duty exemptions for refrigerated trucks and refrigerated trailers, which may be used by hoteliers for outside catering services. And finally, duty exemptions on water treatment affluent plants, which may be used by hoteliers recycling their used water. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Wambilianga. Well, look at you must have the first bite yourself. Do you have a supplementary?
No, sir. I'm a bit satisfied, Your Honor. Okay.
Wambilianga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is related to the tourism sites, especially within Bungoma County. I'm just doing an extension on your earlier answer, Madam CS. There's a time you just said here that you undertook to improve Meru County just because they were going to host the Madaraka Day celebrations. Bungoma is hosting, Embu is hosting Madaraka in the coming year. And we have sites which, as I speak, have never been improved, have never been visited. We have a place called Kongit in Mount Elgon. Kongit is an area where all elephants are bred, but nothing has been done to that region. Nothing has been put in place. We have caves again in Mount Elgon. These caves can be such good historical sites, which if we invited our guests to come and see, we would fetch some funds. But nothing has happened to this. We also have the crying stones, of which Mr. Honorable Waluke was trying to talk about. The 2 crying stones in Kakamega. These are historical sites, we just pass, see them, but no government has endeavored to actually do anything about them. And lastly, on hotels, you have mentioned on subsidies. Which subsidies are you talking about in particular? Because some of us are even hoteliers. Nothing has been done, no roads even leading to some of these resorts. Can you please be upstanding to answer those 2 questions? Thank you.
Yes, Mukame, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is very simple to the CS. I think I want to ask I know the CS is aware our currency is declining every day. Kenya shilling is declining, and because of the foreign exchange reserves. I want to ask the minister, what measures has she put in place to make sure that Kenya is marketed aggressively, so that we have a lot of, because there is a lot of decline in international tourists. What measures do the ministry have in order to attract more international tourists? Number 2.
Only one. Okay. Give the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for our CS, for the Ministry of Wildlife, and that the recent compensation that issued recently by KWS was from 2015 and before. My constituency, Kajiado East constituency, which is bordering Amboseli ecosystem, has had a lot of trouble lately with elephants killing a lot of my constituents, including the recent incident in Masimba town, where several people were killed. I am wondering whether the CS can answer to my people that when is the compensation coming for the year 2015 unto to date, because my people are still wondering when are they going to be compensated. And I'm also wondering whether the CS can shed light on conservation effort by the Ministry of Wildlife on schools in Kajiado East constituency, particularly in Kenya-Opoka, where a lot of this human-wildlife conflict is taking place, and whether the CS has a program on fencing local schools to prevent wildlife from hurting our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mukami, Rahab Mukami, Member for Nyeri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our CS, I want to know, how is Ushanga utilized? Who is responsible day running for operations, and how do we include other counties that are doing other cultural products like Ushanga? And how are you doing your marketing? Thank you.
Yes, member for Garissa, is it Garissa? Give the honorable member in front of Korere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister.
Sorry.
Yes. My question is, there has been mushrooming conservancies in the entire country. It started in Samburu, came to Garissa, came to Siolo, and now they're going towards Garissa. What are these conservancies? These conservancies do have their own game rangers, armed. So what I'm asking is, what are these conservancies? What is their role, and what is the role of the ministry on this matter? Thank you.
Yes, is that Akuja? Protas, Akuja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the CS has already said that Turkana County is the cradle of mankind and the home to the boy, to the Turkana boy. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, all the discoveries discovered in Turkana County
have been relocated elsewhere. And Honorable Speaker, this is really denying Turkana County towards the attraction and revenues that come with it. My question is, what plans do the minister has to build a museum in Turkana to restore all the discoveries that have been discovered in Turkana County so that the tourists can be able to visit them there? Thank you.
Minister, take one, Rindikiri.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Let's take one or two more. Members, after this, we'll go to the motion. I'll give you direction on the remaining questions. Rindikiri. There you are.
Thank you. I'd like to know from the CS that everywhere there is invasion of elephants from Isiolo and a part of Laikipia, in Kivima, Ruili, Walela, and Kiria locations in Bole constituency, and that everywhere there is a rising number of crimes, which to date, Mr. Speaker, from 2015, no claims have been settled for both crops and infrastructure. Thank you.
Sabina. Yes, Simba. Wacha Sabina aulize kwanza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, though my colleague from Turkana has talked about the cradle of mankind, mine is to ask about Mukuru wa Nyagadanga, which is located in Murang'a County, which is the origin of Agikuyu and Mumbi. And so, Mr. Speaker, I've not had any mention on their locations, and especially in my county, on that important historical site. That is a site that can attract many tourists, both locally and internationally, and due to its proximity to the city, to Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, I would like the CS to just highlight on what plans they have for Mukuru wa Nyagadanga in Murang'a County. And secondly, Mr. Speaker.
One only.
Okay.
Yes, member for Changamwe, what is agitating you? Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern for Waziri is one thing, Mr. Speaker. All over the world, where we have cities which are tourist attraction, you find the security there is very okay. When you travel to Turkey, for example, where we're moving around at night, you have no worries at all. But in Mombasa, for example, the menace of the street children is now alarming. What is the ministry doing to make sure the city is safe from the street children who are harassing even the local citizenry? And Fort Jesus is in Mombasa. It has been there for all these years. What is the ministry doing to ensure that the funds which are collected there also benefits the locals from Mombasa County? And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to advise, if you may allow me, Mr. Speaker, we would like to have a summary of all the questions which have actually been answered here by the ministers or respective ministers, so that we can follow up later on to see whether what they are promising is exactly what they are doing. So perhaps if you could guide this House, Mr. Speaker, to have all the responses that were given by the various ministries, we get summaries of them so that we can see whether they are fulfilling what they have actually pledged in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just give me 40 seconds. Number one, there was an establishment of... Mr. Speaker, sometimes back, there was UNESCO team that was sent to Baringo to establish what is called in that region, and becomes the third in Africa. How far is the process of establishing the GeoBank in Baringo? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, National Land Commission had actually made a ruling on Lake Abnorok National Reserve. and it is now the honors of the Ministry of Wildlife to ensure that implementation of the ruling of National Land Commission is done so that we stop human-wildlife conflict in Kapnorok and Rimoy reserves in the Kerio Valley, where I come from, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Minister, snakes are part of the wildlife that is under your control. What exactly are you doing to ensure that those serpents are actually controlled and do not hurt human beings? And what is the level of compensation you've set aside in respect of snake bites, especially in the Raka constituency, which borders Kitui, where snakes are rampant?
I'm not giving you to ask your question. We have not reached it yet. If you have a supplementary ask, if you want to go to your question, it will come later. Take your seat. Kombe.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kumekuwa na kuhitilafiana kwingi baina ya binadamu na wanyamapori. Swali langu kwa waziri, kuna mipango gani kuhakikisha wanyama hawaingii kwa mashamba ya jamii katika tarafa ya Chakama na Sabaki?
Thank you. Chepalungu. Is it Chepalungu?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to inform the CS.
You are to ask questions, not to inform. Ask your question.
Yes, and as I ask the question, I just want to let her know that my constituency actually borders Masai Mara to the south. And as we speak today, there is a young boy by the name Brian from Kobalua Primary School who is being buried because he was stepped on by an elephant. Madam CS, what plans do you have for such incidences, and what are you going to do so as to compensate the families? Thank you.
Okay, last member for Dagoretti. We must bring this to a closure today. There will be another round.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going back to the same question, but now since she talked about the Western Circuit, I want to ask the minister. She stated that she has different 3-stars or facilities that have been supported. Is there any in the Western Circuit that have benefited, and can she name them for us? And also, by branding Kenya, can she tell us how many tourists have now come into this country since the year started, Mr. Speaker?
Lastly, Kabisa Bensouda, you have been raising your hand the whole afternoon.
Thank you so much. To the CS, I would like to understand what policy guideline you have for the local tourism, because the focus is on national parks. Yet, we know this one also will serve mostly international or regional tourism in terms of revenue generation. How do ourselves gain? For example, I'm standing on behalf of Homa Bay County. Around Karachuonyo, we have Simbi Nyaima. And therefore, we have even the ostrich birds around a place called Ondago. So we know that rumor has been dead, but because of the women leadership, it is now up. What plan do we have in ensuring that the youth empowerment is also taken care of in the industry of tourism? Lastly is on education.
One at a time, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On the Western Circuit, in terms of the plans that we have, and Honorable Member has cited quite a number of the touristic attractions in that area, including the crying stones. We are already mapping that area, and beyond, together with the county government of Kakamega, and once we map, we will then package this touristic attraction and then, of course, market, because that is a mandate of the ministry. It is true that the currency is declining, and we've embraced a new strategy in marketing. We've realized that the traditional marketing is important, but when you look at the next traveler of this generation, it is a young person, and that's why we've embraced digital marketing, as much as we are also doing minimally the traditional marketing of campaigns and road shows. We are also using what we are calling the tourist ambassadors, and we've actually picked on our very own in this country, the students at the university, and you saw that at KICC the other day when we unveiled them. But we are also doing what we call the executive marketing, where we are using our own leaders to market this country and destination. And we have categories from the president to all the leaders elected, including us here, and we will be, of course, working on that. And finally, we are also ensuring that we partner with media houses within the country and outside the country, and that's why you heard I've already partnered with the China media group so that they can begin harnessing the many tourists, 1.4 million population in China, and we see how much we can actually get from there. Masimba killing, and why we have not been compensated, we have, as you've heard me say before, we are already compensating claims dated 2014, not even 2015. And actually, I might say also, there are claims that have no years, amounting to 39 to 326 million. We've also cleared those ones, so we are clearing claims from 2014 to 2018, but we have also given favor to the claims on death and extended to 2019 with the 959 million that we had and that we are dispensing, that we have dispensed yesterday and today. Also, we are planning to continue compensating with the 1.1 billion that is already in this financial year. And finally, we are also piloting the whole agenda of insurance, because we know this is a pain point where people have to wait for more than even 10 years. We are piloting to see whether we can have insurance that can cater and pay these people immediately. But also on the compensation agenda, we have been using banks' accounts. We are also pursuing for smaller amounts to see whether we can pay through M-Pesa and directly to the beneficiaries. How is the Ushanga utilized? We piloted with 9 counties, but now because of the need to expand, we are in the process of expanding to other counties. Of course, by tires, because of the funding, and 9. And how it is managed, it is still under the it is still under the State Department of Heritage. It is not yet a saga, and so it is being managed as a directorate under the State Department of Culture. Of course, we are in the process of working towards making it a saga. Mushrooming conservancies in our country. And what role? Conservancies are an important player in conservation. They provide extra space for wildlife, especially within the corridors and dispersal areas, providing what we call the buffer zones to parks and also to reserves. Security is also regulated and supported by the National Park mostly. They are registered under the Kenya Wildlife Conservancies Association, which works closely with Kenya Wildlife Services and the ministry. And therefore, they are really helping us a lot. And I know the pain point in this agenda is because of most of the conservancies had been run by the white people. We're going now, the conservancies that are coming up, we are encouraging the local communities who have actually donated their land for that purpose to be the frontliners and owners of these conservancies so that they can benefit. Turkana, we are actually developing what we are calling Turkana Science Park, and it will be a very huge strategic project to position Turkana region for tourism. And again, as you have said, it is the cradle of mankind. And allow me to say, the Turkana boy is safeguarded at the National Museums of Kenya. He has not been taken away. He is only safeguarded because he is a national heritage, and we are envisioning when we do the Turkana, we'll have a replica just the way we have had a practice in this area internationally and also within the country. Isiolo, Kidhima, Kirikwe locations, compensations, as I have just said, we are currently compensating 2014 and all the holder claims before 2014. Actually, we are clearing all of them, but we are compensating 2014 to 2018 for normal claims, but for death extending to 2019. And therefore, I will be glad to give the Meru County claims that are being paid currently to a tune of, I'll be giving you that immediately. And so we are already compensating, and the rest of the claims remaining, we will compensate under the budgeted amount of 1.1 billion for this year. And going forward, as I have said, we are looking into insurance so that we can actually eradicate this pain weight of Meru is going to get 50,687,990 shillings and 60 cents. Security menace of street children, we are working with the Ministry of Labor, as this squarely is domiciled under Labor, and also the Ministry of Interior in terms of security. Baringo Geopark, we have already worked with the county government, and I personally was there. I launched it, and we have already filled all the forms that are required. We are waiting for UNESCO to clear us and give us the certificate for the geopark. Snake bites. Honorable Speaker, I know snake bites, there was a review in 2019 which removed snake bites under the schedule, but I want to say that we have already claims that have been existing before that time, and we have cleared all of them. In fact, it is part of the 326 million that we have cleared of other claims. So that information to all the members, so that you are aware of what is happening in your county and in your particular constituency. Also in the area of what we need to do, we are pursuing wildlife economy, where we are now coming with snake sanctuaries that can attract tourists, and actually from there, because we will be working with the county governments, the money coming out of there, we can quickly reorganize ourselves and even begin, compensating for the sake of the monies that will come from the snakes themselves. Masai Mara boy stepped by elephant compensation will be done, as I have elaborated, and so I know this is a new case, and so we will be taking into consideration, and of course the reporting process is already happening, and so you will be compensated. Western counties, star rating of the hotels, and you haven't had any. We've just begun the star rating. Honorable Speaker, when I assumed into this seat, actually the ministry had not done it for 7 years and didn't have a committee. So my first agenda was to constitute a committee for star rating, which I did in December, and that's why it has begun. And we have a schedule for all the counties in our country. And so we will be star-rating the western area. Finally, the plans that we have for local tourism, we're already doing what we call Mutembei Kenya as a promotional campaign for our own country. We're also encouraging, and that's why we began using the young ambassadors in this country so that they can promote. We are also partnering with the local medias. And Honorable Speaker, I want to be clear here. The future of the media is going also to the radio stations. And so we are partnering so that that local mwananchi in the village can also understand what is happening, because these attractions are within the localities and in our villages. We are also empowering the youth, and we have an investment plan for the youth themselves, and that's why we are saying the youth can take some of these investments that do not cost alarm for much money. And therefore we are already organizing for an investment forum, and actually there's one that is already on the way for the investment in our in the wildlife area, and so we will be sharing this. So we have plans for the youth empowerment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, we'll stop you there. You have 7 questions unanswered. When we started, if we had taken the direction I wanted, we would have actually finished. Because all these questions, honorable members, whether it's a question by Lenguris or by Faith Gitau or by Kasiwai or by Haro, they're all about human-wildlife conflict. So, Minister, go and compress the answers. Next Wednesday, you'll be back here. I'll give you 30 minutes to answer these questions before we go to the next minister who will be here.
Thank you,
It is about policy. Wildlife and human beings are in conflict everywhere. What are you doing to stop it? What are you doing to compensate those who are aggrieved? And so on and so forth. You've had the 10 of questions.
Thank you.
So we will be back on Wednesday and look at the remaining questions. And members, majority and minority leader, I also have noticed members who ask questions and before they're answered, they walk out of the chamber. Next time I'll stop ministers from answering those questions. I've seen about 4 or 5 members who ask questions. I think they're doing it for the camera, and then walk out immediately after asking their questions. Minister, you are released. You'll be back here on Wednesday. At the same time, we'll allocate you 30 minutes to 1 hour to finish the remaining questions, compress them and answer them as precisely and concisely as you possibly can. They're just about one thing: human-wildlife conflicts. Honorable members, we will now go to order number 11. Clerk.
Order number 11, motion, the establishment of the National Dialogue Committee.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this motion on order number 11, that aware that Article 1(1) of the Constitution provides that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. Further aware that Article 1(2) of the Constitution provides that the people of Kenya may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Conscious that Article 10 of the Constitution espouses the national values and principles of governance, which include the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people. Further conscious that Article 94 of the Constitution provides that Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation, represents the will of the people, and exercises their sovereignty. Recognizing that there is need to embrace consultation, dialogue, and consensus building as a way of
resolving issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Cognizant that despite the constitutional and legal reforms on the electoral processes and the electoral laws, after every election cycle there has been a mistrust of electoral outcomes, leaving the country divided. Further cognizant that efforts to enhance constitutionalism, the rule of law, and respect for human rights need to be promoted. Aware that there have been previous calls and attempts at building consensus on issues of concern to the people of Kenya through bipartisan engagements in Parliament, appreciating the need to establish an inclusive forum for dialogue, consultation, and consensus building in seeking to promote the peace, stability, and prosperity of the country, acknowledging that the majority party in Parliament and the minority party in Parliament have agreed to embrace dialogue through the establishment of a National Dialogue Committee to recommend a way forward on issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Now, therefore, the Houses of Parliament resolve as follows. 1, that the 2 Houses of Parliament establish a National Dialogue Committee consisting of 10 members to represent the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Kenya Kwanza, a coalition consisting of the majority party of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, and AZIMIO la Umoja, one Kenya coalition party, AZIMIO, a coalition forming the minority party of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. 2, that each coalition shall appoint 5 members to the National Dialogue Committee. 3, that the membership of the National Dialogue Committee shall be drawn from Parliament and outside Parliament. And 4, that the National Dialogue Committee shall comprise the following members to represent Kenya Kwanza. 1, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, Delegation Leader. 2, Governor Cecily Mbarire, Deputy Delegation Leader. 3, the Honorable Senator Aaron Cheruyot. 4, the Honorable Omar Hassan, Omar. And 5, the Honorable Catherine Wambilianga. 5, that the National Dialogue Committee shall comprise the following members to represent AZIMIO. 1, His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Delegation Leader. 2, the Honorable Pio Wandai, the Deputy Delegation Leader. 3, Honorable Amina Mnyazi. 4, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa. And 5, Honorable Senator Okongo Mugeni. 6, that the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee shall be to facilitate dialogue and consensus building and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya, to be framed by the National Dialogue Committee in line with the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Kenya, respecting the functional and institutional integrity of state organs. The Houses of Parliament notes that the technical teams representing Kenya Kwanza and AZIMIO shall support the National Dialogue Committee, that the technical team representing Kenya Kwanza shall comprise the following persons: Dr. Mudhomi Thiankolu, Dr. Linda Musumba, Dr. Duncan Ojwang, and Nick Biketi. That the technical team representing AZIMIO shall comprise the following persons: 1, the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, Professor Adams Olo, Abubakar Zain Abubakar, and Lynn Ngugi. That further the National Dialogue Committee shall be assisted by 2 officers designated as communication secretaries, one of whom shall be appointed by the leader of majority party and the other by the leader of minority party. The Houses of Parliament further resolve that the National Dialogue Committee shall formulate and adopt a framework agreement to guide the bipartisan talks. 12, that the National Dialogue Committee shall report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and AZIMIO coalitions within 60 days, and after that, submit its report to Parliament. 13, that in the execution of its mandate, the National Dialogue Committee may invite, engage with, and consider submissions from stakeholders, collate views from the public, and engage experts, professionals, and other technical resource persons as necessary. 14, that the National Dialogue Committee shall determine its own rules of procedure. And finally, 15, that the speakers and clerks of both Houses of Parliament shall provide Secretariat, and other necessary support to facilitate the work of the National Dialogue Committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I move on, Honorable Speaker, allow me just to mention a few things, and members will appreciate the need for this National Dialogue Committee. Honorable Speaker, the country and members are aware that this was a result of a meeting that His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, in his capacity as the 5th President of the Republic, held a meeting, a consultative meeting, with the leader of the AZIMIO One Kenya coalition, former Prime Minister, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, you know, there are very many sensitivities around titles. And I am used to being referred to as Kimani Ichung'wah without any titles. But for those who are sensitive, may I take it again, a meeting between the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, and the leader of AZIMIO One Kenya coalition, and our former Prime Minister, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. And I hear the Honorable Kainan telling me, AKA Baba. Honorable Speaker, these are two eminent leaders in our country. And the two eminent leaders met and agreed that there was need to dialogue as a people, as a country. Because even the Holy Book tells us that we should come together and reason together. And this is a call for Kenyans to come together and reason together. Honorable Speaker, this National Dialogue Committee has been established with the representation of Parliament, and by Parliament it means both houses of Parliament. That's why you see there are members from the National Assembly and members from the other house in the Senate, represented by Senator Aaron Cheruyot and Senator Okongo Mugeni. Honorable Speaker, the committee also has membership from outside Parliament, represented in the AZIMIO One Kenya coalition by His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who is the delegation leader, and the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa. On the AZIMIO side, the Honorable Cecily Mbarire, our deputy delegation leader from the Kenya Kwanza side, and the Honorable Senator Omar Hassan Omar, former Senator Mombasa, who are representing, who are our representatives outside of Parliament. The answer is not, Honorable Speaker, from the parliamentary and extra or outside parliamentary engagement in this process. But appreciating, Mr. Speaker, that whatever will be agreed on out of this dialogue endeavor will need to have legal anchorage, is what informed the National Dialogue Committee in our first and second meetings to agree by consensus that we needed a motion like this to give effect to that provision, that we have some legal anchorage, so that whatever we engage on during the dialogue process has a basis even to find itself either on the floor of this house or the other house, Honorable Speaker, should there be legal, not legal, legislative interventions, should there be constitutional interventions that are required, Honorable Speaker, we will need them to have some legal anchorage, and that is the whole essence of this motion. Honorable Speaker, allow me to disabuse a number of myths or misinformation that has been peddled by many people. One is that this is a dialogue process to engage with the minority or with the opposition with a view to getting them a foothold in the Kenya Kwanza government or in the Kenya Kwanza administration. Honorable Speaker, I am certain I speak for the Honorable Pio Andai and the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka as the delegation leaders and deputy delegation leaders of the AZIMIO One Kenya coalition. And indeed for the former Prime Minister, who is on record saying that he is not interested in either a handshake or what has been christened a nusu mkate government. And therefore, we must disabuse that notion that this dialogue process has anything to do with handshake, nusu mkate, or access to power by the minority in government. We want to entrench constitutionalism and the rule of law in our country, so that after every election, whoever wins an election is allowed to govern and govern in peace. Whoever loses an election knowing that there is tomorrow, and you will have another chance to fight. And you play your role in putting the government that is in office on its toes. And I am glad, Mr. Speaker, that today we have a president who has no problem with being held to account. We have a president who, through the memorandum that he sent to the speakers of the parliament last year, invited the House to consider amending our own standing orders, and we are just from that session, Honorable Speaker, where cabinet secretaries now appear on the floor of the House to answer to questions put to them by the people's representatives in line with the provisions of Article 1 of the Constitution, which is the opening or the preamble of this motion, that the people of Kenya can exercise their sovereignty either directly through their elected representatives or themselves directly. And it is that sovereignty that the people of Kenya are exercising through their elected representatives by holding cabinet secretaries to appear before the House and account. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that you noted there are members who are asking questions and walking out. And I want to plead that we do not use this question time or questions and statements time on Wednesdays to play to the gallery, but we utilize that time to hold the government to account, to ensure there is transparency in the conduct of business in government. There is accountability, Honorable Speaker, and we can hold those that we have charged with responsibilities in the executive to account for the time that they have been given to serve the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, that is the essence of this dialogue. We want to dialogue with our colleagues in the opposition for them to be able to take up their role as the minority in government, because they are also part of government but serving in the minority, to hold government to account, to join us as we offer meaningful oversight over government, Honorable Speaker. And as Parliament, and more so the National Assembly that is charged with a huge mandate and responsibility under Article 94 and 95 of the Constitution, including the budget making process, Honorable Speaker, we must then rise to the occasion to ensure that we don't just appropriate resources to government institutions, government ministries, departments, and agencies, but we also, as the National Assembly, offer meaningful oversight to ensure that we don't only speak about corruption, but this House, and allow me to repeat, this House, not any other House, this House that appropriates resources also holds people to account over the resources that have been charged to be under their responsibility and care, in trust on behalf of the people of Kenya, who are the owners of these resources, Honorable Speaker, that they pay through taxes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the second thing I would want to disabuse is the notion again that has been created that those in the minority are seeking through this dialogue process, Honorable Speaker, someone is whispering handshake. I don't know why people are over-obsessed with the handshake. And I said none other than the former Prime Minister has said he is not interested in a handshake. And I can confirm here, in the first meeting, the delegation leader from the AZIMIO and Kenya coalition came with a written speech, and I jokingly told him it is for the avoidance of doubts. He wanted to make sure that it is clear that the AZIMIO and Kenya coalition is not interested in a handshake. because we had also said from the Kenya Kwanza coalition that we have no space, we have no time for handshakes, nusu mkate, share of government. We want to ensure that we build a country where constitutionalism and the rule of law, respect for institutions that have been established under the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And I know there are issues, and if you read the motion, Honorable Speaker, we have left it to the National Dialogue Committee, after framing of the agenda items, Honorable Speaker, to agree on what the agenda items that we shall be dialoguing on are. Aware, Honorable Speaker, that there are 5 agenda items that we have a brief on. There are also another 4 or 5 agenda items that our colleagues from the AZIMIO coalition have brought on the table. And we have said it is time to listen to each other. It is time to listen to our colleagues on the views they have on the cost of living. As much as we firmly believe that it is the duty and responsibility of any administration anywhere in the world that is charged with governing a country to ensure that they formulate policies that will bring down the cost of living and make life bearable for the people that they are governing. But we also believe that it is the role of the minority, or those who are not in government, to make sure that those who are in government implement the policies that they sold to the people of that country. And in this case, the Kenya Kwanza administration went out, campaigned on the platform of the plan, or the manifesto that was christened the plan, that had policy propositions that government is implementing. Honorable Speaker, that does not mean that those in the minority have no say. In fact, in a constitutional democracy like ours, it is said the majority have their way and the minority have their say. And that is what we are saying. We are ready, we are willing to listen to our brothers and colleagues in the minority because they are Kenyans and they belong to this country. But we have also been firm that we cannot, as the people charged with the responsibility to govern, be forced to implement an agenda that was not sold to the people of Kenya by Kenya Kwanza. And therefore, we shall be framing the agenda items, Honorable Speaker, to agree to what extent do we listen to each other. It is not given that we will agree on all items, and we have said this in the dialogue committee, and my brother Honorable Pio will bear me witness. We shall agree. We are also bound to disagree on a few issues. But that should not give occasion to anybody in this country to ever instigate violence because people disagree. We must always seek to dialogue and agree to speak to each other. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I believe that we have all agreed as a nation, which was very important for us as we got into this dialogue process, is that never again in the history of this country, Honorable Speaker, shall we ever use violence to transact political engagements in our country. Never again. We should never use violence. Honorable Speaker, I was saying that is why we see in this motion, there is a mention on the respect not just to the rule of law, the Constitution, but also the promotion and respect to human rights. So that again, Honorable Speaker, we build a nation where there is respect, not just for the Constitution and the rule of law and institutions, Honorable Speaker, but also for human rights. That I must respect the rights of those in the minority just as I expect them to respect my rights. And that includes the rights to govern. And nobody should ever use violence to stop another person from peaceably governing the country. I want to believe beyond this dialogue process, whatever the outcome will be, we will have a better country. We have been charged with a huge responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to midwife the rebirth of our nation. Those who have been ahead of us, Honorable Speaker, played their role in the birth of the young Kenyan nation 60 years ago. 60 years after independence, it is us here today who are charged with that heavy responsibility to midwife the rebirth of our great nation, Kenya. I want to beg that we all join hands to midwife the rebirth of our nation, protect our democracy, and build a strong, united, and prosperous Kenya. With that, I beg to move and invite the Honorable Opio and I, the leader of minority, to second.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker. And I rise to second the motion. I can see the Honorable Chungwa's speech has elicited what would amount to standing ovation.
Order. Honorable Salasia, nowhere in the standing orders allows you to clap in the House. You know what to do when you want to appreciate what is being said. It excludes clapping.
I was saying that Honorable Chungwa's speech has elicited a standing ovation, in a sense. I could feel it. You know, times change, and this is very, very important for us as MPs to note. Mr. Speaker, let me just start by saying this. Of course, perhaps people would be asking themselves, why are we engaging in this debate this evening on the floor of this House? Let me remind my colleague, honorable members, that under Article 95 of the Constitution, this House has got three very key responsibilities. One of which, under Article 95(1), we represent the people of the constituencies. Under Article 95(2), we deliberate on and resolve issues of concern to those people. And under Article 95(3), we enact legislation. Honorable Speaker, the issues that are being canvassed, or the issues that will be canvassed at the National Dialogue Committee, are issues of concern to the people, who we represent under Article 95, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution. And it's also true, as has been eloquently put by Honorable Chungwa, that whatever comes out of those talks is likely to find its way to the floor of this House, in one form or another. And therefore we shall be enacting legislation with regard to the outcome of those talks. So, and therefore this House is in its right place to seize of this matter at this early stage. Honorable Speaker, it is a fact that elections were conducted in August 2022. Honorable Speaker, it's also a fact that nearly 1 year since then, the country is still gripped by a state of anxiety and unease. And yet we know that we need peace and stability, that peace and stability are a prerequisite to sustainable development. No investor, be it local or foreign, can comfortably invest their money in an environment of instability, in an environment of chaos, in an environment of anxiety, or in an environment which is unpredictable. And that's why it behoves all of us, whether you are in government or you are not in government, that we create a... We shall also recall the bipartisan spirit that guided the debate on the 2010 Constitution and its eventual enactment by this House and adoption by the people. And we can go on and on. That at such times, the only way out has been through bipartisan engagement and in a spirit of give and take. where no one claims to be right and no one is deemed to be wrong. And we can also talk about the IPBG of 1997. In 1997, when we had a crisis in this country, I remember very vividly, just a few months before elections of that year, during the clamor for no reforms, no election, it took the IPPG to midwife a settlement in the form of the constitution of the Electoral Commission then. Mr. Speaker, elections has proved to be one of the single largest causes of instability, not only in Africa, but the entire world. Elections, their conduct and outcome. And we can't bury our heads in the sand that we live in some island. No, we are not immune to those problems that have engulfed countries, some more powerful than us, around the world, as a result of elections. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will recall, I'm sure, a few examples. Take, for instance, the case of Uganda in 1980, when election results were disputed. Elections that pitted the then UPC, I think Uganda People's Congress, led by President Obote, who had just come from exile, from, I think, 9-year exile in Tanzania. He was brought in, and President Paul Mwanga, who had just been in power for about 2 months or so, gave him way to lead the UPC in that election, which was also contested by President Yoweri Museveni under the Uganda Patriotic Movement banner. The outcome of that election was heavily contested, and it led to a 5-year civil war that cost more than 500,000 Ugandans' lives, until the NRA took over power in January 1986. You can also talk of the situation in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, in the year 2010, when President Laurent Gbagbo clung to power and was held up in his bunker, even having been declared a loser in that election. And Mr. Alassane Ouattara, who was declared the winner, was held up in the Golf Hotel in Abidjan, trying to run the government from an hotel room. When Gbagbo refused to cede power, he took the efforts of the French army and the ECOWAS to flush out Gbagbo and send him to the ICC. By the time he went to the ICC, thousands of Ivorians had lost their lives. You will recall. I don't want to talk about the Rwandan situation. You know very well what happened in 1994, when President Habyarimana's plane was shot down, and he died together with the president of Burundi. What followed was genocide that cost about 1 million lives of Rwandese. Mr. Speaker, recently, even in the mightiest of our democracies, the USA, you saw what happened in January 2021. January 6th. Yes, when members of the Proud Boy movement, okay, a right-wing militia, stormed the Capitol Hill and took it over. I'm told they are being charged now. They are in court, including the former President Donald Trump. So no country is immune to civil strife. No country is immune to instability as a result of elections, their conduct and their outcome. And therefore, we have an opportunity as a country to once again look at the question of our elections in a bipartisan manner. I would be happy, of course, as a participant in an election, to concede if I lose fairly. Yeah, to you, Honorable Shungwa, one of these days. And I'd also be happy one of these days if you could concede once you lose against me. Okay? That is the culture we want to inculcate in this country. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, and I want to echo what Honorable Chunga said. we as members of the AZIMIO One Kenya coalition movement are not getting into these talks with the intention of seeking any partnership, any share of government, or any form or size of mukate. We are neither seeking a half a loaf nor a quarter loaf, or even a slice of a loaf. What we are seeking is to ensure that we lay a foundation that will ensure peace, lasting peace and stability for this country. For this country. I don't want to be informed. Mr. Speaker,
to be informed?
No. Certainly not by him. Honorable Speaker, it is also true, and I'm happy by the comments by Honorable Chungwa. It's also true that the Kenya Kwanza have come with a specific agenda on the table. The AZIMIO side has equally come with a specific agenda to the table. I want us to look at all this agenda and eventually come up with solutions to the issues that shall have been framed by the joint bipartisan team, the Speaker. The Speaker, we cannot overemphasize the gravity of the matter of the cost of living. And that's why we have insisted time and again that on our part, the first agenda item is the cost of living. Cost of living. Cost of living. We may not have the power to dictate to you what to do to manage the cost of living. But we have got a right to be heard on the very important matter of the cost of living, which affects almost every single Kenyan in this country as we speak today. It has been proven that if there's any one single issue that can rally Kenyans together and make them come out to the streets, is the matter of the cost of living. And therefore we shall have done injustice to our people if we glossed over such an important matter. And therefore I'm looking forward to engaging with my colleagues on this very important question of the cost of living, among other issues, of course, Mr. Speaker. Let me conclude that as we go into these talks, we don't want to reduce the talks to an elite conspiracy. And that's why we have insisted, and the motion speaks to it, that these talks be made as open as possible, so that the public can get an avenue to air their views, either through memoranda or other forms of representations. But on the issues which shall have been framed as the agenda of the talks. So that once the talks are concluded and this House again embarks on the process of putting into effect whatever recommendations shall have come out of the talks, then we shall be moving together with the people. We don't want to leave the people behind, neither do we want the people to be ahead of us. We want to move together with the people. Mr. Speaker, I will be concluding by saying that let us play our role. Every other parliament has had a moment such as this. This is our moment as the 13th parliament. Let's seize it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Thank you, Honorable Wandai. Honorable members, I now propose the question that aware that Article 1:1 of the Constitution provides that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. Further aware that Article 1:2 of the Constitution provides that the people of Kenya may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Conscious that Article 10 of the Constitution espouses the national values and principles of governance which include the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people. Further conscious that Article 94 of the Constitution provides that Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation, represents the will of the people, and exercises their sovereignty. Recognizing that there is need to embrace consultation, dialogue, and consensus building as a way of resolving issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Cognizant that despite the constitutional and legal reforms on the electoral process and the electoral laws, after every election cycle there has been mistrust of electoral outcomes, leaving the country divided. Further cognizant that the efforts to enhance constitutionalism, the rule of law, and respect for human rights need to be promoted. Aware that there have been previous calls and attempts to building consensus on issues of concern to the people of Kenya through bipartisan engagements in Parliament. Appreciating the need to establish an all-inclusive forum for dialogue, consultation, and consensus building in seeking to promote the peace, stability, and prosperity of the country. Acknowledging that the majority party in Parliament and the minority party in Parliament have agreed to embrace dialogue through the establishment of a National Dialogue Committee to recommend a way forward on the issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Now, therefore, the House of Parliament resolves as follows. 1, that the two Houses of Parliament establish a National Dialogue Committee consisting of 10 members to represent the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Kenya Kwanza, a coalition constituting the majority party of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, and AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, AZIMIO, a coalition forming the minority party of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. 2, that each coalition shall appoint 5 members to the National Dialogue Committee. 3, that the membership of the National Dialogue Committee shall be drawn from Parliament and outside Parliament. 4, that the National Dialogue Committee shall comprise the following members to represent Kenya Kwanza: Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, Delegation Leader; Governor Cecil Mbarire, Deputy Delegation Leader; Honorable Senator Aaron Cheriot; Honorable Omar Hassan Omar, and Honorable Catherine Wambilianga. 5, that the National Dialogue Committee shall comprise the following members to represent AZIMIO: His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Delegation Leader; Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, Deputy Delegation Leader; Honorable Amina Muyanzi, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, and Senator Okongo Mogeni. 6, that the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee shall be to facilitate dialogue and consensus building and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya to be framed by the National Dialogue Committee in line with the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Kenya and respecting the functional and institutional integrity of the state organs. The House of Parliament notes the House and AZIMIO shall support the National Dialogue Committee. 8, that the technical team representing Kenya Kwanza shall comprise the following persons: Dr. Mudhomi Thiangolu, Dr. Linda Musumba, Dr. Duncan Ojwang, and Nick Biketi. That the technical team representing AZIMIO shall comprise the following persons: Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, Professor Adam Solo, Abakar Zain Abakar, and Lynn Ngugi. 10, that further the National Dialogue Committee shall be assisted by 2 officers designated as communication secretaries, one of whom shall be appointed by the leader of the majority party and the other by the leader of the minority party. The Houses of Parliament further resolve 11, that the National Dialogue Committee shall formulate and adopt a framework agreement to guide the bipartisan talks. That the National Dialogue Committee shall report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and AZIMIO coalitions within 60 days and after that submit its report to Parliament. That in the execution of its mandate, the National Dialogue Committee may invite, engage with, and consider submissions from stakeholders, collect views from the public, and engage experts, professionals, and other technical resource persons as necessary. 14, that the National Dialogue Committee shall determine its own rules of procedure. And 15, that the speakers and clerks of both houses of Parliament shall provide secretariat and any other necessary support to facilitate the work of the National Dialogue Committee. Can the majority leader and minority leader approach the chair? Honorable members, after consulting your leadership, I want the remaining phase of this debate to take the following direction. 5 speakers from the majority side, 5 speakers from the minority side. Each speaker will be allocated 3 minutes. Thereafter, the mover will be called upon to reply in 5 minutes, and thereafter the question shall be put. Is that all right? Jane Kagiri. You have 3 minutes, so you must compose your thoughts properly and deliver your message in the most succinct manner. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support the formation of a dialogue committee in this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I stand to thank the leadership of this country for the wisdom that it took to create this committee. Honorable Speaker, we all know the country has been in agony. We've had a prolonged electioneering period, and Honorable Speaker, the country needs to move on. Most importantly, Honorable Speaker, I'm supporting with reservations because I believe this great committee that was created should know their noble and most important task is to give us a long-lasting solution. Honorable Speaker, the IEBC spent a whopping 44 billion on the most free, most fair, and most credible election. After the election, there was an uproar and a petition in court. Honorable Speaker, it was ruled, and we have continued to have agony and violence in this country. Honorable Speaker, we appreciate that now we are having a situation of national unity and stability where business people can go about doing their business without worrying if there'll be demonstrations called the following week or after. Honorable Speaker, we are hoping to achieve a lasting solution whereby the committee should let us know that in future elections, we should not have anybody filing a petition or going to the roads with violence, because we will find a solution that will be lasting for this country and that will ensure never again is the country held through impunity, ransom, grandstanding, or even intimidation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support and I wish the team all the best in their delivery. Thank you.
And she's taken 2.5 minutes. Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by just saying that it's one of those rare moments where the minority and majority are totally in agreement that we need to talk to each other and not at each other, that we need to bring the temperatures down for the sake of this country. And Mr. Speaker, I want to just say that for all of us who are in this house, irrespective of which side of the political divide that you are serving, you must note that what we are looking for is a lasting solution. Mr. Speaker, those that are in opposition today will likely to be in government in the future. And those that are in government are also possibly likely to be in the opposition. So this is a give and take situation where we must all be very fair to each other. Mr. Speaker, the comments that we make as a house and as leaders is what has brought us to where we are. And Mr. Speaker, it's important that we learn to be careful with the words that we use when we speak to each other. Every time we have an election, Mr. Speaker, there's always an issue of us versus them. Yet we are of the same country. It is very unfortunate because I have been in this country long enough to note that at one time there was even a situation where it was 42 tribes against one. I know that we had a situation where there was those that have, those are called, I think, dynasties versus hustlers. There's a situation we've had where people are talking about those that have shares and those that do not have. Mr. Speaker, as leaders, we must be very, very, very careful the things that we say, because it is out of those words that we end up with a country that is polarized, that is divided almost down right in the middle. Mr. Speaker, I want to just say this, that when we do these talks, the outcome of these talks must be people-centered, because we are here representing those people that put us in this house. So we must be careful that we do not go and deliberate and talk about positions which were actually raised as an issue, as an agenda during the last elections. We must be careful not to spend too much time talking about the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, talking about the offices of leaders of opposition. Let us deal with those matters that affect the people. Cost of living, respect of human rights, and those are the things that, Mr. Speaker, will help us move on as a country. Because if we don't address those issues, Kenyans will still be watching us, and Kenyans will still be asking questions. So we must make sure that at the end of it all of us are actually feeling that we belong to this country. I support the team. I think it has the right leadership. It has the right, very capable leaders. My party leader is a renowned peacemaker. And I'm very happy when he's there, because I'm certain that by the time the dust settles, Kenya will have found a solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion that talks or diplomacy is always key in solving not only national issues but also international issues, and we have to give diplomacy an opportunity to resolve some of the issues which have been taking our country backwards. Mr. Speaker, the issue of mistrust of electoral outcome after every 5 years, an issue which has bothered this country for some time now, and it's an issue which can be properly addressed by ensuring that we enact proper election laws which will ensure proper automation of nomination process as well as tallying process, result declaring process, which can be done within a single day, so that the anxiety of waiting for a result can be a thing of the past, Mr. Speaker. I know these are some of the opinions which will be forwarded to this team, and we will be able to retreat back to this house and consider some of these opinions from different quarters. Mr. Speaker, I have seen that in the motion number 13, it will be welcoming, inviting to engage different submissions from different stakeholders and experts and professionals. I know, Mr. Speaker, there has been a cry from my friend here, Kamket, on forming, I think, different counties or more counties. And if that's the route which is going to take in in the process of these talks, Mr. Speaker, we might also see myself saying that I need a county called Bere County. So that also we have very inclusive country. Mr. Speaker, I support this, and we will not only ensure we have proper automation of election laws or procedures, Mr. Speaker, and even we change the definition of what a ballot paper is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mark Twain defines patriotism as supporting your country all the time and the government when it deserves it. Mr. Speaker, it behoves us as a people to ensure that this country is always viable, running well as a going concern, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Raila Odinga and His Excellency President William RUTO for being adults in the House and accepting that we must talk to keep this country going forward, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Wandai and the Honorable Ichung'wa. Mr. Speaker, if these talks were held outside the framework of this House, we'll have lost this institution, Mr. Speaker. It's part of building parliamentary institution, and I hope that in these talks, Honorable Ichung'wa and Honorable Wandai will ensure that we keep building our institutions, this parliament, IEBC, the judiciary. Building trust, Mr. Speaker, means accepting decisions made by the bodies we've set up. Building decisions, it means accepting judicial decisions. It means accepting parliamentary decisions. It means accepting IEBC decisions. It means that we will build institutions and not build a country based on individuals. And that's what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, to the leadership of this committee. The report should not be the leadership of that appointed them. You cannot report to Raila and RUTO only. You will report to this parliament. Because even the two of them can mislead us sometimes, can mislead us. The report you're going to make should be to this House, not to individuals. Because this country doesn't belong to the two of them alone. So you want to request that you work, don't only take orders from the two of them. Take orders from the public. Kenyans that appointed you. And that's why you've said in that particular motion that you'll be allowed to take views, petitions from anywhere that you may get, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's adopt the position that as a country, we are always in this together. It's a better philosophy than you are on your own, or that everyone for himself and God for us all, Mr. Speaker. I challenge you to ensure that you address issues like corruption, inequality, incompetence, unemployment, things that would make this country move forward. Mr. Speaker, as I end, and request you also, Kofi Annan said that one of the things that messed up the talks in 2008 was that people were squabbling over small things like seating arrangements, who will serve first at dinner, who will serve first tea before we go to talk. Let this not be the issues that concern you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Ichung'wa, let what concerns you in this leadership be the substance of what you negotiate. Thank you, and I support.
Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion as I support. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all Kenyans who are watching us this evening are giving thanks to God. And our prayers that we have always said in our national anthem, that God of all creation blesses this land, our nation, justice be our shield and defender, and may we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. That has been achieved today through this motion, and I'm sure lots of challenges that we have gone through in the past, that, you know, many lives have been lost, young ones have been killed, old have been killed, people's properties have been destroyed, and Kenya has suffered because of that for many years. But today, dialogue has a room, reasoning together has a room, and I believe through this discussion, Kenya will come back again, and we will be able to prosper as a nation together. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a beautiful country. We cannot afford, because today God has put us in leadership position, and we are all honorable members who have a lot of responsibility in our hands. And it is a great evening for all of us, for those who are peace-loving, to just give thanks to God, because through this message or the debate that is going on, Kenyans will say thank you to God, because we will rebuild our nation, we will work together, and we will listen together. And I'm sure Kenyans will say never again. I want to thank the majority leader together with the entire team and wish them well. And also thank our president together with the former prime minister for allowing reasoning to take place in our nation. I support, and it is my prayer that Kenyans will enjoy peace and unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Na mimi kama mbunge wa Mombasa niliyopigiwa kura katika coalition ya AZIMIO, muungano wa AZIMIO, napenda kuunga mkono mjadala huu wa leo ili kuleta uwiano, maelewano, umoja na upendo katika taifa. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya imekuwa katika hali tata miaka mingi sana, kila wakati baada ya kura. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningependa kuelezea wabunge wenzangu, sisi kama wabunge ndio tunaowasha moto kule nje. Sisi ndio wengi wetu tumefanya watu wetu wakapoteza maisha. Na waombeni haya mazungumzo kadri yanavyoendelea. Mheshimiwa Spika, wabunge waweke amani kule mashinani. Wabunge waheshimu vinara wa vyama vyote viwili. Na hili mimi nitalisisitiza sana Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu tumepoteza maisha ya watoto wetu wengi sana. Na Kenya haiwezi kusonga mbele ikiwa taifa halina amani, ikiwa taifa halina mwelekeo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna maendeleo ambayo tunaweza kupata kama taifa kwa sababu hatuna amani katika taifa hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono Mheshimiwa kinara wetu wa AZIMIO Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga, na naunga mkono pia rais kwa kuweza kukutana na kinara wetu wakakaa wakasema kuna haki ya kukaa chini na kuweza kupeleka Kenya mbele kama Kenya moja. Wengi walisema kuwa tutaka sisi handshake, tutaka nusu mkate. Ile ilikuwa ni ndoto ya mchana. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tuko sawa, tuko tayari kuweka serikali katika njia iliyo sawa, isipokuwa tutaka amani na tutaka tujue hata zile sava zikifunguliwa pia. Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa ni bora kwetu sisi sote katika yale matakwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ningeomba kuwa kina mama 47, mambo mengi yamezungumzwa katika yale mazungumzo, lakini kina mama 47 kuhusu ngafu haijawekwa pale. Ndugu yangu minority leader na ndugu yangu majority leader, hakikisheni mambo ya kina mama, pesa za kina mama za ngafu mweke pale, manake najua Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa mstari wa mbele kuweza kutetea kina mama. Kwa hiyo kama mama account wa Mombasa, na mimi natetea wa mama account 47. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kenya iwe na amani.
Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And let me really commend the Head of State, His Excellency William Ruto, and the former Prime Minister for taking that bold position of going into dialogue. Honorable Speaker, dialogue has been a great thing in the world. In the book of the Old Testament, God himself meets Satan, and they have a dialogue in the book of Isaiah. In the New Testament, Jesus confronts Satan again, and they negotiate whether he can jump down and over the mountains. And therefore, for me, dialogue is the greatest thing. Number two, let me congratulate the two leaders of the House, both the leader of majority and the leader of minority, that you have decided to bring this thing to Parliament, because this is where it rests. And I want to appreciate what the leader of minority did say, that every parliament has had its stake to deal with such matters. And he was able to profile them very clearly, both the IPPG, the National Accord, and even the Constitution of 2010. I want also to indicate that worldwide, parliaments have resolved such challenges, and we should not be afraid this is the right place to bring this material. When you look at America during the Boston Tea Party's parliament that did solve that, the Philadelphian Conference, as difficult it was parliament again. And even during the French Revolution, until the death of Lafayette, it was Parliament that was dealing with the revolution after all. And therefore, this is the place to bring it. I want to tell this House, Honorable Speaker, that I'm also very proud that we need to bring the issues of an election which is not accepted by both sides, because this is where we lose it. But I want to indicate that it's very important that we allow always one government that wins to be in power. That the examples we saw in history of Africa, whenever we tried coalition government, they failed and they were disaster. If you look at the case study in Sudan, where we have had Riek Machar and others, it never worked for us. Go back into the history of Kwame Nkrumah and even try the Zimbabwean case of Nkrumah and Mugabe, it didn't work. And therefore elections are important. So go there and fix the electoral system so clearly that each time we have a winner, that winner be respected and let it be the one to take government and rule going forward. I would really want to speak on the issues of coalition government, especially the handshake. That did you know that the Kenyan debt by 2013, when Kibaki leaves, it was only 1.9 trillion. And did you know that by 2017, it was only 4 trillion? But when we had the handshake government between 2017 and 2022, it spiraled to about 9 trillion Kenya shillings. And that was 95% debt stock, and that's where we are. So we need to have a government that respected its power. I want to wish you well. I support this, and go and do good work for the Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support, and first to thank His Excellency the President, and to thank the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, indeed, for agreeing to dialogue and to listen to each other. Mr. Speaker, Nairobi was the bed. Today they go home to sleep and to realize that we can wake up one morning and do our businesses and relate to each other and work together. And that is all Nairobi would wish, and Nairobi is Kenya. Honorable members, I want to thank the majority leader, the minority leader. And I want to pray that as you go, where you disagree, get out, pack it. Don't bring it to Kenyans. Until you agree, bring it to Kenyans. Let them see progress. Let them see that you are walking a journey. And there will be times, yes, you'll feel you're not understanding each other, but just listen to each other. And I know you'll have the best that you'll bring in this house. And I'm hoping that this is the end, Mr. Speaker, that we will never, ever again see ourselves finishing elections, our young boys dying. And as you go to those talks, remember the young people who have brought us to where we are today. They are waiting. They would wish to see that we are carrying an agenda, the agenda that will transform their lives. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, just to thank everyone, it is a team that can listen to each other. It is a team that must remember the President and the Prime Minister are people who listen to each other. Let us not lie to ourselves. It is us who are around us, these two leaders, who drag, who pull, until we find ourselves in the situation we are. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I want to tell Kenya, we must have peace, and God help Kenya to have peace. I support.
Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, tonight I'm a very excited Kenyan. And I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the leadership of this dialogue team, starting with the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wa and the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Mr. Speaker, on the first day when this team met at Bomas, we took the liberty as the leadership of members of parliament that come from marginalized communities to go and present ourselves and our issues. But we were told, Mr. Speaker, that they were not ready. Mr. Speaker, I am very excited this evening that in the mandate of this dialogue committee, and let me quote it for the record, Mr. Speaker, that the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee shall be to facilitate dialogue and consensus building and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional moment. Those of us who found ourselves in counties that we were never asked whether we wanted to belong there, this is our time. This is the moment we have been waiting for, Mr. Speaker. And this is the time, Mr. Speaker, that the servers must be opened. Those who made the Constitution of Kenya 2010 never consulted us, Mr. Speaker, or never asked us whether we wanted to be in the counties where we are
suffering in at the moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this is our moment. And Mr. Speaker, people have been talking about opening of servers of election results. For me, as a minority from Baringo County, Mr. Speaker, this is the moment that I want the servers of the creation of 47 counties. Why did we not create 60 counties? Why did we not create the county of East Pokot, yet we created, Mr. Speaker, the county of West Pokot? And we know logically, Mr. Speaker, sir, that wherever there is east, wherever there is west, there must be east. So, Mr. Speaker, I am a very excited man this evening, and I am looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to go and make our case before the dialogue committee so that we free ourselves from the yokes of marginalization in the first 47 counties. Peace must remain in Kenya. I thank you.
Honorable members, we have done 5-5. We have done 5. What is out of order?
That the third largest party, Jubilee, in this house is both excluded in the National Dialogue Committee and also gets excluded in the proceedings of this house. I beg of you, Mr. Speaker, to also include...
Order. You are total out of order. You are total out of order. You know very well, Honorable Member, you presented a proposal to amend this motion, and I declined to approve it, and I have the right to do so. So you cannot then sneak through the back door to prosecute the same argument. Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Member. Take your seat. We have the AZIMIO coalition and the Kenya Kwanza coalition. Your internal dynamics and contradictions, please leave out the chair. Allow me to give 2 here, 2 here. This time it will be 2 minutes each. I'll start with the Honorable Korere. I know all of you, so keep your hands down. I know all of you. Give the mic to Honorable Korere.
Shukrani Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kumpongeza Rais wa nchi tukufu ya Kenya na kinara wa AZIMIO Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, na ningependa kusema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba kitabu takatifu katika kitabu cha Mtakatifu Mathayo 5:9 yatuambia kwamba heri wapatanishi maana wataitwa wana wa Mungu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa tungekuwa katika shule waambiwe kamisha sentensi hiyo, itasema wamelaaniwa waleta furugu maana wataitwa wana wa shetani. Wewe Mheshimiwa Spika, ningetaka tu kusema kwamba mazungumzo ambayo yanaendelea kwa sasa hivi ama yanaenda kuanza ni jambo nzuri sana katika nchi ya Kenya. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu tu kwamba tunafanya haya baada ya kuzua vurugu, baada ya kupoteza maisha ya watoto wa Kenya, baada ya kuharibu mali ya Wakenya. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, zote tulienda katika uchaguzi na kuna wale pia sisi tulishinda. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, katika mashindano yoyote ile lazima kuweko na mshindi na mshindwa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hata tulipoenda kupigania urais, tunajua kwamba baadhi ya wale wote walipia tukafanya mazungumzo haya iwe ni njia ya kutumia mlango wa nyuma kujitafutia ukubwa na maneno mengine. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nikienda kumalizia, mimi nimetazama tu orodha ya wale ambao wanaenda katika hayo mazungumzo. Na katika Kenya hii kuna watu tofauti. Kuna wafugaji, kuna wakulima, kuna wavuvi, kuna wakusanyaji. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiangalia katika orodha hiyo yote, hamna mahali mfugaji yako na hamna mahali wakusanyaji na wawindaji wako.
ukitaka, unajua, naona mheshimiwa Ichung'wa hajui wakusanyaji na wawindaji ni hunters and gatherers, wandoroba ambaye mimi ni mmoja wao. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema naunga mkono sana haswa mjadala huu, lakini niko na tashwishi kwa
Your time is up. Your time is up, Korere. Farah Maalim.
Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Speaker, every 5 years, we have a dialogue. We have problems in security in the country, and then we have a dialogue. I was in this house with you about 30 years ago, and when this place were not chairs, but there were benches, you remember we had issues, people who were trying to lift the mess, and we had issues here. 30 years later, we have similar issues. Why? Because we have an electoral system. Initially, the electoral system we had was called the first passport system. And I remember in the 7th Parliament, the combined opposition votes was about 3.7 million.
What is out of order, Wanjala?
I'll get some more.
Hold this time. What is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you that you know all of us. But I have keenly been seeing that the people you have been choosing on our side are those people who do not support the agenda that is on the floor of the House. They are the ones who already crossed are not supporting this motion.
Order, Angela.
Send him out.
Order, Honorable Angela, you are in this House.
You can't cast us.
Since this debate started, not a single member has opposed to this motion. I don't know if you have been listening. Secondly, do your work, let me do mine. It is it's my discretion to pick who to speak.
Yes.
Once in a while, I consult your leaders who they want to speak. Keep your cool, Wanjala.
I hope I get my time back. Mr. Speaker, at that time, what we said is that the first passport system does not serve us right, and that the majority of Kenya's minority could end up choosing the leadership of the country, because the combined opposition votes those days was 3.7 million, and the KANU won with 1.8 million, and they still got the presidency because of the system. We said we have to go for a system that says 50+1. We went on, and always the issue was the feeling that the elections were not fair and that there was a rigging. That is what causes the problems. Every time we try to fix the problem, we never go into the electoral justice itself to see that we have a system that is foolproof, that essentially cannot be cheated. Mr. Speaker, we have the US, 480 million people who go for voting, and by 5:30 in the afternoon, you know who lost and who won. We have India, which has got 1.4 billion people. We still know by the end of the day who won and who lost. We need to invest in that so that we do not create discussions and dialogues after elections. So when the winner becomes the winner and the loser becomes the loser. Mr. Speaker, nobody is talking about that. Nobody is talking about that. And nobody has talked about that for the longest. Mr. Speaker, can I have 1 more minute, because Rafael Wanjala has taken my minute.
Give him 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, when you say constitutional, legal, and policy, perfect. We don't need 47 counties in this country. We need a maximum of 12 or 13 or 14. Mr. Speaker, this one's not viable. We need to bring the resources together for them to be able to make a meaningful change in the lives of people in the country. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that this cannot be a nation of men and women. It can be a nation of laws and systems, and that is how we have to look at it. Not because Farah has said this or that, or not because Wetangula has said this or that. It has to be a nation of systems where everybody, nobody's above the law and nobody's below the law. And we have a system that...
Mukonji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to stand and support the formation of the dialogue committee of this country, and I want to say that I'm one of the happiest member of Parliament, being the chairman of KYPA that represents the young people in this house, Honorable Speaker. And one of the issues that had gotten into really my nerves is the issue of ensuring that these young people, I've seen them going into a level of radicalization in the name of, Honorable Speaker, getting them into streets. And I want to say I commend Right Honorable Raila Odinga for thinking there's another better route to really have a conversation. And this is about the dialogue. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I would like for it to come out of this dialogue is the issue of when we finish elections, we need to have soberness in this country so that a government can get a chance to implement their plan. It is unfortunate that we have governments coming in and then there's a lot of noise and disturbance, that they have excuses not to do what they are supposed to do. Honorable Speaker, as I support the National Dialogue Committee, I want to really commend Honorable Shongwa and our minority leader, and tell them that they have a chance to prove their leadership in this country and show that it is true people can have a conversation, agree on things, and this country and the president should continue implementing the plan and have peace while implementing the plan. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to support the formation of this committee, let me thank the leaders, His Excellency the President, the former Prime Minister, the leaders of the House, both sides, because really we have to speak. We now put Kenya first, and we have said Kenya is bigger than every one of us. My message to you as the immediate former co-chair of the bipartisan talks is that go and speak in good faith. Do not engage in blackmail, threats, and coercion, because this is exactly what possibly brought the other talks to a close. May I thank the members of the former bipartisan committee, because they also did a good job for the country, and it's because of them that we are where we are, because they actually sacrificed a lot in the circumstances of that particular time. As you go out, IBC still remains one of the first matters on the agenda. The country is waiting with abated breath because we have a lot to do with IBC. The president has actually said he wants it entrenched, and therefore, if we are to do any boundaries review and other matters that are pending, IBC must be given priority number one. With those remarks, I beg to support.
Right. Allow me to, the member for Jomvu. I'll give you 2 minutes. You'll be the last. After him, Ichungwa, you'll get up to reply.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nataka kuunga mkono kusema kuwa naunga mkono jopo hili la maridhiano ambalo likianza kuwa tumpongeza Rais Mheshimiwa William Ruto na vile vile Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile mimi nataka kumpongeza kiongozi Kimani Chungwa na vile vile kiongozi wetu ambaye yuko hapa Bwana Pia Wandai. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo haya ni kama ambavyo tulitabiri wiki 3 tu zilizopita wakati tukiwa kule Kilindini. Mheshimiwa Kimani Chungwa alizungumza akasema serikali ya manchi haiwezi kupelekwa kwa umwagikaji wa damu. Na vile vile siku hiyo tukiwa kwenye function ya AVA maneno hayo yalirudia. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona yale Mheshimiwa Wandai amesema juu ya vita vilivyotokea Uganda. Tumeona kina General Sejusa. Tumeona vile vile kina Kasiwa Gwanga. Tumeona vile vile Kiza Besije, wote walijitia msituni kwa ajili ya kupigania mambo yaliyotokana na conflict za kisiasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, langu mimi ni kuiombea hili jopo liweze kufanya kazi ili Kenya ipate amani. Na vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema serikali ijue Azimio hatuna haja ya kuingia serikalini wala kuchukua nusu mkate. Haja yetu ni kuangalia hali ya maisha ya wananchi wa Kenya wamedumishwa. Na iombea jopo hili lifanye kazi na Mungu aipeleke Kenya yetu mbele. Asante, Mungu atubariki.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me take this opportunity. Unlike other times, Honorable Speaker, this is one of the motions of all the people who have spoken, none has opposed. And I commend the House for the support. And that tells you, Honorable Speaker, that indeed the country was yearning for this moment.
Inform Honorable Angela that.
Of course, Honorable Angela may have challenges in understanding what many people are saying here. But I think he has seen that nobody has opposed Honorable Angela, that everybody has been in support of this motion, including those who are speaking from the other side of the political divide. In AZIMIO, those in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and I was saying, Honorable Speaker, that testifies to the fact that indeed the country, because these are the people's representatives, when these leaders speak, they speak on behalf of the people in their constituencies who have elected them and sent them to this August House to speak on their behalf. And Kenyans were yearning for this moment, a moment that the country would come together and we reason together for the benefit of those people who have sent us and charged us with the responsibility of leading them. I want to assure the House, Honorable Speaker, that with my brother, the Honorable Pio Andai, and our brother, the Honorable, His Excellency, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, and the rest of the team, we shall endeavor to ensure that we consider all matters that will be before us in a very objective manner, in the best interest of the country, and as we have said, in line with our constitutions, not our constitutions, Honorable Speaker, the rule of law and all the established laws, and with due respect to all state organs, including other arms of government. We shall not in any manner seek to undermine any other arm of government. And I like what the Honorable David Ocheng asked us to do, that we must also take this opportunity to buttress the importance and the mandate that Parliament is charged with. And that is why it was important to have this motion in place, so that we get legal anchorage through Parliament, so that whatever output that comes out of this dialogue process, Honorable Speaker, may also find a sitting in our constitutional architecture through Parliament, both houses here and the Senate, Honorable Speaker, so that whatever we come up with will serve the interest of the greater Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, let me take this opportunity also to thank our predecessors in the bipartisan team under the able leadership of the Honorable Chair of our Jailer Committee, the Honorable Sir George Tonga Murugara, and Senior Counsel Otiende Omolo, for the work they put in. And indeed, I must appreciate that this team already set a foundation for us. The framework agreement that they developed during that process, and therefore it may not be seen that that process was a waste of time. We have agreed that we shall just amend that framework agreement, and our technical teams are already working on the relevant amendments where necessary, so that we use that agreement as the basis of our engagement. And I take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the House, on behalf of the people of Kenya, to thank that bipartisan team that also put in many hours of their time. You know, Honorable Speaker, when members of Parliament gather together, it is always assumed that there are sitting allowances. And this bipartisan team under the leadership of Honorable Otiende Omolo and Honorable Murugara, all those members sat for long hours, not attracting any sitting allowances, at times having to chip in from their pockets, as we have done with the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka and the Honorable Pio Andai, at times to foot bills, because we said we will do this in the best interest of the country. And I must thank them, because when we said no surrender, they quickly agreed. And we now meet at a public place in the Bomas of Kenya, and as many members have noted, the motion allows us to be able to collect views from other stakeholders, and we will endeavor to do that. With those many remarks, I thank you all, and I beg to reply.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that aware that Article 1(1) of the Constitution provides that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. Further aware that Article 1(2) of the Constitution provides that the people of Kenya may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Conscious that Article 10 of the Constitution espouses the national values and principles of governance, which include the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people. Further conscious that Article 94 of the Constitution provides that Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation, represents the will of the people, and exercises their sovereignty. Recognizing that there is a need to embrace consultation, dialogue, and consensus building as a way of resolving issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Cognizant that despite the constitutional and legal reforms on the electoral process and the electoral laws, after every election cycle there has been mistrust of electoral outcomes, leaving the country divided. Further cognizant that efforts to enhance constitutionalism, the rule of law, and respect for human rights need to be promoted. Aware that there have been previous calls and attempts at building consensus on issues of concern to the people of Kenya through bipartisan engagements in Parliament, appreciating the need to establish an inclusive forum for dialogue, consultation, and consensus building in seeking to promote the peace, stability, and prosperity of the country, acknowledging that the majority party in Parliament and the minority party in Parliament have agreed to embrace dialogue through the establishment of a national dialogue committee to recommend a way forward on the issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Now, therefore, the Houses of Parliament resolve as follows. 1, that the 2 Houses of Parliament establish a national dialogue committee consisting of 10 members to represent the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Kenya Kwanza, a coalition constituting the majority part of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, and AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party AZIMIO, a coalition forming the minority party of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, that each coalition shall appoint 5 members to the National Dialogue Committee, that the membership of the National Dialogue Committee shall be drawn from Parliament and outside Parliament, that the National Dialogue Committee shall comprise the following members to represent Kenya Kwanza: Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, Delegation Leader; Governor Cecil Mbarire, Deputy Delegation Leader; Honorable Senator Aaron Cheriot; Honorable Omar Hassan Omar, and Honorable Catherine Wambilianga. That the National Dialogue Committee shall comprise the following members to represent AZIMIO: His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Delegation Leader; Honorable Pio Wandayi, Deputy Delegation Leader; Honorable Amina Mianzi; Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, and Honorable Senator Okongo Mogeni. That the mandate of the Dialogue Committee shall be to facilitate dialogue and consensus building and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya, to be framed by the National Dialogue Committee in line with the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Kenya, and respecting the functional and institutional integrity of state organs. The Houses of Parliament notes that the technical teams representing the Kenya Kwanza and AZIMIO shall support the National Dialogue Committee. That the technical team representing Kenya Kwanza shall comprise the following persons: Dr. Mudomi Thiangolu, Dr. Linda Musumba, Dr. Duncan Ojwang, and Nick Biketi. That the technical team representing AZIMIO shall comprise the following persons: Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, Professor Adam Solo, Abubakar Zain Abubakar, and Lynn Ngugi. That further, the National Dialogue Committee shall be assisted by 2 officers designated as communication secretaries, one of whom shall be appointed by the majority party, by the leader of the majority party, and the other by the leader of the minority party. That the Houses of Parliament further resolve that the National Dialogue Committee shall formulate and adopt a framework agreement to guide the bipartisan talks. That the National Dialogue Committee shall report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and AZIMIO coalitions within 60 days, and after that submit its report to Parliament. That in the execution of its mandate, the National Dialogue Committee may invite, engage with and consider submissions from stakeholders, collect views from the public, and engage experts, professionals, and other technical resource persons as necessary. That the National Dialogue Committee shall determine its own rules of procedure, and that the speakers and clerks of both houses of Parliament shall provide secretariat and any other necessary support to facilitate the work of the National Dialogue Committee. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, this being a matter that concerns both our houses, the office of the Speaker will forward this motion to the Senate, which we understand is on recess now, but I liaise with my counterpart Speaker to see if they can hold a special sitting as soon as is practically possible, so that we can get this committee underway to do its work. Honorable members, it is now, you may be upstanding. I had agreed with your leaders that when we finish this motion, we rise, but I see Wango gesturing. He has a bill coming. Maybe I could rescind that order that we rise and carry on with that bill. Take your seats, honorable members. Sorry. Next order. Yes, honorable member for Changamwe. Honorable Wandai, don't lead a walkout. It is your member who has a bill coming.
Mr. Speaker, maybe in line with whatever we've just discussed, I'm pleading to this House to have only one government, Kenya government. Let us have factions, but then the government should just be Kenya government, not Kenya Kwanza government. I'm pleading for this House so that the spirit of this motion can actually have a meaning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order. Next order.
Order number 12, the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022.
Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. Sorry, Emmanuel. Your leaders had agreed that we could stop where we ended.
Thank you, Honorable.
Proceed to move your bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, I start off by informing new members that this is a retrieve of the Sugar Bill 2019, which was forwarded to the Senate for consideration on 29th of November 2021 before the lapsing of the 12th session. Honorable Speaker, allow me to share an outline of the sugar industry in Kenya. Sugarcane was indigenous crop grown in Kenya before the advent of the colonial era. Local sugarcane varieties were grown by agrarian communities along riparian lands. The crop was chewed as food and used in making traditional beer. Sugarcane as an industrial crop was introduced in Kenya in the year 1902 when the first trials were planted in Kisumu. The first sugar factory, Honorable Speaker, was established at Miwani near Kisumu in 1922 and later at Ramisi in the Coast Province in 1927. Honorable Speaker, the government of Kenya has been widely involved in the expansion of sugar production through investment in sugarcane growing.
Honorable Speaker, sugar growing schemes and factories. Policies on sugar production from the early 1900s up to independence in 1963 were based on colonial law, which indicated, Honorable Speaker, that only Asians were allowed to grow sugar. The policy reforms of the Cyanotic Plan of 1954, which allowed Africans to grow certain crops, certain cash crops, did not affect the sugar. That changed with Honorable Speaker, with the enactment of the Session of Paper number 10 of 1965, which allowed Africans to grow industrial sugar after independence. In the 1960s, the government decided to invest in sugar factories, mostly in Western Kenya. In the 1973, Honorable Speaker, the government established the Kenya Sugar Authority, KSA, to advise on the sugar industry development in the country. To expand the mandate of Kenya Sugar Authority, the Kenya Sugar Board, KSB, was established in the year 2001 by the Sugar Act of 2001 to better and improve the running affairs of the industry. In the year 2003, we had the agriculture sector reforms that led to the enactment of the Agriculture and Food Authority Act of 2013, which so as to consolidate the numerous pieces of legislations within the agriculture sector, address the overlap of functions, address obsolete legislations, and benefit of the economies of scale. Honorable Speaker, this led to the repealing of the Sugar Act in 2001 and gave birth to the AFA Sugar Directorate, which is AFA, and other directorates under AFA, which included the Coffee Directorate, Fiber Crops Directorate, Horticulture Crops Directorate, Food Directorate, Nuts and Oils Crops Directorate, Mira Pyrethrum, and other industrial crops directorates. Honorable Speaker, let me shed some light on the policies behind the government's involvement in the sugar subsector. One, there is need to ensure self-sufficiency with the exportable surplus in sugar production. Sugar production was regarded as an essential import substitution strategy to save the country the much needed foreign exchange. Sugarcane growing was seen as a tool for social development. It provided employment opportunities and wealth creation in the rural areas of Kenya. As a social tool, Honorable Speaker, sugarcane production was seen as a catalyst for raising the standards of living in rural Kenya. The high proportion of workers in the sugarcane industry implies that sugar revenue directly permits and irrigates the whole rural economy and thus contributing to rural stability. Sugarcane growing, Honorable Speaker, is viewed as an agent for infrastructural and rural development. Sugar industries naturally promote other activities in agriculture, horticulture, or recreational areas. It also promotes much needed services, for example, mechanics, shopkeepers, and agrochemical workers. Within the sugarcane growing areas, the plantation and outgrower farms are supplied with roads, rural electrification, housing, health facilities, and education centers. The construction of such facilities goes a long way to improve the infrastructure of rural areas. Sugarcane growing was thus viewed as a justification for undertaking such projects and programs. And finally, Honorable Speaker, at the time of independence, the domestic Kenyan market was served by imported sugar. In order to protect this domestic market, local sugarcane growing was seen as a viable alternative. Deliberate policy measures were thus put in place to attain this goal. In pursuit of the above policies, Honorable Speaker, the development of sugar industry has been political, and hence sugar can apply to regard both as a political commodity and a commodity which is politically sensitive. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to reinstate the Sugar Act, which was repealed through the enactment of the Crops Act of 2013. Honorable Speaker, the enactment of the bill shall restore the role of Kenya Sugar Board, currently undertaken by the Sugar Directorate of the Agriculture and Food Authority, established under the Agriculture and Food Authority Act of 2013. Honorable Speaker, since the repeal of the Kenya Sugar Board in 2013, ineffective stewardship of the sugar industry by the Agriculture and Food Authority has contributed to the following, Honorable Speaker. 1, there is rampant non-payment of farmers by public sugar mills. 2, there is increased cost of sugar production. 3, there is decline in land acreage under sugar. 4, there is lack of market for sugar. 5, there is failure to control imports and exports of sugar. And 6, there is poor management of sugar companies. And 7, Honorable Speaker, what I was able to pick in the bill is the lack of research and cane development initiatives. I know my colleagues will ask, how come there is the issue of lack of markets for sugar, Honorable Speaker, yet today there is no sugar in the market? What is positive of it is automatic negative at a situation as it comes. Today, the government, Honorable Speaker, has opted to lock down all the mills in anticipation that they are now getting the cane to be ready for harvesting. What is going to happen, Honorable Speaker? There is going to be glut. There is going to be oversupply of cane, and there is going to be overproduction of sugar. At that time, Honorable Speaker, we are going to have too much sugar that will not have a market, given the situation that is there on today, Honorable Speaker. So whatever if we don't regulate it today, it means tomorrow we are getting it wrong. Honorable Speaker, with the re-establishment of the Kenya Sugar Board, the following institutions, Honorable Speaker, the Sugar Development Levy and the Sugar Development Fund, and the establishment of the Kenya Sugar Research Institute shall address the challenges to save the dyeing sector, especially looking at the issues of Miwani 2001, which died in 2001, Moroni, which died in 2001, Mumias, which went under in 2019. Rather, when I say died, it went into receivership, Honorable Speaker, being placed under receivership, with the Stony Sugar and Nzoia Sugar operating at low capacity. Honorable Speaker, these three institutions are being established in this bill. And when you look at the various, the negatives that appeared in my above clause in terms of what AFA has failed, shall only be cured through institutions, Honorable Speaker. When we talk of lack of research and cane development, is the issue of raising resources. And we are now saying we are going to have sugar development levy, a fund, a resource which is going to be used in various levels, the way you will see in my forthcoming discussions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we look at, as we are all aware, agriculture is one of the devolved functions performed by the county government. The bill segregates the functions of the board and those of the county government. One of the key roles of the county government is to establish, is the establishment of an efficient road network for the movement of sugarcane, delivery of other services, and the general development of the sugar industry. Honorable Speaker, when you look at what is happening today with the AFA bill as it is not directly getting to the farmers. Instead, there is a total vacuum. It's not addressing anything to do with the farmers. It has left the farmer on himself, on his own. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the issues which we talk of, the rural roads, which are access roads in the various villages, and the issue, Honorable Speaker, of general development of the sugar industry, that's the agronomy. We used to see a lot of inspectors going into the supervision into agricultural farms. We want to see them back, Honorable Speaker. And this has been enabled through this bill. Honorable Speaker, most millers, once they lift the sugarcane from the farms, never bother to fix the roads till the next harvest. Maybe the introduction of a 45% allocation of sugar development levy to infrastructure development will reduce the character. Honorable Speaker, in the bill, and I want to thank the Committee on Agriculture. The Committee on Agriculture has really taken a lot of time, has done a lot of public participation on this, and it has really distributed on how, has made some improvement on my proposal in the bill. And when you look at the report, I feel it is accommodating everyone, and when you open it, you'll come to see how it is distributing this resource of sugar development levy. Honorable Speaker, those of us who grew up in the village recall the GK motorbikes, written by government agriculture and extension officers offering extension training to farmers. This is an additional function that has been given to the county government. Honorable Speaker, we are bringing the Constitution of Kenya 2010 into this bill. When you look at the AFA bill, Honorable Speaker, it's failing to recognize that aspect of devolution. And we are saying we want to see the extension officers, Honorable Speaker, getting to the farmers. We want to see when the researchers carry out the various researches in terms of the soil samples, in terms of what fertilizer to apply where. Honorable Speaker, we want to see these people back. And that's why we say in this bill, we are recognizing the fact that county government is devolved, agriculture is devolved, but what happens, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to sugarcane, it has to be adhered to in terms of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, let me now take my time to go through the clauses, and I would want to single out clause 6, Honorable Speaker, on the bill which outlines the composition of the board. We intend to, the bill seeks that we will have a board, a chaired by an executive chairperson, elected by the board from among the representatives of growers on the board and appointed by the cabinet secretary. Honorable Speaker, we are bringing on board the executive so that the executive still appoints. But Honorable Speaker, let those people that person is being appointed be elected by the farmers, by the various growers. But the CS reserves the right. If the person who is being proposed not the right person, the CS has a voice, Honorable Speaker. 2, we are saying we need 5 representatives elected by growers from each sugarcane catchment area as per the first schedule. Honorable Speaker, when you go to the first schedule, the Committee on Agriculture has made a different proposal, which we'll be looking at in the Committee of the whole House. And this was our initial proposal, that we need to have 5 representatives elected by growers from each sugarcane catchment area. Honorable Speaker, I propose that 1 representative elected by millers who is knowledgeable in sugar technology and value addition. We reserve, Honorable Speaker, 1 slot for the millers so that the value chain is complete. We have agronomy, the agriculture, we have the government, the industry, and also we have the miller, which represents the manufacturing sector, Honorable Speaker. We also have to comply with the PFM Act and introduce the PS in the ministry for the time being responsible for matters relating to agriculture. We need also to get 1 person nominated by the Council of County Governments, because it's also playing a role, and the PS of National Treasury, and also, finally, Honorable Speaker, the CEO, who shall be an ex-official member and secretary of the board. Honorable Speaker, clause 14, especially part 2, outlines the qualifications of the CEO, and Honorable Speaker, part 3 of the Sugar Bill 2022 gives the board absolute powers to license sugar mills and jaggeries. Honorable Speaker, the proposed bill, clause 18, part 2, suggests that those who run and license sugar mills or jaggery mills shall be liable to fines as high as 10 million shillings or a 5-year jail term. Honorable Speaker, you will realize that there is a lot of violation that is going on. And when you look at how AFA came up to close the issues of the current closure, Honorable Speaker, is out of the violation. AFA could give direction and they don't obey, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, we say, fine, if you don't obey, this is the punishment for your disobedience, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, clause 20 of the bill proposes a 5-year. Honorable Speaker, clause 21 limits the business of processing industrial sugar to licensed millers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a difference between industrial sugar and the white sugar. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, currently you could hear the issue of the mercury sugar. It actually, Honorable Speaker, came as a result, Honorable Speaker, of getting an issue where an importer of sugar would want to blend and grind or say is importing it as industrial sugar. That clause, Honorable Speaker, we are leaving it to only but licensed millers, so that we don't have just any Tom, Dick, and Harry quickly saying he's importing industrial sugar. Honorable Speaker, part 5 of the proposed bill elaborates on the establishment of the Kenya Sugar Research Institute, which shall be headed by the chairperson appointed by the Cabinet Secretary to promote, coordinate, and regulate research in sugar and sugar diseases and expedite equitable access to research information, resources, and technology. Honorable Speaker, research is very key in this industry of sugarcane, and we are saying that we will have to establish the Kenya Sugar Research Institute, Currently, we have one which is inactive in Kibos, and we are saying, let us fund that institution, let us carry out research on various varieties, let us carry research on soil sampling, so that the soil in Emuhai, Honorable Speaker, is accommodating a different variety of cane. Unlike the soil in Abaholo, especially in Ambacha, where I come from, and Istohe, the soils could be different. So this will also help, Honorable Speaker, to promote the application of research findings and technology in the development of sugar, among others. Honorable Speaker, Part 5 of the bill provides for the appointment and functions of crop inspectors. Honorable Speaker, crop inspectors are very key. We want people to come and walk around, Honorable Speaker. What made our cane production to come down is because, Honorable Speaker, our aging parents who never went to school, like my mother never went to school, Honorable Speaker, but she understands farming. All she needs to be told is your cane is experiencing the following kind of diseases. So, Honorable Speaker, when we have cane inspectors, we will definitely have a better yield than what we are getting today. Honorable Speaker, also suggested in the proposal is the creation of Sugar Development Fund. And Honorable Speaker, this Sugar Development Levy, the donor funds, money provided by the National Assembly, County Assembly for the purposes of the fund, shall be anchored in the Sugar Development Fund. We want to establish it totally independent of what is happening in the current position, Honorable Speaker. The Sugar Development Levy, which we propose that it will comprise 1% of domestic sugar and 10% of the cost insurance and freight, CIF, on imported sugar, and distributed as follows. Honorable Speaker, I proposed that we do the 15% income or price stabilization for sugar growers, 20% to the board, 20% to the institute, and 45% for infrastructure development in the sugar sector on a pro rata basis. Honorable Speaker, when the bill went to the public, millers, and various stakeholders came up with a reorganization of this position, which is in the report of the Committee on Agriculture, and I would want to invite all my colleagues to look at the distribution of how the public felt it should be done. That we'll look at it when we get to the Committee of the whole House. But this was the initial proposal that I had, and the public and the Committee on Agriculture have brought a different position, which I have no issue as long as members will have to agree. Honorable Speaker, Part 7 seeks to establish the Sugar Arbitration Tribunal to deal with the disputes arising among growers and millers as well as other players. As any other industry, Honorable Speaker, there is prone to arise disputes. And so we are suggesting that we have a dispute at a tribunal. Honorable Speaker, according to clause 54, the bill seeks to have farmers holding 51% of the shareholding of all privatized sugar factories and 51 representation on the board of directors of a privatized company. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Agriculture has a different view. This is the proposal as per the bill. Honorable Speaker, Part 8 proposes the absorption of staff. The exit clause, Honorable Speaker, we look at the absorption of the Sugar Directorate employed by the Agriculture and Food Authority prior to the commencement of this Act, who shall become staff of the board on their current improved terms and conditions of service. We are saying, Honorable Speaker, that those staff who are currently housed under the Directorate of Sugar, we are requesting, once this bill goes through and is made an act, let us move with that staff to the new organization. Honorable Speaker, the first schedule shows the delineation of sugar catchment areas that will guide milling. Honorable Speaker, much of time you had on everywhere, millers and persons of interest in the cane production talking about zoning. My bill is not proposing zoning. No. Instead, Honorable Speaker, what is zoning? Zoning simply meant associating a farmer to one particular miller. That if you belong to Mumia's zone, you cannot take cane to Nzoia sugar factory. If you belong to Butali zone, you cannot take to West Kenya sugar factory. Honorable Speaker, the bill is proposing a region. We are saying let us allow competition. One region could have 3-4 mills so that you have an alternative on where you want to take your cane. But we must have a solution in terms of reorganization of any resources we are going to get from the national government. If it's going to come from the SDL, how do we take it to the farmer? It must be in a structured way. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, we cannot expand and say you will go all over the whole world. You can go to the coast and get cane to come and crush in West Kenya, for example. Or you go to as far as Sony to get cane and come and crush in Zoya, for example, Honorable Speaker. We are saying, for example, region number 1, the Rift Valley, Rift region, we are proposing that Kericho, Nandi, and Uasin Gishu belong to that. This has been made a different suggestion through the committee where they went to the people, but the bill proposes Upper Western to get Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, all means within that region, Honorable Speaker. We say Lower Western region to get Busia, Kakamega, Siaya, and Vihiga. Honorable Speaker, the South region, we have Homa Bay, Kisumu, Migori, and Narok. And the Coast region, Honorable Speaker, we get Kwale, Lamu, and Tana River. Honorable Speaker, the second schedule outlines the provisions as to the conduct of business and affairs of the board. Honorable Speaker, the third schedule gives the guidelines for the agreements between parties in the sugar industry with interest to part 1. The parties, Honorable Speaker, in this case we are referring to the farmer and the miller. We need them to have, there is a format which we are proposing the regulation to come up with a way an agreement is going to be anchored so that we don't just expose a farmer, leaving a farmer alone. How do I separate that the speaker owning plot A and the Wangwe owning plot B cannot farm for 2 different mills? It's only the agreement which is going to distinguish that. Honorable Speaker, the proposed bill affects the functions of the county governments as it deals with functions of agriculture assigned to the county governments under paragraph 1 of part 2 of the first schedule of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a money bill and shall occasion additional expenditure of public funds. In this respect, Honorable Speaker, I wish to urge the members to review the bill with a fine-tooth comb to appreciate its intent and purpose. Honorable Speaker, it's in this sense that this bill becomes critically important to address one of the greatest challenges currently facing our sugar subsector. I have read the committee's report and recommendations, Honorable Speaker, geared towards safeguarding the sugar industry in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful to your able office, the clerk, and the committee for the support that you have accorded and all other stakeholders for their marvelous contributions to this bill. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask Honorable Speaker that the member for Lugari, who was the secretary to the task force committee, makes an input, and I know definitely the member for Tinderet will have a longer story to tell after that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Who is seconding the motion?
I beg to ask the member Lugari, Honorable Nabi Nabora, to second.
Now that's proper. So, Nabi Nabora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Wangwe for coming up with this bill, especially that the bill had collapsed in the last parliament. Mr. Speaker, this bill comes at a time, very difficult time in our history as the people who grow cane. Why? Because in so many years, after 1984, this is the first time officially millers have been closed down because of lack of crop, lack of cane. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this comes at a time when sugar is costing the highest ever. Actually, it is the highest in the whole continent now, at over 350 shillings a kilo. And yet is a crop that we have lived knowing, we have lived growing. Mr. Speaker, why I see this bill as God sent is this: that in the last decade or so, sugarcane acreage has been dwindling to the extent that as I speak to you now, we have less than 157,000 hectares of land under cane. Compare that with 223,605 hectares in 2015. It doesn't tell us a good story. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the biggest challenge today and why the mills had to close down is that we were harvesting immature cane, as immature as 10 months. Who was the loser here? The loser here was the farmer, losing between 48 and 74% of what would have been his earning. And therefore, sugarcane as an economy has made our people more poorer than they were in the years before. Mr. Speaker, what are we trying to cure with this bill? First, that we are trying to make sugarcane farming an economic venture that is viable. Second, that we are trying through this bill to provide a mechanism where Kenya is going to be self-sufficient in sugarcane. Having served as a joint secretary in the task force that was put together in 2018, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that Kenya has a potential to be a net exporter of sugar. However, we are a net importer because of lack of a regulatory framework, lack of a legal framework. And Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to something very interesting. That a farmer in Mumia's area put cane, his land and 5 acres of land under cane, developed it himself. The only thing he got from the factory was fertilizer. But at the time of harvesting, when the farmer went to be paid, he did not have anything to take home. Instead, the factory was demanding some money, claiming that this farmer had used their products and therefore they were more expensive than the cane he had brought in the factory. Mr. Speaker, why is it important that we need research in this sector? That the Kibos Research Institute must be resuscitated, must be financed. It has been tested. An individual farmer in Trans Nzoia, Honorable Wekesa, produces between 110 tons of cane per acre to 138, whereas the industry average now stands at 38. What does that mean? What it means is that the agronomical practices in the industry has completely collapsed. And that therefore explains why the factories cannot have enough cane to mill. And this therefore necessitates that research must be at the core of this bill. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the texture of sugarcane farming, 400,000 farmers are small scale. Only 8% of the cane comes from large scale farmers. And yet, in the industry, the farmers are not organized in any particular manner. Therefore, the farmers have been taken advantage of by the millers. And this is something that came into this industry immediately. We repealed the Sugar Act and came up with the AFA Act. Mr. Speaker, the outgrower institutions, which I grew, and I'm sure Honorable Meli, Honorable Salasia here, Honorable Mikali here, who come from the sugar industry, they will tell you that when sugar cane was a profitable venture, the outgrower institutions were very effective. Whether it was a cooperative or it was an outgrower organization, they were very effective. They were speaking for the farmer. Liberalization, Mr. Speaker, and uncouth behavior by some of the millers to kill out grower institution created a monopoly of venture by the miller. And that explains why the voice of the farmer disappeared on the table of sugarcane economy. Mr. Speaker, 14 million people who depend on this crop. If we don't enact this bill, will all be declared living below poverty. Mr. Speaker, I know Kenya is a country where we compete for resources. I know Kenya is a country where the left does not know what the right is doing. But on this one, we are asking everyone else to know what the right is doing. The left to know what the right is doing. Mr. Speaker, you remember that the farmers have been protesting up to the day before yesterday in the Moron sugar belt, up to the day before yesterday. And what was the issue? They were asking a simple question. How come the government through AFA has said all millers should close, but one miller has not closed? This is what this industry is. It is taken, it is being controlled by sugar barons. Mr. Speaker, sugar imported in this country arrives at the port of Mombasa at not more than 88 shillings. Why are we paying 350? It arrived at Mombasa at not more than 88 shillings. Why are we paying 350? Because, Mr. Speaker, we have turned sugar into a political commercial venture. Sugar has been oiling politics of this country. It is the time, as we enact this bill, Mr. Speaker, I appeal to my colleagues, we should also rate sugarcane as an agricultural crop, a food. We need to rate it as a food. If we do so, we even reduce the cost of production. Why do we reduce the cost of production? Because it means the VAT that is taxed on it automatically disappears. And that is what we need to do if we want to help our farmer. Mr. Speaker, this House must leave its moment today. Mr. Speaker, this House must leave its moment today. Why am I saying this? In the past, the sugar barons have controlled the Ministry of Agriculture and have tried to put the horse before the cart. They brought here regulations. So the question was, what were the regulations, implementing? What were those regulations implementing? It must have an act, a law, and then the regulations help to implement that law. And Mr. Speaker, together with this, why I'm supporting this bill fully, the task force report, which was adopted by government, it was a negotiated document. And therefore, this bill is a product of a negotiated document by all stakeholders of the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
You beg to second.
I mean,
Do go on record.
To second.
Thank you very much. Let's very well. Honorable members, I now propose that the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022 be now read the second time. And the first bite, let's give to Honorable Julius Meli.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that in the last Parliament, as Honorable Wangwe, member for Nabahola, has just put it, this was a bill that we as members, as part of the members of the agriculture team, pushed it through when it was brought to this House by Honorable Ngunyi, who are actually the owner of the bill. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this is a very, very important bill. And this is a bill which is going to really put money in the pockets of farmers. I speak, Honorable Speaker, as a farmer, as a representative for farmers from the sugar growing region, and also having grown up throughout my childhood, having depended on sugarcane. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill seeks to really take sugar where it was before. Sugarcane, as a crop in this country, is part of the cash crops that have actually sustained a lot of families. But since the time when we had AFA, and I want to comment other crops, other bills that have taken other crops to be independent. Tea and coffee have already left AFA. AFA was formed in 2012, I think, 2013. And actually it did not take it seriously. The role it was played was played by crop-based institutions like Sugar Board, Tea Board, and Coffee Board. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the bill, look at the various clauses. I just want to look at each and every other clause. First of all, I want to say that this country can actually be a sugar exporter. It will not be a sugar importer. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency the President, especially when the other day he actually passed in the cabinet the issue of the leasing program, where they actually want to modernize the factories. This is going to support the bottom-up approach, where 14 million Kenyans depend on sugar directly or indirectly. If we are looking for employment for Kenyans, we modernize the sugar mills. If we are looking for money for Pesa Mfukoni, we make sure that we have enough mills, and we pass this bill to ensure that the farmers have actually enough crop in their farms. I just want to look at a number of sections of this bill. At one, the bill brings order to the now chaotic sector, which is prone to poaching, theft, and disorder. If you look at the bill, Honorable Speaker, the bill has actually developed regions where we will allow mills compete within particular regions. In my region, Honorable Speaker, we have 3 main mills, that is Chemelin, Moroni, Miwani, and Kibos. They can compete within that particular region. We don't want to tie the farmer to one particular mill. But we don't want this idea where farmers move across from Western Kenya all the way to other regions, or move from coast to the Rift Valley, or from Transmara all the way to Western. We want these particular mills to operate in a particular select regions. Honorable Speaker, you realize that this bill proposes the formation of the board. And as we speak now, AFA has a board that is picked, and they have no interest of the farmer. They owe allegiance to different sectors. But if you have a farmer elected office member, the director, from the various regions, and we have said 5 regions or 6 regions, but I will say that there are certain amendments that will bring to this. The director will actually talk and listen to the farmer who is the elector. He will propose farmer-friendly policies. He will actually disallow government from importing sugar. He will also make sure that the farmer himself gets subsidies and the GMR that we need. Other than the government, because of the fertilizer. Right now, in most of the areas in my constituency, like Chemelil Chemase ward, where we almost is 100% sugar, there is a lot of sugar activity. Farmers now are in the farm. They are really planting. They have subsidized fertilizer, And in a very short time, we will have more than that we require. Honorable Speaker, this bill also brings into view what we call sugar development levy. This is a levy, this is the only crop that has been sustaining itself. If you check at tea, coffee, and the others, government has been trying to bail them out. But sugar development levy, with that 1%, they have been able to develop their own roads. They have been able to actually give loans to farmers. They have also been able to give loans even to millers to refurbish their factories. In fact, in the bill, millers have a percentage on if they want to refurbish the mills, to modernize them so that they are able to give farmers, they are able to cash. Right now you realize that the tonnage ratio to the milled white sugar is very high. There's a lot of wastage. So we have, and I want to say this because the president and the government have got sense of this. We really need to modernize all government mills and make sure that we have them running very neat. Honorable Speaker, we also have the Sugar Research Institute. The Sugar Research Institute proposed in the bill will make sure that we have the right variety, early maturing, with sugar with enough sucrose. This one will enable the farmers to really get value. And I think this is why we introduce what we call the CTU. This is why we don't want the issue where some corrupt private mills will always try to actually temper with the weighing scales. But with the CTU, the farmer will now be able, they will be paid as per the sucrose content of his cane. So there will be no issue where some millers or anybody will corrupt and misuse the weighing scale. Honorable Speaker, we have also the issue of road network. Road network will actually be developed as a result of sugar development levy. Right now in my constituency and many parts of Tindere, there were elections in almost all the wards where we are now electing members who will actually take care, not members actually, of people who will be taking care of the money that will be generated out of some of the monies that we get from what we call the sugar cess. Honorable Speaker, we also have the issue of what we call crop inspectors. Crop husbandry requires, every crop requires proper inspectors, proper officers who will be able to tell the farmer the kind of fertilizer is going to apply, the kind of crop he's supposed to have, and to check the seed, the disease development. So we realize that even in the factories themselves, these crop inspectors will move and check how what is going on. Apart from that, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that sugar, if it is developed, in fact it is able to sustain over 14 million Kenyans. Two, it will also be able, as a crop, to see the development of towns and monies. I remember when we were growing up, we had what we call what do you call Nandi Outgrowers Company Limited, Chemelil Outgrowers Company Limited. We had Sugar Belt. These were even supporting sports. You remember the days of Moroni sports, the Chemelil football, and I think, Honorable Speaker, you played. I played in Chemelil football. Yes. These were supported by Ken. Today, those towns are ghost towns. If today this particular bill is passed and the government steps in, this whole sector of sugar will really develop. I only want to mention this, Honorable Speaker, that a number of Kenyans tend to think that by importing sugar, the country benefits. No. In fact, we lose a lot of foreign exchange. That's why the dollar, as we speak today, is moving almost 50. Because in Kenya, if we're not going to stop these craze of importation and to make money and to grow rich faster, this country will go wrong. That is why I want to thank the President, because he has actually put it very clear that the importation of maize, the importation of sugar, the importation of even the vegetable and even rice is actually wrong. It is bad. It is actually shameful, and we need to stand as a country to make sure that we as Kenyans produce and export. Even milk, we are not supposed to do that. We are supposed to make this country a better nation by
The Honorable Badi Jomvu. The next microphone is on for you.
Which one? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningetaka kuunga mkono mswada huu ambao umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Navakholo. Mheshimiwa ambaye ameleta mswada mzuri na tunaunga mkono. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika mswada huu tumeona kumekuwa na mambo ambayo mpaka saizi yanatuumiza sana. Na kwa sababu mambo mengi ni kwa sababu ya kwa kuwa hakukuwa na mfumo mzuri wa kuangalia sekta hii ya sukari. Ndipo leo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunanunua sukari shilingi 350 kwa kilo moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia haya yote yametokamana na mfumo mbaya wa usimamizi ambao wenzetu wamesema kutoka kuondolewa kwa Sugar Act na kuja hii AFA Act ndio matatizo mengi pia tumeyaona hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia mswada huu tumeona juu ya mambo ya utafiti, yani research, ambao ni jambo la muhimu sana, na jambo hili leo likizingatiwa, tukiangalia mambo haya sukari yanaweza kufunguka kwa kiwango kikubwa sana. Leo hii iko Kibose Research Institute ambayo inaangalia mambo haya, lakini vile vile katika mambo ya utafiti, Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi pia kule Pwani tuomba tuiangalie sana na tutajizatiti kama viongozi kuona kama hivi inavyopiganiwa mambo ya sukari, na sisi tupiganie mambo ya korosho na nazi, kwa sababu ya fanana hasa na mambo haya ambayo yamezungumziwa katika mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na kuona wacheka kwa sababu leo hii sukari ilikuwa nyuma imenoga na mambo yalikuwa mazuri. Ndipo maana leo Mheshimiwa Spika, wewe mwenyewe kwa tajriba yako ukiwa mwanasoka ukatoka kuchezea kampuni nafikiri ni ya Chemelil Sugar kule, leo hakuna mambo kama yale kutokea. Lakini wakati ule viwanda vilivyokuwa vimenawiri, Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio tuliweza kuzalisha watu maplea wazuri kama wewe. Na Mheshimiwa Omboko, mimi nakumbuka wakati ule tukiwa sisi ni wadogo, kina Mahmoud Abbas wakiwa kwa FC Leopard, wewe ulikuwa ukicheza na Chemelil Sugar, basi mpira akiupata Mheshimiwa Spika, jua kwanza utapigwa kanzu. Chenga kubwa utakayoipata ukija utaikwa katikati, ukishtuka amefunga bao. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa alichukuliwa kwa tajriba ile, kwa sababu Spika alikuwa ni player ambaye alienukia wakati ule na kuwekwa katika Chemelil Sugar. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeangalia 48% mpaka 74% wakulima wanakosa faida kutokamana na mavuno ya mapema. Na mavuno haya mapema, Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia ni kwa sababu ya mfumo mbaya ambao ulikuwa pale. Leo wakulima ambao ni wa miwa walima miwa yao, wanapeleka katika viwanda, wakifika nia yao ni kupata faida, lakini badala ya kupata faida huwa ni hasara. Ili kule kwetu Waswahili tunasema wanalima alafu baadaye inakuwa goji kirba, kirba goji, yaani wanazungushwa na wakizungushwa badala ya kupata faida. Lakini leo hii Mheshimiwa Wangwe, ambaye mheshimiwa huyu wetu wa Navakholo, Mheshimiwa Wangwe, nataka kusema akiwa rafiki wa siku nyingi, kutoka wakati akifanya kazi kama transporter kule Mombasa katika kwa Khosla, ilikuwa Mheshimiwa Wangwe, wakati ule malori yao ndio yakibeba sukari kutoka pale port. Lakini leo amekuwa mjumbe na akajua kweli kwa uagizaji wa sukari utaweza kuua viwanda vyetu. Ndio maana Mheshimiwa huyu leo Wangwe ameleta hoja ambayo haitafaidisha Nafaholo peke yake, lakini itafaidisha Kenya mzima, na ni kiongozi wa tajriba. Ndio maana leo yuko bunge hili kwa mara ya 3, ana serve pamoja na kijana mwepesi Fulangenge ambaye yuko hapa Badi Twalibu, mbunge wa Nyovu. Kwa hiyo leo tukiangalia mambo haya ambayo yamezungumzwa hapa na wanenaji wenzangu, Kenya hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, ina uwezo wa kuchukua sukari kupeleka nje kuuzia nchi nyingine katika kontinenti letu la Afrika. Lakini leo mambo haya yamekuwa ni matatizo kitambo cha, kwa kuwa pale port badala hawa watu wetu wenye viwanda, watu wanakwenda chukua barua za exemption, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanatia masukari yale ambayo inawekwa pale, mtu halipi duty. Leo watu wanatajirika kulingana na hii maneno ya sukari. Mimi nashukuru Mheshimiwa Nabwera amesema hapa kuwa haya mambo ya sukari imekuwa ni kigeregezo cha wanasiasa kucontrol uongozi, wafanyabiashara kucontrol uongozi, nani anayemtaka na nani ambaye hawamtaki. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naona kulingana na huu wakati wenzangu wengi watakana pia kuchangia, ningeendelea zaidi, lakini nataka niseme kuwa na uunga mkono ili na mimi niweze kuwapatia nafasi wenzangu waweze kuchangia, na kwa ruhusa yako kama utanipatia nguvu nimpishe Mama Zamzam kwa hiyo nafasi yangu.
Thank you for contributing and thank you for having your bite. Let's have the Honorable Makali, but then be magnanimous enough, because you can allow every other person who is in the House to speak on this. Proceed, Honorable Makali. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now that I have the mic, order. I can proceed. Order, allow Honorable Makali to proceed.
Thank you. You will have ruled him out of order. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this particular opportunity to also weigh in on this particular bill that has been brought by my very good friend, the Honorable Member for Navaholo, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. First is to thank Honorable Wangwe for literally resuscitating this bill, which had actually been enacted by this House in the 12th Parliament, but it literally died at the Senate because the Senate did not deal with it. I'm just praying, Your Honor, Honorable Speaker, that we can be able to fast-track this bill so that the cane farmers from the regions we represent can be able to reap from the fruits of this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, as we deliberate on this bill, sugar factories have been closed in the entire of Western Kenya. As we deliberate on this bill, Honorable Speaker, sugarcane farmers, specifically in the Nzoia Sugar Belt, have not been paid for the deliveries made for the last 14 months. As we deliberate on this bill, Honorable Speaker, the employees of Nzoia Sugar Company, which is domiciled in my constituency, have not been paid for the last 16 months. Where did the rain begin beating us? The rain began beating us, Honorable Speaker, in my view, when we repealed the Sugar Act and enacted the AFA Act that introduced the AFA board to take charge of the sugar together with all the other crops. Why do we say this? Previously, when we had the Sugar Act, we had the Kenya Sugar Board that had representation of all the farmers in the sugar growing areas who are actually agitating and pushing the issues touching on the sugarcane farmers. We replaced it with a sugar directorate. This sugar directorate has been of great disservice to farmers because it neither agitates, it neither focuses, it neither propagates, it neither represents the interests of the sugar farmers. It is heartening to note that in the new bill which we have now brought,
which is being deliberated on tonight, we have brought back the Kenya Sugar Board, which is going to be a farmer's voice. The farmers have been denied a voice in the current legal framework that is there, that actually, if you look at the Crops Act, sugarcane is not defined as a crop under the Crops Act. So we have basically pigeonholed sugar matters in a sugar directorate which does not actually serve farmers. Two, when the Sugar Act used to be there, we used to have the Sugar Development Levy, which is being introduced in this particular act. What was the Sugar Development Levy doing? It was being used to fund farmers' activities. It was being used to do loans to farmers to outgrow institutions. It was used to fund many activities that were in the actual sugar sector. The Commodities Fund does not serve the interests of the sugarcane farmer at all. So it's gratifying, Honorable Speaker, that we are now seeking to bring back the Sugar Development Levy, which will be a critical funding element that will be able to fund activities in the sugar industry, which is a very good element. Equally, this act is proposing to bring back the Sugar Fund. The Sugar Fund is a critical element that will be able to assist us to fund activities in the sugar sector so that we can really be able to move. Honorable Speaker, the sugar industry has also been bedeviled by cheap imports. We find the recognized sugar companies are not milling, but you will go to our supermarkets and you will find sugar branded Nzoia sugar. You will go to supermarkets and find sugar branded Mumias sugar. This is because the government has allowed sugar barons to be able to import sugar cheaply to the detriment of our sugar industry. So much so that the farmers are not getting what is the value of their sweat. This particular sugar bill introduces a licensing mechanism on who should be able to import sugar. And we will be proposing amendments in the committee of the whole House that when it comes to sugar importation, quotas should be given to the millers themselves to be able to import sugar than the sugar barons who are now making a kill from importing cheap sugar at the expense of our farmers. When we look at governance issues, specifically in public sugar factories, we have serious governance issues in our public sugar industry, sugar factories. We have bloated workforce, and like it was lately pointed out by the move of this particular motion, it has been used as a political tool to the detriment of the farmer, who is the goose that lays the golden eggs. Honorable Speaker, we will want and we will be making proposals in the committee of the whole House to ensure that the farmer's voice is heard and that there is orderliness in this particular sector so that we can be able to see what we can be, how we can be able to assist our farmers. One of the critical things which is also affecting our public sugar mills is the usage of obsolete and old technology. I give an example of Nzoia Sugar, which is using technology or a mill that was installed in 1978. Right now, if that mill breaks down, you cannot get spare parts. And a lot of funds are being used to literally service those mills, those mills, which actually are obsolete. So this particular, with a new legal regime, I think we'll have a new legal comprehensive framework that will be able to breathe life into our sugar industry so that our farmers can be able to reap what they are entitled. Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, because many other honorable members want to weigh up on this, I will be urging this House that we move with speed to ensure that we pass this bill so that we can move it to the next level, so that the poor farmers of Nzoia Sugar, the poor children who can't go to school, the poor employees of Nzoia Sugar who have not been paid for the last 16 months can be able to have a reprieve. And at this particular juncture, I wish also to thank the government for putting a stop to what was going on, that they wanted to privatize these public sugar factories. These public sugar factories are enacted on land that was donated by the locals as leaders. We will never allow any privatization of any public mills that were actually put up by the people. And we also thank the mover also for giving the county government a role to play up in this. When we move up agriculture is a devolved function, but initially the county governments were not being involved, particularly in extension services. If we look at this particular act, we will see there's a clear-cut role that's given by to the county governments to be able to play a critical role in terms of extension services so that our people can be able to be. Honorable Speaker, I support wholeheartedly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable James Nyika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, sugar is an important commodity in our development and in our country. In our policy, we say we need to have self-sufficiency, but we actually have the capacity to export. But look at where we are now. We are importing at a very high cost, something we can produce. In our policy, we sit on an agent of employment. But look at what has happened. In all the areas, the young men, all the sugar growing areas, the young men who are happily employed are all unemployed now. Sugarcane farmers are actually poor. They can't take their kids to school. They can't even treat themselves when they are sick. And yet, we have the capacity. It is a great product for development. Mr. Speaker, if you looked at the areas that produce sugar in the area at the time when sugar was flourishing, places like Mumias, Muhoroni, Miwani, Soni, Mr. Speaker, these areas were flourishing. You had infrastructure, the roads were good, they had schools, they had hospitals, actually some of the best schools. What has happened now, this all has now gone. You had markets. If you went to Mumias, places like Shibale, all these places were actually flourishing. Even Miwani, you looked at the markets there, they were flourishing. All that has actually now died, and there's unemployment, there's poverty in the area, and Mr. Speaker, this came as a result of changing the law and the liberation that we brought. In my view, the barons actually took advantage of the liberation and literally killed the industry so that they can import at a higher profit to themselves. Mr. Speaker, they killed the outgrowers cooperatives. I remember I had a friend in the outgrower. They generated terrible wars. They even came with things like outsourcing transport. I can tell you, my own brother who follows me died in Mumias because of the corruption in sugar, where the people wanted to actually record higher tonnage than they actually brought in. They used to call him a wizard because when he was on duty, the production of sugar per ton was very high, and people used to ask why. The reason was simple. What they are doing, you bring 50 tons, they record 200 tons. So literally, the production per ton is terrible. They just actually ran over him with the tractor. So that is the level of corruption that we had at that time. Therefore, it is extremely important that we go back and have regulation to provide, to revive and protect the industry. Now, Speaker, look at now what's happening. Now we have stopped the crushing because we don't have sugar. But can I tell you what's going to happen? The barons are going to import so much sugar that when now you have the canes, you will have nowhere to sell them. And they do that purposely. You know, we had the crisis that actually affected the cabinet secretary in Treasury at the time about sugar importation. They came with an idea that there is going to be a drought and therefore you need sugar. They were given just a little leeway. They imported more than 10 years worth of sugar in a short time, blocked everybody out. They couldn't even store it. The story is still going on with the contamination. So this, we have to regulate this. So Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. It has all the structures that we need. The sugar board, the members are actually the stakeholders, the farmers. They see it differently. The representatives of various areas, they know this is their own, not people who see it as an employment. Then the licensing and registration of millers and jaggeries. You can't have anybody walking in and saying, I'm a miller, I'm jaggery. How do you manage that? This provides for that. So look at this
bill provides for research. You know, we're still dealing with sugar, which you harvest after 18 months. Many places in the world, they now have sugar that is actually being harvested in a year. So, Mr. Speaker, these are things we need to. We have crop inspectors here, so that once you have the correct sugar, the correct cane that you want, and you train the farmers and you tell them what to do, I mean, you will have what you need. We have established, it has established tribunal. There are a lot of disputes in the sugar industry, so we need that. Then you have the development fund to support the farmers. The ownership of factories are actually regulated and by farmers themselves. And so there are, the way you have agreements, there are ways laid down for having agreements. Mr. Speaker, I support this, and lastly, let me say, we must move and actually classify sugar as a food. I think it will take us a long way. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's be apprising. Is a bill that has attracted a lot of attention, and the honorable members who have spoken on this, I'm sure they'll speak on it next time, beginning with Honorable Salasia, who I'm told had equally a similar bill. Honorable members, Mheshimiwa Nyikao, you still have a balance of time for 4 minutes. That is if you are not through. And take note of that. Honorable members, and the time being 9 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 17th August 2023 at 2:30 p.m.